"We're very helpful," Warham said, although Swan snorted to hear it. Macquarit seemed unaffected by the destruction of the city. As it came on the heels of Alex's death, he no doubt felt that it didn't really matter. With Terminator gone, however, the Mercurials were now reduced to staying in underground shelters, scattered all over the planet, in a way not that different from how people occupied Io, which was not the optimal position from which to rebuild. But they could do it, and in fact work had already started, using heat-resistant shelters and robots. Very soon after sunset came to the burned city, they would fix the tracks and have the city's frame moving again. Then they could rebuild in the safety of darkness, as they had the first time. Meanwhile, they were still in emergency mode, and their influence elsewhere in the system correspondingly reduced. So now Macquarit said to Swan, but with a look to Jeanette and Warham, "We'll rebuild, and we'll be all right. The people who talk about our fatal criticality have different criticalities of their own. We're all vulnerable in space. There isn't a single off-Earth settlement that couldn't be destroyed, except for Mars. Which is part of what makes Mars insufferable," Jeanette noted. "I will create a monument to our loss," Swan declared, struggling as if to leave her bed, tugging dramatically at her IV lines. "I will perform an Abramovich in the ruins, to express the city's grief. Perhaps a period of crucifixion would be appropriate." "Burning at the stake," Warham suggested. Swan shot him a poisonous look. Macquarit objected more tactfully, pointing out that Swan was not yet recovered enough to use her body as a canvas. "It's always so hard on you, Swan. You can't." "I will. I most certainly will." But Swan's cube spoke from the right side of her neck. "I must inform you that you have given me instructions to oppose any Abramovichian artworks when your health is not optimal. These are your own instructions to yourself." "Ridiculous," Swan said. "Sometimes circumstances demand a change in plan. This is an overriding life event, a catastrophe. It demands a response in kind. I must inform you that you have given me instructions to oppose doing an Abramovich when your health is not optimal." "Shut up, Pauline. I don't want you to speak now." Macquarit had moved to block Swan from leaving her bed. Now he said, "Dear Swan, your Pauline is right, meaning that you yourself are right, and speaking from a larger perspective in yourself. Don't be hasty here. There are better ways for you to exert yourself during our time of troubles. There's work to be done. It's work to express Terminator's fate in art. I know, and for you especially. But you are one of our biome designers, and so you'll be very much needed in that capacity. We can seize this opportunity to renovate the park and the farm." Swan looked alarmed. "Surely we'll just replace them. No one will want anything changed. I know I won't." "Well, we'll see about that. But you must be available to the city." Swan glowered. "I will be no matter what. Can we at least take a hopper around into the bright side and look at it?" "I think so. I'll ask for seats on one of the day trippers as soon as I can, but you need to finish your recovery first." A few days later, they all went out in a hopper, following the tracks east into daylight and the wreckage of Terminator. The land below, as seen through heavy filtering, was the white of paper, marked by black rings and a few wavering lines, resembling altogether some alphabet written with compasses. The tracks themselves were a narrow band of glowing white wires. Then, over the horizon, reared Terminator. The dome frame glowed as white as the tracks. The interior was a black mass, which as they got closer resolved to smaller masses of clinkers and gunk and ash, black blobs, black powder. Some metal surfaces glowed red. It was reminiscent of old photos of Terran cities destroyed by firestorm. Macquarit shook his head at the sight. "You can see why we need to stay on the night side." Swan stared down, seeming not to hear. No theatrics this time, Jeanette noted. grim desolation in an empty face. Looked like she was somewhere else. Warham was watching her unobtrusively. The glowing ruin of the city was dominated by the still-standing Dawn Wall. Its east-facing exterior was as silvery and pure as ever, but its inside was now a mess of curving black terraces. Some of the rooftops, made of royal blue ceramic tiles, had remained intact, and even now held their color. The great staircase still cut down through black strip after black strip, the imported marble of the steps nacreous in the heat. The glowing white spans of the dome frame curved up at the sky like the framework of the dome in Hiroshima. "It was so beautiful," Macquarit said. "Still is," said Swan. Macquarit said, "We'll import some mature trees and grow the rest from seed. Although I have to tell you, the arrangements with insurance don't seem to be working out very well. They're arguing about the definition of full replacement. Also, it isn't clear yet whether it was an act of God or an act of war. The council lawyers think the insurance is there for us either way, but who knows? It's going to be expensive. That's the main thing. We'll need help. Luckily, the Accord will have our back, and replacing the animals will be easy, as the terraria are well above capacity." He glanced at Warham, cleared his throat. "I hear the Vulcanoids are also anxious to help. Naturally, they're worried down there." "They need us," Swan said. "That's why they took Alex up on her proposal to help them in the first place." "Well, this will be a test of how much they think they need us." Swan shook her head like a dog. Jeanette saw that she did not want to think about the Vulcanoids right now. She was annoyed, perhaps at Macquarit's move to the next step, even as they were staring down at the glowing ruins. Warham was more attentive to her mood. Remembrance of a particular form is but regret for a particular moment, and houses, roads, avenues are as fugitive, alas, as the years. Swan scowled at him. "More fortune cookies, oh deep one?" "Yes." A tiny smile. He still had the capacity to be amused by her, Jeanette saw, even after their confinement together. Maybe he had even learned it there. It was striking how little they had said about their time in the tunnel. Now Swan said, "I want to join Inspector Jeanette's investigation, if that's all right, Inspector. I'd like to be the mercurial liaison to your investigation." "We can always use help," Jeanette said diplomatically. "This incident is of grave concern to everyone, but of course for Mercury it goes right to the heart of things. I was assuming you would therefore want someone to join the investigation." "Good," Swan said. "I'll keep in touch with the design team," she told Macquarit. There was no more talk of some kind of self-mortifying art performance, although it occurred to the inspector that the investigation itself might eventually be seen as such. When they got back to the spaceport, Warham nodded and took his leave of Jeanette. Then he turned to Swan, bowing very slightly, with hand on heart. "I must return to Saturn and attend to business I missed. We'll meet again soon, I'm sure. Terminator will rise, like a phoenix, and then there will be all kinds of unfinished business for us to complete." "There most certainly will," she said. Suddenly she hugged him, put her head briefly against his broad chest. She stood back. "Thank you for saving me. I'm sorry I was so messed up down there." "Not at all," Warham said. "You saved me, and we got through." And with another awkward bow, he left. Lists 5. The Vesta Zone, a cloud of terraria forming a single cooperative. Aymara, an Amazonia with an interior completely overgrown with cloud forest. Tattersall, a steppes grassland where people speak a resuscitated Indo-European. The Copenhagen Interpretation, a canal town with a gift economy. The Zanzibar Cat, an anarchist savanna with thousands of big cats and no interior buildings at all. Arabia Deserta, a desert occupied by British travelers. Aspen, a skiing paradise. Unnamed prison asteroids with robot guards. Hermaphrodite, where all permanent residents are gynandromorphs and androgens. St. George, a social terrarium in which the men think they are living in a Mormon polygamy, while the women consider it a lesbian world with a small percentage of male lesbians. Asteroids hollowed into not cylindrical terraria, but rather warrens, hives, caves, pits, hotels, etc. The Maldives, an aquarium recreating the drowned islands. Micronesia, likewise. Tuvalu, likewise. All the drowned islands of Earth are reproduced in this fashion. Greater Yellowstone Ecosystem 34, the last of 34 terraria using versions of the template of this great biome. Extremophile terraria, deadly to humans, but hospitable to growth of organisms creating medicines and inoculants. Doomed biomes, established with odd parameters and then sealed off like test tubes. The Little Prince, an outie terrarium, tent-bubbled with its atmosphere bluing its edges. The Whirl, whose inhabitants keep watch for an outsider. Miranda, the smashed-together moon of Uranus, now a Trojan freely orbiting the sun, completely tent-bubbled, its deep canyons and stupendous ridges filigreed with snow drifting down in the low G, all Swiss architecture, a dream of the Alps. Icarus, a flyer's world, lit by a sunline in its floor to keep the air clear. Source of the peach blossom stream, a Tang Dynasty recreation that looks like a Chinese landscape painting come to life. Miocene terraria, Cretaceous terraria, Jurassic terraria, Precambrian terraria. Waterdrop, an aquarium filled entirely with water and ocean creatures. Sequoia Kings Canyon, an infolded Sierra Nevada of California. And so on. Estimated 19,000 occupied asteroids and moons. Swan and Macquaret. Back at the spaceport between Schubert and Bramante craters, Swan sat in a corner, filled with regret for something she couldn't name. Surely it was impossible that it should be regret for the Utilidor. Already she was forgetting that. Let Pauline remember that. Never look back. Why should she? Although there had been something there, as if she had been on the border of something important. What had he said? That the tunnel was no different from anywhere else? She would never concede that. Never. When she was about to leave with Jeanette and the Interplan team, Macquaret came to see her again. "You're so tough," he told her, patting her head as if she were a child. But he took her seriously, she knew, so she shook her head. "No," she said flatly. "I fell apart. I couldn't handle it." He defended her fondly. "It's not really what you're good at, of course, enforced confinement. Don't ever get put in prison, or shoot off in a spacesuit on a tangent somewhere. It wouldn't suit you. Yet here you did very well, I think. I don't see how. Well, this solar flare that struck you before you got to shelter. Your suit dosimeter shows that somehow you got hit much harder than the others down there with you. In fact, I don't mean to scare you, because you're going to be fine. I've already got your renovation well in hand, and you are responding superbly. But really, that was quite a hit." 10 sieverts, she said dismissively. "That's not so bad." "Quite bad, actually." "Did you look at the sun longer than the others? Did you stand in front of your friend?" "Yes, I did. But I'm only half as wide as him. I'm sure I didn't protect him much." "He only got 3 sieverts, so you're only a bit thinner than he is, really. You saved him from the full shot." "And then he saved me. He had to carry me for a few days." "Fair's fair. But look, this 10 sieverts, that's enough to kill. And you should have been debilitated. But you will be fine, as I said. So I'm interested to see if we can find out why you did so well. I've been wondering if your Enceladin symbiote had anything to do with it. It tolerates radiation well, and as a detritivore, it may have bloomed in you, to eat all the new food provided for it by all your killed cells. It may have joined your own T-cells in clearing your body. Swan was startled by this. You hated me doing that, she said. You told me I was a stupid fool. Macquarie nodded. I was right, too. Look, Swan, if you love life, as you profess to do, as your excuse for all your wildness, then you should protect your life the best you can. Some actions are simply unknown risks, and that was one of them. Indeed, it still is. But it was a risk only, not a certain thing. Presumably that's why you did it. You're not suicidal, right? Right, she said uncertainly. So you're a fool, then, when you do things that you can't be sure won't kill you in 10 or even 100 years. Then we're all fools. True enough. But there's no need to be a stupid fool. There's a difference? There is. You think about that, and see if you can't figure out the difference. Hopefully before you do something like this again, if anything like this is even possible. He had been poking a pad and looking at her numbers as they spoke, and now he shrugged. With your permission, I'll take some of your samples back to the lab for study. Maybe it will lead to something. Of course, she said. It would be nice if something good came from my stupid foolishness. He kissed her on the head. Something more than what you already give, you mean. After Macquarie was gone, Swan was left to think about her stupid foolishness. Her body, emaciated on the bed, swimming under her gaze like someone else, a thing she manipulated like a Waldo. It was resilient. It still held her. Was hungry. She buzzed the nurse to ask for food. Pauline, please transmit my medical history to this tabletop. Would you like the long version or the summary? The summary, Swan said, knowing that the long version ran to hundreds of pages. She looked at the print glowing in the table, but could not force herself to read it. Phrases jumped out from all over it. Born 2177, a difficult birth, she had been told, with moments of low oxygen. Seizures, age 2. Fungal and bacterial infections in farm school. Wetland syndrome. ADHD, age 4 to 10. That had been countered with a drug treatment later discredited. Her later schooling had been conducted in the farm, and she had done much better out there. Except there were more words glowing in the table. Dyscalculia. Prefrontal cortex electrostimulation. First sabbatical inoculation for Xinjiang, China, age 15, full array including helminths, meaning parasitic worms, in this case Trichoris suis, a pig whipworm ingested in a therapy that seesawed in and out of favor. ODD, age 15 to 24, oppositional defiant disorder, related to anxiety disorder, both hippocampal, but anxiety avoided while ODD attacked. 1G syndrome, second sabbatical in Montpellier, France, age 25, Venusian flu, genital modification, age 25, hormone drip implanted, age 35, hormone therapies to present. Oxytocin addiction, age 37 to 86. Lark and warbler song cluster implant, age 26. Feline purr vocal cords, age 27. Implant of subdural quantum computer in 2222, age 45. Cognitive therapy, age 9 to 99. Fathered one female at age 28. Daughter deceased, 2296. Mothered one female at age 63. Natural birth. There was a line entered in her records by Macquarie. Ingestion of the Enceladin life form, foolish girl, age 79. Longevity treatments, age 40 to present. Factitious disorder, never treated. This must have been inserted by either Macquaret or Pauline, making fun of her. What about designed 100 terraria? Swan complained. What about 3 years spent in the Oort cloud putting mass drivers on ice balls? Or 5 years on Venus? Those were not medical events, Pauline said. They were, believe me. If you want your curriculum vitae, just ask for it. Be quiet. Go away. You are too good at simulating an irritating person. Did you say simulating or stimulating? Extracts 7. The longevity increase associated with bisexual therapies has led to very sophisticated surgical and hormonal treatments for interventions in utero, in puberty, and during adulthood. The XX-XY dichotomy still exists, but in the context of a wide variety of habit, usage, and terminology, feeling of gender identity is formed in the hippocampus and hypothalamus in the second month. The original orientation is persistent. If the desire is to create a feeling of undifferentiation or ambivalence, alterations need to begin in utero. In the first 8 weeks of gestation, keep both the Mullerian and Wolffian ducts active in what is still the bipotential gonad. Anti-Mullerian hormones activated by genes in the Y chromosome can be allowed to attach only to one of the fetal Mullerian ducts. The effect is normally ipsilateral, each testis suppressing Mullerian development only on its own side, so XY embryos then need a moderate level of androgen insensitivity introduced by the 4th week, in order to avoid masculinization of the hypothalamus, where sexual differences in the brain will be concentrated. XX embryos need the application of androgens to one Mullerian duct in order to stimulate the growth of a Wolffian duct. As that Wolffian duct develops, the Mullerian duct on that side will experience apoptosis. Underlying genetic makeup is the difference between androgyny and gynandromorphy, often not discernible by body features. XX humans with conserved Wolffian ducts are gynandromorphs. XY humans with conserved Mullerian ducts are androgens. In both, androgens and estrogens are supplied with hormone pumps, such that the child is born with potential for both kinds of genital development in the body, awaiting the choices. Prenatally selected bisexuality has the strongest positive correlation with longevity. Hormonal treatments begun at puberty or during adulthood also have positive effects on longevity, but the psychological set will be: hormonal treatments support the surgical addition of a functioning uterus in the abdominal wall above the penis. Alteration of the clitoris into a small functioning penis with testicles grown using either conserved Wolffian ducts or stem cells from the subject. Gynandromorphs can ordinarily father only daughters, as the construction of a Y chromosome from an X chromosome involves problematic. Females adding functional reproductive masculinity are helped by a process imitating a natural 5-alpha reductase deficiency. Principal categories of self-image for gender include feminine, masculine, androgynous, gynandromorphous, hermaphroditic, ambisexual, bisexual, intersex, neuter, eunuch, non-sexual, gay, lesbian, queer, invert, homosexual, polymorphous, poly, labile, berdache, hijra, two-spirit. Cultures de-emphasizing gender are sometimes referred to as Ursuline cultures, origin of term unknown, perhaps referring to the difficulty there can be in determining the gender of bears. Kiran on Venus. The moment Kiran was alone with Shukra, Shukra said to him, "We're going to have to put you through some tests, my boy." "What kind of tests?" "All kinds." 3 big men showed up to escort them across a few boulevards of Colette, and Kieran saw there was no question of him doing anything but what he was told. As they entered a building with bay windows overlooking a street corner, he tried to see the street signs and remember where they were. 8th and Oak, although the tree across the intersection was a willow. "Tell me again why Swan brought you here," Shukra asked as they went into the building. "I helped her avoid being kidnapped when she was out in my neighborhood. She wanted to return the favor." Shukra said, "You asked to come here?" "Sort of." Shukra shook his head a few times. "So now you are a spy." "What do you mean?" Shukra glanced at him. "You're a spy for her at this point, whether you know it or not. We'll find out with our tests. After that, you'll be a spy for me." "Why should she need a spy here?" "She was very close to the Lion of Mercury, and since the lion's death, she has started traveling in the way that the lion would have. And the lion always kept a big cadre of spies here. So, let's see what the tests say." Kieran found his heart was beating hard, but the 3 big men closed around him, and there was no choice but to be escorted into another room. This one had the look of a medical clinic. The tests in the end resembled medical exams more than anything else, which was a great relief to discover. Although when medical exams are the good option, it is not a good situation. At the end of that day, he was escorted back into Shukra's presence. Shukra examined the console that presumably contained Kieran's results. When he spoke, it was to Kieran's escorts. "He looks clean, but somehow I doubt it. For now, let's use him for bait." After that, Kieran was assigned to a Chinese work unit, which lived together in a building near the city's crater rim, and left the city together almost daily to do work outside. The unit's members had no control over their lives. They went where they were told, did what they were told, ate what they were given. It was almost like being at home. A stupid little translation belt Swan had given to him was now the only company Kieran had. He got a lot of puzzled second glances when he used the thing to facilitate communication, but he also had a few 10-minute conversations through it that were much better than nothing. Mostly, however, he was on his own in a throng, doing whatever came up for his team that day. He never saw Shukra again after the battery of tests, which made him feel like he had failed, although one day it occurred to him that maybe he had passed. In any case, there was endless work to be done, almost all of it outside Colette, in the perpetual blizzard that the big rain had turned into. Thick drifts of snow were landing on the new dry ice seas, before the latter had been completely covered with foamed rock, and this was creating a problem. Every day big teams had to go out and operate gargantuan bulldozers and snowplows to clear the snow off the dry ice, so that foamed rock brigades could then cover the ice before more snow fell on it. It was said that the foam job would take 10 more years to finish, but Kieran had also heard 1 year, and someone else said 100 years. No one knew for sure, and with his belt it was hard to follow the discussions at the dining table after meals, when sometimes workmates would try to do the calculations themselves on their wristpads. 10 years kept coming up. Talk about dead-end jobs. He needed to improve his Chinese. At night he slept in a dorm. This was the most interesting part, because people were packed in on long mattresses that his belt called Matratzenlager, essentially mattresses as long as the room, with numbers on the headboards marking nominal slots for people, a situation leading to a fair bit of sex in the dark, sometimes even including him. Then up in the morning, eat in a cafeteria, get in a line to get sent out onto the endless plain in rovers, or put in helicopters the size of aircraft carriers, to be carried out to the dry ice sea to operate bulldozers, waldos, snowblowers, the so-called dragons, super zambonis, and ice cutters, much like the asphalt and concrete cutting vehicles back in Jersey, but 100 times bigger. After a few weeks, he could operate any of these. They weren't very complicated. Really, you told the AI what to do for the most part. It was like being captain of a ship. A day's work by a team of 1,000 would clear many square kilometers of dry ice. And on the horizon, the black moving buildings that spread the foamed rock followed inexorably. The far shore of this part of the ice sea was said to be 600 kilometers away. Then, for a matter of some weeks, he worked in a monumental Waldo, kicking free what they had called stegosaur plates, then carrying them over to the bed of a giant truck. Waldo work was always demanding. It was full-body movement, like dancing, not physically hard, but as it magnified your every motion, it required very close attention and focus to move the Waldo in just the way you wanted it to go. So it could be interesting work, or just a matter of lifting and carrying, but either way, it left you fried. At the ends of these days, he tried to work on his Chinese. No one he met spoke English, so his little translation belt was his best teacher, but it was hard. He would say things to it, and then listen to the translation and try to say it back. But when he said it back in Chinese, and it translated what he'd said back into English, it never came out right. He said, "My radar is broken," in exactly the Chinese he thought he had heard, and it translated back to him, "Immediate open-air meeting." He tried, "Where do you live?" and it came back as, "Your lotus has interpolated." "If only," he said, laughing bleakly. "I'd like my lotus to interpolate, but how?" Clearly, he must be sounding crazy to the people he talked to. He was doing something wrong, but what? "It is a hard language," one of his doormates said when he complained. He tried to memorize that properly. As it was, his translator was his best friend. They talked a lot. He hoped to start getting more out of it soon. Saying hello and how are you and such was working better and better with the people he interacted with. And they were getting friendlier about talking slow. The workers continued to chip away at the monumental tasks set before them, tasks thousands of times bigger than similar jobs on Earth. But if the job was shoveling snow, was that a good thing? Once he sent a message to Swan to say he was glad to hear she had survived the attack on Terminator, and in it he mentioned that he never saw Shukra anymore. A message came back a few weeks later, "Try Lakshmi," with a Venusian cloud address. He looked into this and found that Lakshmi was a name that caused people to go silent and look away. A big power, based over in Cleopatra, an ally of Shukra's, or an enemy, people didn't really know, or didn't want to say. So, maybe Swan wanted to shift her informant to a place closer to the action, or maybe she was just trying to help. Or maybe he was just on his own. Lists 6. Boreal forest, conifers. Temperate forest, hardwoods or mixed hardwoods and conifers. Tropical forest, desert, the alpine zone, grassland, tundra, and chaparral, sometimes called shrubland. These are the principal Terran biomes. Cities, villages, croplands, rangelands, forests, and wildlands. These are the principal Terran human use, patterns, anthromes. Mix and match the above, and you get the 825 ecoregions of Earth. 450 on land, 229 marine. 65% of these now exist only off-planet. Take an XY graph to chart a Whittaker biome diagram, with precipitation marked vertically and temperature horizontally. Biomes can be plotted on this graph and will make a clearly shaped map of what kind of biome turns up in what kind of conditions. Left is hotter, right colder, wet is higher, dry lower, and thus the most general version is as follows. Left column, tropical rainforest, tropical seasonal forest, savanna, subtropical desert. Middle column, temperate rainforest, temperate deciduous forest, temperate grassland. Bright column, taiga, desert tundra. The classifications can be much elaborated. The 450 named terrestrial ecoregions divide biomes by not only precipitation and temperature, but also combinations of latitude, altitude, geography, geology, and other factors. Ecoregions themselves can be usefully divided into microenvironments as small as a hectare. 34,850 known species went extinct between 1900 and 2100. It was and remains ongoing the sixth great mass extinction in Earth's history. No extinctions from this point onward are inevitable. This has always been true, however. 19,340 terraria are known to exist in the solar system. Approximately 70% of these function as zoo worlds, either dedicated to sustaining an ecoregion's suite of animals and plants, or else to creating new combinations of suites, called ascensions. 92% of mammal species are now endangered or gone entirely from Earth, and live mainly in their off-planet terraria. Space, the zoo, the inoculant. Swan and the Inspector. There are two problems in dealing with the Terminator incident, Inspector Jeanette said to Swan one evening as they flew out to the asteroid belt. They were traveling with a little group from Interplan and Terminator, but often found themselves the last two in the galley at the end of an evening. Swan liked that. The inspector would sit right on the table while eating, on a plush brought for the purpose, and afterward lounge there on one elbow with a drink, so that they spoke eye to eye. It was a little like talking to a cat. "Only two," she said. "Two. First, who did it? And second, how we can find and catch this agent without giving more people the idea of doing it. The so-called copycat problem, and more generally, the problem of preventing any kind of repetition of this attack. That I consider to be the more difficult problem of the two." "What about how it was done?" Swan asked. "Isn't that a problem too?" "I know how it happened," the inspector said easily. "You do?" "I think so. It's the only way it could have happened, I think, and so there you have it. No matter how implausible, as the line has it, although in this case it's not implausible at all. But I must confess to you, I don't want to say more about it when we are both being recorded by our cubes." Jeanette raised a wrist and indicated the thick, almost cubical little wrist pad that contained part2. "You have your cube recording always, I assume?" "No. But often?" "Yes, I suppose so. Like anyone else." "Well, in any case, I want to see some things in the belt before I will be sure of my hypothesis. So we'll talk about this more when we're out there. But I want you to think about the second problem, assuming we catch a perpetrator and explain the deed, perhaps in a prosecution. How are we going to keep someone else from doing it? This is where I think you could help me." They were traveling in the terrarium Moldava, which ran in an Aldrin cycle that would take them out to Vesta in 8 days. The interior of the Moldava was given over to growing wheat, and many of the people traveling in it congregated after their day's labor in the fields at a resort on high ground near the bow, set on a broad hilltop, overlooking and then looking up at the upcurve of a big patchwork pattern of fields, different green and gold textures created by the many different strains being grown. It was like a quilter's version of heaven. Swan spent much of her time talking to the local ecologists, who had lots of little wheat disease problems they wanted to discuss. Inspector Jean stayed in the Interplan rooms and, as they passed Mars, spent time calling ahead to people in the terraria clustered around Vesta. At the end of these days, Swan would meet with the Interplan group to eat, then talk late with the inspector. Sometimes she talked about her daytime work. The locals were trying out wheat varieties that shed water from the seed heads better, and were exploring the genetic creation of microscopic drip tips, like those seen in the macro world of tropical leaves, where the drip tips were long tips on the leaves that allowed water to break its surface tension and run away. "I want to have drip tips in my brain," she said. "I don't want to hold on to anything that will hurt me." "I wish you luck with that," the little inspector said politely, staying focused on the meal and eating a lot for such a small person. A few days later, they came to the Vesta Zone, one of the crowded areas of the asteroid belt. During the accelerando, many terraria had relocated near each other, creating something like communities, and the Vesta Zone was among the largest of these. Moldava released a ferry with the Interplan team on it, and when the ferry had decelerated and was near Vesta, they transferred again, this time to an Interplan ship with an Interplan crew. This was an impressively fast little spaceship named Swift Justice, and in short order they were moving against the flow of the great current of asteroids, stopping once or twice at little rocks for the inspector to talk with people. No explanation for these conversations was offered, and Swan held off asking, while they visited the Orinoco Fantastico, the Crimea, the Oro Valley, Irrawaddy 14, Trieste, Kampuchea, the John Muir, and the Winnipeg, after which she just had to ask. All these little worlds had recent perturbations in their orbits, the inspector explained, and I wanted to ask if they had explanations for them. And had they? There were some abrupt departures from the Vesta Zone, apparently, and people think those threw the neighbors off course. Vesta itself proved to be very substantial for an asteroid, 600 kilometers in diameter, roughly spherical, and entirely tented, which made it one of the biggest examples of the para-terraforming method called bubble wrapping. Usually tents covered only parts of a moon, like the older domes. They were the most common structures on Callisto and Ganymede and Luna, but those moons were all so big that covering them entirely hadn't even been considered. To cover a little moon with a tent-like bubble represented the next stage, and a viable outie option to the hollowed-out innie worlds. Swan supposed that Terminator itself was a case of para-terraforming, though she was not used to thinking of it that way, and had a prejudice against outies in the asteroid belt as being overexposed and low-G compared to burrowing into a rock and spinning it. But now, as she regarded Vesta from a short distance out, it looked good. It was a place that would have weather and a sky. The tenting was located 2 kilometers above the surface, and Pauline told her that the Vestans had established boreal forests, alpine ranges, tundra, grassland, and lots of cold desert. All that would be in very low G, which meant everyone would be flying and dancing around a lot, in a puffy, almost floating landscape. Not such a bad idea. They even had an immense mountain. So Swan was interested to visit Vesta, but Jeanette had a different destination in mind, and after a few more Interplan people joined them, they headed to a nearby terrarium called Yggdrasil. As they approached Yggdrasil, Swan saw it was yet another potato asteroid, in this case dark and unspinning. "It's abandoned," the inspector explained. "A cold case." In the hopper's lock, Swan floated to the suit rack with a graceful little plie, suited up, then followed Jeanette and several Interplan investigators out the outer lock door into the void. Yggdrasil had been a standard innie, perhaps 30 kilometers long. They entered it by way of a big hole left in the stern. The mass driver had been removed. They jetted in gently, using their suits' thrusters to keep them upright. Flowing forward side by side, they looked like a reversal of one of those pharaonic statue pairs in which the sister wife is knee-high to the monarch. Inside they jetted to a halt. The interior of the asteroid was a pure black, dotted with a few distant reflections of their headlamp beams. Swan had been in many a terrarium under construction, but this was not like those. Jeanette tossed ahead a bright lamp, jetted briefly to counteract the toss. The pinpoint flare floated forward through the empty space, illuminating the cylinder quite distinctly. Swan spun a little under the force of her own looking around. So dim, so abandoned. She spun in some gust of emotion that perhaps came from her poor Terminator. Fist to her faceplate, suddenly she heard herself moaning. Yes, the little silver figure floating by her said. There was a pressure failure here, with no warning. This was a chondrite, and water-ice conglomerate asteroid. Very common. The accident review found a small meteorite had by chance hit an undetected seam of ice in the cylinder wall, vaporizing it and depressurizing the interior catastrophically. It wasn't the first time something like that had happened, although in this case the rock readers had given it a AAA rating. Usually the ones that have cracked have been Bs or Cs and were occupied unwisely. So I've been reanalyzing old accidents, looking for certain flags, and decided I wanted to have a look at this one, mainly at the outside, but first I wanted to check the inside. A lot of people died? Yes, around 3,000. It happened very fast. Some people were in buildings with shelters they got to in time, and others were near spacesuits or airlocks. Other than them, the whole city-state died. The survivors decided to leave it empty as a memorial. So this is like a cemetery now. Yes, there's a memorial in here somewhere, I think on the other side. I want to take a look at the inner surface of the break. The inspector consulted with part2, then led Swan through the interior space to a boulevard on the other side of the cylinder. The neighborhood here had a Parisian scale, with wide streets running between trapezoidal housing blocks 4 and 5 stories tall. They hovered over an area of crumpled pavements and tilted buildings, which resembled old photos of earthquake-damaged areas on Earth. It was strange how still it was. Aren't there enough nickel-iron asteroids around that no one needs to hollow a conglomerate? Swan asked. You would think so, but they hollowed out a few of these and found they worked fine. Keep the walls thick enough, and the rotation and interior air pressure are nowhere near enough to test them. They should work, and they do. But this one broke. A little meteor hit just the wrong spot. They floated over an area where the intense buckling had left plates of white concrete thrown up and out, leaving a long gash between them. The gash was open to space. Swan could see stars through it. They left the devastated street and floated back out of the asteroid. Outside, they towed and jetted over the surface of the rock, negotiating the typical asteroid mini-G. Swan had spent some time in this G during her terrarium building days, and she saw that the inspector was expert in it, which of course made sense for someone based in the asteroid belt. When they got to the outside location of the open seam, they found several of the interplan team already at work around it. Jeanette made a few balletic leaps, twisting in descent to float down head first, taking photos of the inside of the rupture. Close inspection of a few small pits to each side was accomplished by way of one-handed handstands, faceplates centimeters from the rock. After a while, I think I've got what I need. They floated there, watching the others continue to work. Jeanette said, You have a cube there in your skull. Isn't that right? Yes. Pauline, say hello to Inspector Jeanette. Hello to Inspector Jeanette. Can you turn it off? The inspector asked. Yes, of course. Will you be turning off yours? Yes, if that is indeed what really happens when we turn them off. Through the faceplate, Swan could see the inspector's ironic smile. All right. Part2 has been put to sleep. Has Pauline? Swan had indeed pressed the pad under the skin on the right side of her neck. Yes. Very good. All right. Now we can talk a little more openly. Tell me, when your cube is on, is it recording what you hear and see? Normally, yes, of course. And does it have direct contact with any other cubes? Direct contact? Do you mean quantum entanglement? No. Decoherence makes that impossible, we are told. I only mean radio contact. Well, Pauline has a radio receiver and transmitter, but I select what goes in and out. Can you be sure of that? Yes, I think so. I set the tasks, and she does them. I can check everything she's done in her records. The little silver figure was shaking its head dubiously. Isn't it the same for you? Swan asked. I think so, Jeanette said. I'm just not so sure about all the cubes that are not part2. Why? Do you think cubes may be involved with what happened here? Or on Mercury? Yes. Swan stared in surprise at what seemed to be a big spacesuited doll floating beside her, feeling a little afraid of it. Its voice was in her ear because of her helmet mic, speaking from almost within her, much as Pauline did. A clear, high counter-tenor, pleasant and amused. There are quite a few little crater pits to each side of the break here, like that one. Jeanette pointed with a forefinger, and a green laser dot appeared on the rim of a small pit, quickly circled the rim, then fixed at its center. See that? And then that? Circling another one. They were very small. These are fresh enough that they may have happened during or after the break. So, ejecta? No. Gravity here is so slight, the ejecta seldom come back. If anything did, it would almost dock. These pits are deeper. Swan nodded. The asteroid's lumpy surface had many rocks lying loosely on it. So what did the accident report call these craters? Anomalies. They speculated they might be pit ruptures, where ice deposits melted at the heat of impact. Could be. But I take it you have looked at the accident report for Terminator? Yes. Do you remember there were anomalies there, too? Whatever struck the tracks didn't hit cleanly. There are outlier craters, very small, that were not there before the event. Now, on Mercury, they could be ejecta coming back down, I grant you that. Couldn't the impactor have broken up coming in? But that usually happens when there's an atmosphere heating and slowing it. Couldn't Mercury's gravity do it? That effect would be negligible. I don't know, so maybe it didn't break up. The little figure nodded. Yes, that's right. What do you mean? It didn't break up. In fact, it came together. What do you mean? I mean it was never conglomerated, until the very last moment. That's why none of the detection systems on Mercury saw it coming. They should have seen it. It had to come from somewhere, and yet it was not detected by the surveillance systems. So to me this indicates an MDL problem, minimum detection limit. Because there is always a minimum limit of detection, either inherent to the detection method, or else artificially set higher than the actual minimum. Why do that? Usually to keep warnings from going off all the time when there isn't really any danger. Ah. So each system is different, but in the mercurial defense apparatus, what they call the method reporting level is almost equivalent to the system's method detection limit. In other words, they set their reporting level at twice the detection level, which is 6 or 7 times the standard deviation in their measurement variability. It's a typical setting to make people comfortable. They'll generate both the fewest false negatives and the fewest false positives. But consider what then lies below that reporting level. Basically, only very little rocks, pebbles, well, less than 1 kilogram each, but if there were a lot of them, and they converged only at the last second, with each one coming in from a different quadrant of the sky, and at a different speed, but timed such that they all arrived at the same spot, at the same time. Then they would be just little pebbles until the last second. They could have been tossed from the far side of the solar system, maybe, and over a number of years, maybe, and even so, if thrown correctly, eventually, they make their rendezvous. Many thousands of them, let us say. So, a kind of smart mob. But not even smart. Just rocks. Could that work? I mean, could anything calculate how hard to throw them and on what trajectory? A cube could. With enough of the solar system's masses identified as to locations and trajectory, and enough calculating power, it can be done. I asked part2 to do it, to calculate an orbit for something like a ball bearing or a bocino, thrown from the asteroid belt to hit a particular target on Mercury. It didn't take long. But could the throws be made? I mean, would it be possible to build a launcher that would launch them with the necessary precision? Passepartout said there are machines in existence with tolerances 2 or 3 magnitudes more precise than would be necessary. One would only need a steady launch platform. The stabler, the better in creating consistency. That's quite a shot, Swan said. How many masses get included in the trajectory calculation? I think Passepartout included the heaviest 10 million objects in the solar system. And we know where all those are? Yes. Which is to say, the AIs know where they are, and all the biggest terraria and spaceships conform to itineraries set years in advance. As for the calculations, it takes a cube to be able to do it in a reasonable amount of time, meaning fast enough to use it for real-time launch instructions. How long does it take? For a cube similar to Passepartout, 3 seconds. For conventional AIs, about a year per pebble, which of course would render the method inoperable. You have to have quantum computing to be able to do it. Swan was feeling sick to her stomach, as if she were back in the utilidor. So 10,000 little rocks thrown down system, over a matter of months or years, with such directions and velocities that they all arrive at one spot at the same time. Yes, and a few stochastic gravitational fluctuations no doubt cause a little bit of scatter at the end. Indeed, when that happens, those pebbles must usually miss entirely. But some just barely miss. Exactly. Like these little pits we see, caused perhaps by a spaceship that changed flight plans, or the like. So maybe 1 or 2% of the pebbles experience a clinamen of this sort, or so Passepartout guesses. Now the wrench in her gut was getting severe. So someone is doing this on purpose. She waved at the abandoned terrarium. That's right. And also, a cube has to be involved. Shit. She put an arm across her stomach. But how? How could someone... The inspector put a little hand to her arm. Yggdrasil floated under them, cold and dead, a gray potato. Let's get back to the justice. Back inside the interplan hopper, after they had eaten a meal, Swan stayed up late in the galley, and again the inspector did too. Swan, who had not been able to stop thinking about the day's revelations, said, "So all this means that whoever—" Jeanette raised both hands and stopped her. "Cubes off again, please." After they had both turned off the devices, she continued, "That means whoever did this could have done it years ago. Or at least quite some time ago, yes, some stretch of time. And there wasn't a single launch site. No, but maybe there is still the launch mechanism. Their gun, or catapult, or whatever it was, would have to be a very precise instrument, a particularly fine bit of manufacturing. The tolerances Passepartout suggested were really quite fine, requiring molecular printers and so forth. We might be able to find the factory that made something so particular. We're looking into that. And then, who might have ordered it?" "What else?" Swan asked. We are looking for the program for the factory and the design of the instrument, its printing instructions, also the orbital program needed to make the calculations. Cubes don't make that kind of thing up without being asked to do it. Or so we have been assuming until now. The cube that did it would have that action recorded in it, as I understand it, and so the program is likely to still exist somewhere, and there are still only a finite number of factories making cubes. Couldn't they have destroyed their cube when they were done using it? Yes, but there's no reason to assume they're done. This was a chilling thought. We must look for the cube, the orbit program, the factory program, also the factory, and the launcher itself, and whatever the launch platform was. Swan frowned. All those could be destroyed, or cleaned pretty clean. It's true. You see the nature of the problem very quickly. Even so, this investigation has to turn into a check of the records, a kind of bookkeeper's search, as our work so often becomes. Another ironic smile. It is not often as dramatic as it is sometimes portrayed. That's fine. But while you're doing that, what else can we do? What can I do? You can look at the other end of the problem, and I will join you in that. The other end. The motive. But how would you determine that? And having done so, how would you locate it? Doing something like this is so sick that it makes me sick to think about it. It's evil. Evil. Yes, evil. Jeanette shrugged. Putting that aside, let us presume anyway that it is rare impulse, and so it may leave signs. That someone hates Terminator? That someone is capable of killing worlds? Yes. It's not a common impulse. It may therefore stick out. And besides, it may be a political act, a kind of terrorism or war. It may be meant to convey some message or force, some action, so we can follow it that way. Swan felt her stomach clenching. Damn. I mean, there's never been a war in space. We've managed without them. Until now. That gave her pause. For a generation at least, there had been warnings from people all over the system that the conflicts between Earth and Mars could lead to war, or that Earth's writhing problems were going to drag everyone down with them. Little wars and terrorist attacks and sabotages had never entirely disappeared on poor Earth, and Swan had sometimes thought that diplomats played on the notion that Earth's discord might spread in order to boost their own prestige, their own budgets. Diplomacy as necessary peacemaking in a system on the brink. It had been very convenient for them. But what if it turned out to be true? She said, I guess I thought spacers knew well enough to avoid all that once we got out here we would do better. Be better. Don't be a fool, the inspector said crisply. Swan gritted her teeth. After an intense struggle for self-control, she said, But it could be some psychopath. Someone who has lost their mind and is killing just because they can. There are those too, Jeanette agreed. And if one of them got hold of a cube. But anyone can get a cube. Not at all. Not everyone in space. They are tracked from the factories, and in theory are all located moment to moment. And whichever one was involved would have to be programmed for this, as I said. It would show in its own records what it had done. Aren't there unaffiliateds that are making cubes? Well, maybe. Probably. So how do we find it? Or this person? Or this group? Yes, or nation, or world. Jeanette shrugged. I want to talk to Wang again, because his cube is really powerful, and he also has the biggest databanks on the unaffiliateds, and also because it's possible he was attacked by the same entity. But I admit I'm a little afraid to talk to his cube, because we're seeing so many signs of cubes acting oddly, as if they have volition now, or in any case are being asked to do things unlike anything they've done before, Some cubes that we've been monitoring are now exchanging messages in an unprecedented way. You mean they're entangled with each other? No, that seems to be truly impossible because of decoherence issues. They use radio communications like anyone else, but the messages are encrypted internally at each end, using superposition as they do. So they are truly encrypted, even when we use our own cubes to try and break the codes. This is the reason why I want to keep these discussions out of the earshot of any and all cubes for the time being. I don't know which ones to trust. Swan nodded. You're like Alex in that. That's right. I used to talk to her about this, and we had the same opinion about this problem. I taught her some procedures to use. So now I have to think about how to go forward here, and how I can best communicate with Wang and his supercube. Possibly the explanation for all this is even now stored in it, unrecognized because it hasn't been asked to look for it. Because despite all the talk you hear of balkanization, we are still recording the history of the world, down to the level of every person and cube. So to find this agent, we only need to read out the history of the solar system for the last several years, and it should be there. Except for the unaffiliateds, Swan pointed out. Well, yes, but Wang has most of them, too. But you don't want his recording system to know you're asking, Swan said, in case it's the one doing all this. Exactly. Swan never quite stopped feeling sick after that. Someone had meant to kill her city, and yet had missed hitting it directly, thus sparing its citizens, all but the ones who had died in the panic of the evacuation and that poor concert group killed by the impact. Was that right? She didn't know what to make of that the impact had missed Terminator itself. She ended up talking to Pauline about it. She had an idea that she wanted to check, and Pauline was the best way to do it. There she was, after all, her voice in Swan's ear, and always hearing everything Swan said aloud. There was no way she wasn't going to find out about all this eventually. So, Pauline, do you know what Inspector Jeanette and I were talking about when I turned you off? No. Can you guess? You might have been talking about the incident at Yggdrasil, which you had just seen. This incident resembles the incident at Terminator in some features. If these were deliberate attacks, then whoever initiated them might have used a quantum computer to help them plot trajectories. If Inspector Jean Jeanette believed that quantum computers were involved, then the inspector might not want any quantum computers to hear details of the investigation. This would be similar to Alex's efforts to keep some of her deliberations completely unwitnessed and unrecorded by any AIs, quantum or digital. The assumption seems to be that if quantum computers are in encrypted radio communication with each other, then they may be plotting activities detrimental to people. Just as she suspected, Pauline could deduce these things. No doubt many other cubes could too, including Jeanette's own part2, programmed in forensics and detection as it certainly must be. If then, how many trillion times a second? It might resemble their chess-playing programs, which had proved themselves to be superhumanly good at that particular game. So it was a little bit futile to turn them off only for certain conversations. Which meant that it was all right for her to say, Pauline, if someone had calculated the trajectory of an impactor to hit Terminator smack on and destroy it, but they forgot to include the relativistic precession of Mercury in their calculation and only used the classical calculus of orbital mechanics, how far would they miss by? Assume the impactor was launched from the asteroid belt a year earlier. Try a few different launch points and trajectory courses and times, both with and without the relativity equations for the precession. Pauline said, the precession of Mercury is 5,603.24 arc-seconds per Julian century, but the portion of that caused by the curvature of space-time, as described by general relativity, is 42.98 arc-seconds per century. Any trajectory a year in duration plotted without that factored in, would therefore miss by 13.39 kilometers. Which is about what happened, Swan said, feeling sick again. Pauline said, being a precession, the miss should have been to the east of the city, not the west. Oh, Swan said. Well, then, she didn't know what to make of it. Pauline said, ordinary orbital mechanics programs for inter-planet transport routes routinely include general relativity as a matter of course. It is not necessary to remember to add the relativity equations. If, however, someone who did not know that tried to program a trajectory for an impact without using open-source templates, then they might have added the relativity equations to a situation where they were already being used. And thus, if targeting the city directly, they would create an error of 13.39 kilometers to the west. Ah, Swan said, feeling sicker than ever. She looked for a place to sit down. Terminator was one thing, its people something else, her family, her community, that there could be someone capable of killing them all. But that sounds like a human error. Yes. That evening, late in the galley, she found herself again alone with the inspector, who again was sitting on the table in front of her, eating grapes. Swan said, since you told me about the Pebble mob, I've been thinking that it was probably aimed directly at Terminator, but that somebody made a mistake. If they didn't know that the relativity equations for the precision of Mercury were already part of the standard algorithms, and added the operation, they would end up hitting just the distance to the west that they did. Interesting, Jeanette said, looking at her closely. A programming error, in other words. I've been assuming that it was a deliberate miss, a warning shot, so to speak. I'll have to think about that. After a moment, you must have asked your Pauline about this? I did. She already had deduced the general topics of what she missed when I turned her off. I'm sure your part2 is the same. Jeanette frowned, unable to deny it. Swan said, I can't believe anyone would try to kill so many people, and actually do it, too, in the Yggdrasil, when so much space is available, so much everything, really. I mean, we're in what people call post-scarcity, so I don't get it. You talk about motive, but in a physiological sense, there isn't a motive for stuff like this. I suppose that means that evil really does exist. I thought it was just an old religious term, but I guess I was wrong. It's making me sick. The inspector's attractive little face creased in a slight smile. Sometimes I think it's only in post-scarcity that evil exists. Before that, it could always be put down to want or fear. It was possible to believe, as apparently you did, that when fear and want went away, bad deeds would too. Humanity would be revealed as some kind of bonobo, an altruistic cooperator, a lover of all. Exactly, Swan cried. Why not? Jeanette shrugged with a Gallic weariness. Maybe fear and want never went away. We are more than food and drink and shelter. It seems like those should be the crucial determinants, but many a well-fed citizen is filled with rage and fear. They feel painted hunger, as the Japanese call it, painted fear, painted suffering, the rage of the servile will. Will is a matter of free choice, but servitude is a lack of freedom. So the servile will feels defiled, feels guilt, expresses that as an assault on something external, and so something evil happens. Another shrug. However you explain it, people do bad things, believe me. I guess I have to. Please, do. Now the inspector was not smiling. I will not burden you with some of the things I've seen. I've had to wonder at them, like you are now. The concept of the servile will has helped me, and lately I've been wondering if every cube is not by definition some kind of a servile will. But this programming error that might explain the impact hitting west of town, That's a human error. Yes. Well, the servile will exists in humans first, so in parts of themselves people know these acts are bad, but they do them anyway, because in other parts of them, some itch gets scratched. But most people try to do good, Swan objected. You see that. Not in my line of work. Swan considered the little figure, so neat and quick. That must change your perspective, she said after a while. It does. And you see the same self-justifications over and over. It's even known which parts of the brain are involved in the justifications. They're very near the parts involved with religious feeling, just as you might expect, not far from the epileptic triggers and the sense of meaning. Those parts light up like fireworks when one commits evil or justifies it. Think what that means. But everything we do is in the brain somewhere, Swan said. Where in the brain doesn't matter. Jeanette did not agree. There are patterns in there, reinforcements. Bad events grow certain parts of the brain bigger. The brain reconfigures to create a spiral of ever more horrible feelings. Further actions follow. So what do we do? Swan exclaimed. You can't make a perfect world and then get decent people. That's backwards. It can't work. The inspector shrugged. Either way seems unlikely to me. Then, after a pause, it can go so wrong. Living in space may be too hard for us. Reduced environments. I've seen kids raised in Skinner boxes. Human sacrifice. You need your sabbatical, Swan interrupted, not wanting to hear more. She saw suddenly that Jeanette was looking weary. Usually Smalls were hard to read. At first glance they looked rather perfect, like dolls, or innocent, like children. Now she saw the reddened eyes, the blonde hair a little oily, the simple ponytail all flyaway with hairs that had broken at the hair tie, and a grimace, very unlike the usual ironic smile. I do need my sabbatical. I'm late, in fact, and I hope our investigation will soon get me there, because I'm a little tired. The Mondragon is a beautiful thing, but there are many terraria not in it, some of them seriously deranged. Ultimately, what we get by not enforcing a universal law is some kind of accidental libertarian free-for-all. So we're in trouble. This is what I'm seeing. When you combine political inadequacy with the physical problems of being in space, it may be too much. We may be trying to make an impossible adaptation out here. So what do we do? She said again. Jeanette shrugged again. Hold the line, I guess. Maybe we need to understand out here that post-scarcity is both heaven and hell at once. They are superposed, like options in a qubit before its wave function collapses. Good and evil, art and war, all there in potentiality. But what do we do? Jeanette smiled a little at that, shifted and sat cross-legged on the table before her, looking like a garden Buddha or Tara, slim and stylized. I want to talk to Wang. I'll figure out how. And to your friend Warham. That's much easier. After that, it depends on what I learn. Did Alex by chance give you a letter for me, too? Or for anyone else? No. A raised hand, like the adamantine Buddha. No reason to be annoyed. I just wish she had, that's all. To her, this was just a contingency, a backup for something she didn't expect to happen. She probably figured Wang would tell the rest of the group about her plans, and he will, I hope. The next day, the inspector's crew had news, and after a conference, Jeanette emerged and said to Swan, Wang's cube identified an asteroid that orbits between Jupiter and Saturn, that drifted outward in its orbit as if it would have if it launched the impactor mass at Terminator. The drift happened 3 years ago, over a period of about 6 months. Wang took a look through the Saturn League records of ship movements in Saturn space, and those had signals that looked like a small ship left this asteroid and from there flew into Saturn's upper atmosphere. It might have taken the plunge, but it entered the upper clouds at an angle that means it could have tucked in there, as quite a few ships have. If so, we might be able to track it down." "That's good," Swan said, "but this is Wang's cube giving you this lead, yes?" Jeanette shrugged. "I know, but the ship track is from the Saturn League, and they tagged it with a transponder on its way down. They also got a read on the transponder already in it, and so they know it was a ship owned by a consortium on Earth." "On Earth?" "Yes. I'm not sure what to make of that, but, you know, a pebble mob can't be launched from within an atmosphere, nor from under a dome or tent. It had to happen on an open surface in the vacuum. So, if you were on Earth and wanted to do this, you would have to go into space to do it." "I see that, but Earth? I mean, who on Earth?" The inspector's look was so sharp she could not continue. Jeanette said, "There are more than 500 organizations on Earth that have expressed opposition to the idea of humans in space." "But why?" "They usually point out that Earth's problems remain unsolved, and assert that spacers are trying to escape these problems and leave them behind. Often the bodily modifications in spacers are cited as evidence of the beginnings of a forced speciation. Homo sapiens celestis has been suggested as a name for us. Some also call it the speciation of class. Many Terrans have not gotten the longevity treatments. Thus there are claims that space civilization is perverse, wicked, decadent, and horrible, destabilizing human history itself." "Damn it," Swan said. "I thought they saw how much good we do them." "Please," Jeanette said, "you must take your sabbaticals in very sheltered places." Swan thought about it for a while. "So what do we do?" "I want to go to Saturn and look for this little ship. Part2 thinks it can predict its location from its entry point." "And I can come along?" "More than welcome. We are already on our way." The Swift Justice ferried them to a passing terrarium called Inner Mongolia, a beautiful innie of big rolling green hills, often interrupted by outcroppings of black rock, and home to herds of wild horses and elusive packs of wolves, an animal Swan particularly loved. The little towns were set on hilltops and looked like collections of fine yurts, often surrounded by lawns and pools perched on overlooks. Jeanette brought along only a couple of assistants and spent a fair amount of time with them working on what Swan assumed were other cases, in a yurt set among a cluster of them on a hilltop. One afternoon, after a morning of wandering the grassy hills, trying to spot wolves and failing, Swan came to a hilltop yurt resort that had a broad, sloping lawn, a big wading pool, and a set of steaming baths, and a tent aviary filled with hanging baskets of flowers and many different kinds of hummingbirds, lories, and small colorful finches. The undulating lawns had been manicured until it looked like a green carpet. To Swan, this was excessively ornamental, out of tune with the wild hills she had spent the morning on. She passed a pair of women who were laughing as if they also found the place ludicrous, and she said as they passed, "It's silly, isn't it?" They stopped, and one pointed back up the hill. "Those 3 people up there in dresses told us that they're cubes in android bodies and didn't think we think they could pass as humans. We told them they probably could, but—" The 2 women looked at each other and laughed again, "but that they were totally blowing it by asking us." Swan spotted the 3 sitting on the grass near the wading pool. "Sounds interesting," she said, and headed up toward them. "Pauline, did you hear that?" she said on the way up. "Yes." "All right, well, be quiet then, and pay attention." It was an old hypothesis that humans would be comfortable with intelligent robots either when the robots were housed in something like a box, or else when they were simply indistinguishable from humans, at which point they would be just another kind of person. In between these 2 extremes, however, lay what the hypothesis called the uncanny valley, the zone of like but not like, same but different, which would cause in all humans an instinctive repulsion, disgust, and fear. Thus the hypothesis, plausible enough, but because there had never actually been a robot built in a form human enough to test the near side of the uncanny valley, it had always remained a notion only. Now Swan was perhaps going to get to test the near side of the uncanny valley. The tasteless design sense of this resort seemed to extend to the clothing of these three guests. They sat by themselves in long dresses, like Victorian crinolines, looking enough alike to be siblings, or even, yes, cloned androids from a single model, although one looked slightly more female than the other two. Swan approached them and said, "Hello, I'm Swan from Mercury, where we are rebuilding our burned city with the help of many cubes. I understand that you three are claiming that you are cubes, that you are not biologically human. Is that right?" The three people sat there, staring at her. The one who looked slightly female in body proportions smiled and said, "Yes, that's right. Sit down with us and share some tea. I've got a pot almost ready," gesturing at a little portable stove on the ground and a little squat red teapot resting over its blue flames. There were cups and spoons and little pots on a blue square cloth next to her. The other two also met her eye and nodded at her. One gestured to the grass beside them. "Have a seat, if you want." "Thanks," Swan said as she flopped down. "It's pretty heavy in here. Where do you all come from?" "I was made in Vinmara," the most female one said. "What about you?" Swan asked the other two. "I cannot pass a Turing test," one of them replied stiffly. "Would you like to play chess?" And the three of them laughed, open mouths, teeth, gums, tongue, inner cheeks, all very human in look and motion. "No, thanks," Swan said. "I want to try a Turing test. Or why don't you test me?" "How would we do that?" "How about 20 questions?" "That means questions that can be answered by yes or no?" "That's right." "But one could just ask us if the other is a simulacrum or not, and the other answers, and that would take only one question." "True. What if we only allow indirect questions?" "Even so, it would be very simple. What if you had to do it without questions at all?" "But real people ask each other questions all the time." "But one of us, or more, are not real people, and it's you who suggested a test." "That's true. All right, let me look at you. Tell me about Inner Mongolia." "Dear Inner Mongolia, hallowed in the year." "Hallowed be thy name," one of the indeterminates interjected, and they laughed. "Population approximately 25,000 people," said the more feminine one. "You must be a cube," Swan said. "No human ever knows that kind of thing." "None?" "Maybe some people, but it's odd. But I must say, you look fabulous." "Thank you. I decided to wear green today. Do you like it?" Showing off the sleeves of the dress. "It's very nice. Can I look closer? At my dress or at my skin?" "At your skin, of course." And they all laughed. Laughter, Swan thought as she examined the person's skin. Could robots laugh? She wasn't sure. The person's skin was lightly pocked by hair follicles, slightly lined by creases at the bend points. There was a scattering of nearly transparent hair on the back of the person's wrists and forearms, and a little patch of longer, darker hairs on the inside of the wrist, which had 4 permanent creases just inside the hand, where the skin was thinner but darker, revealing a pair of veins, with bumps and bends in them. The skin on the underside of the hand had faint whorls, like big fingerprints, on the ball of the thumb and the meat of the hand. The lifeline was a deep, long curve. It looked very much like anyone's hand, anyone's skin. If it was artificial skin, it was very impressive. This was said to be the hardest thing to make look natural. If it was a biological skin, as in the labs, but grown over a frame, that would be impressive in a different way. It didn't look possible that these people's skin could be artificial. But of course, materials science was very sophisticated, and many things were possible to it. Set goals and parameters, and what wasn't possible. It remained a question who would want to do such a thing, but on the other hand, people did odd things all the time, and making an artificial human was a very old dream. Maybe it was pointless, but it had a tradition. And here they were, after all, and she wasn't sure yet what she was facing. That in itself was interesting. If you had sex with a machine, was that interesting, or just a complicated form of self-satisfaction? Would a cube register your responses to it one way or another? Would it, too, be having sex? She would have to try if she wanted to find out. It would be just another approach to the more general problem of cube consciousness. What one had to remember with cubes was that no matter the evidence to the contrary, there was no one home, no consciousness, no other, just a mechanism programmed to respond to stimuli in a certain fashion by its programmers. No matter how complex the algorithms, they did not add up to a consciousness. Swan fully believed this, but even Pauline fairly often surprised her, so it could be hard not to fall for the illusion. Your skin is beautiful. You feel like flesh of my flesh. Thank you. Do you think? I most definitely think, the feminine one replied. So you have a sequence of thoughts that wander from one thought to the next, in a more or less continuous flow, free associating from one topic to the next, across all the possible thoughts you could have? I'm not sure it's quite like that. I think it's more a matter of stimulus and response, with my thoughts responding to the stimuli of my incoming information. Now, for instance, I think about you and your questions, about the green of my dress as compared to the green of this grass, about what I will eat for dinner, as I am a bit hungry. So you eat food? Yes, we eat food. In fact, I have had a hard time not eating too much. Me too, Swan said. So, do you ever think about having sex with me? The three of them stared at her. Well, but we have just met, one said. That's often when people think of it. Really? I'm not sure that's true. Believe me, it's true. I don't have any good reason to believe you, the second one said. I don't know you well enough for that. Does one ever know one well enough for that? The third one asked. They laughed. Believe someone else? The feminine one said. I don't think so. They laughed again. Maybe they were laughing too much. Are you people on drugs? Swan asked. Is caffeine a drug? Now they were giggling. You three are silly girls, Swan said. It's true, the feminine one admitted. She poured tea from the teapot into 4 little cups, passed them to the others. The second one opened a hamper and took out biscuits and cakes, handing them around along with small white cloth napkins. They all fell to with an appetite. The 3 locals ate just like people. Do you swim? Swan asked. Swim or bathe in hot tubs? I bathe in hot tubes, the third one said, causing the others to cackle muffledly into their napkins. Can we do that? Swan asked. Do you bathe without clothes on? Because that way I could see your whole bodies. And we could see yours. That's fine. Looks like it would be more than fine, the feminine one murmured, and the others threw back their heads and laughed. Let's do it, the second one exclaimed. I want to finish my tea, the feminine one said primly. It's good. When they were done, the 3 of them stood up with the grace of dancers and led Swan to the edge of the pool, where a few people were already swimming, some clothed, some bare. There were small children in the shallowest pool, where a fountain of water fell on a rounded little roof and made a water-walled refuge. Swan's 3 hosts put down their lunch gear on the deck, and then pulled their dresses over their heads and walked over to the water. The feminine one was slight and girlish. and the other two had the willowy bodies of gynandromorphs, slightly wide hips, rounded pecs that were not quite breasts, in between torso-to-leg ratio and waist-to-hip ratio, furry genitals that appeared to be mostly female, but with dark masses that might have been small penises and testicles, like swans. One couldn't say more without a further exploration, although it would prove little, as genitals would be far easier to simulate than hands, being already rubbery. Into the water, then. Swan saw that they swam well, almost floated, seemed to have the same specific gravity as human beings. Probably not steel bones, then. Probably not a completely machine interior, covered by a layer of grown flesh and skin. Taking a deep breath floated them almost, just like it did her. Their eyes, too. Their eyes blinked, stared, glanced sidelong, were wet. Could you make every part of a human, put it all together, and have it work? Print up a composite? It seemed unlikely. Nature itself was not that good at it, she thought, as her bad knee twinged. To make a simulacrum, well, maybe you could focus on just the functional aspects, but wasn't that what brains did, too? "You silly girls are kind of amazing," Swan said. "I can't figure you out." They laughed. "No real people would spend all day pretending to a stranger they were robots," Swan objected. "You must be robots." "The oddest things are most likely to be true," the second one said. "It's a well-recognized test in Bible exegesis. They think Jesus probably did curse a fig tree, or else why have the story in there?" More laughter. They really were silly girls. Maybe you could make a robot think only up to the level of a 12-year-old. But the way they swam, the way they walked, these were hard things to do, or so it seemed. "This is weird," she said to herself, pleased. She had thought it was going to be easy. As she walked into a knee-deep area of the pool, they stared up at her frankly, as she had stared at them. "Ooh, nice legs," the third one said. "Nice body." "Thank you," Swan said, over the moans of the other two. The feminine one exclaimed, "No, that's not all right to say. Some people are offended by comments about the aesthetic impacts of their bodies on others." "I'm not," Swan offered. "All right. Good then," said the feminine one. "I was only being polite," said the third one. "You were being forward. You had no idea whether it was polite or not." "It was just a compliment. There's no reason to be over-fine about such things. If you stray over limits, people will simply assume you don't know the protocols of their culture but are well-intentioned nevertheless." "People will, but how do you know this person isn't a simulacrum, sent here to test us?" And they laughed till they choked, splashing each other all the while. Swan joined the splashing, then sat in the water and ottered around them for a while. Then she seized the third one to her and kissed it on the mouth. The nondescript kissed back for a second, then pulled away. "Hey, what's this? I don't know you well enough for this, I don't think." "So what? Didn't you like it?" And Swan kissed it again, followed its twists away, feeling its tongue be surprised to be touched by another tongue. Pulling away, the nondescript said, "Hey, hey, hey, stop!" The feminine one had stood up and taken a step toward them, as if to intervene, and Swan turned and pushed her off her feet, so that she splashed hard into the shallow water. "What are you doing?" the girl cried fearfully, and Swan popped her on the mouth with a left jab. Immediately the girl's head flew back and her mouth started to bleed, and she cried out and rushed away. The two nondescripts splashed between her and Swan, blocking Swan from her, shouting at Swan to get back. Swan raised her fists and howled as she pummeled them, and they splashed backward to get away from her, amazed and appalled. Swan stopped following them, and after they climbed out of the pool, they stopped and huddled together, looking back at her, the hurt one holding her mouth, red blood. Swan put her hands on her hips and stared at them. "Pretty interesting," she said. But I don't like being fooled." She slogged through the water toward her clothes. She walked back around the cylinder, looking up at a herd of wild horses and kissing her sore knuckles, thinking it over. She wasn't sure what kind of things she had spent the day with. That was strange. When she got back to their hilltop yurts, she waited until Jeanette and she were again the last two up, and then she said, "I ran into a trio of people today who claimed to be artificial people, androids with cube brains." Jeanette stared at her. "You did?" "I did." "So what did you do?" "Well, I beat the shit out of them." "You did?" "A little bit. One of them, yes. But she had it coming." "Because?" "Because they were fooling with me." "Isn't that kind of like what you do in your Abramoviches?" "Not at all. I never fool people. That would be theater. And Abramovich is not theater." "Well, maybe they weren't either," Jeanette said, frowning. "This has to be looked into. There have been reports on Venus and Mars of various incidents like this. Rumors of cube humanoids, sometimes acting oddly. We've started keeping an eye out. Some of these people have been tagged and are being tracked." "So there really are such things?" "I think so, yes. We've scanned some, and then of course it's obvious, but we don't know much more at this point." "But why would anyone do it?" "Don't know. But if there were cubes that were mobile and moving around without being noticed, it would explain quite a few things that have happened. So I'll have my team take a look at these people you met." "I think they were people," Swan said. "They were putting on an act." "You think they were real people pretending to be simulacra? As some kind of theater?" "Yes. But why?" "I don't know. Why would a person get in a box and pretend to be a mechanical chess player? It's an old dream. A kind of theater." "Maybe. But I'm going to look into it anyway, because of these odd things happening." "Fine," Swan said. "But I think they were people." "Anyway, say they weren't. What's the problem with these things, if things they are?" "The problem is cubes getting out into the world, moving around and doing things. What are they doing? What are they supposed to be doing? Who's making them? And since there is a cube component to the attacks we've seen, we have to wonder, do these things have anything to do with that? Are some of them involved?" Swan said. "Maybe they all come to one question," the inspector said. "Why are the cubes changing?" Lists 7. Inadvertent fracking, failed seal, bad lock, bad luck, hyperbaric spark fire, carbon monoxide buildup, carbon dioxide buildup, design flaw, engine housing crack, sudden air loss, solar flare, fuel impurity, metal fatigue, mental fatigue, lightning strike, meteorite strike, accidental critical mass, brake failure, dropped tool, tripped and fell, coolant loss, manufacturing flaw, programming error, human error, containment failure, battery fire, distraction, AI malfeasance, sabotage, bad decision, crossed wires, recreational mental impairment, cosmic ray impact. From the Journal of Space Accidents, Volume 297, 2308. Extracts 8. Charlotte Shortback's periodizing system was very influential. Of course, the idea of periodization itself is controversial and even suspect, as it seems often to be a matter of squinting hard and waving one's hands in belletristic fashion to make sock puppet myths out of the dense, buzzing, and blooming confusion of the documented past. Nevertheless, there do seem to be differences in human life between, for instance, the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, or the Enlightenment and the postmodern, and whether these differences were caused by changes in modes of production, structures of feeling, scientific paradigms, dynastic succession, technological progress, or cultural metamorphosis, it almost doesn't matter. The shapes invoked make a pattern. They tell a story that people can follow. Thus, for a long time, there was a widely agreed-upon periodization schema that included the feudal period and the Renaissance, followed by the early modern 17th and 18th centuries, the modern 19th and 20th, and the postmodern 20th and 21st, after which a new name was most definitely needed. For a long time, this need generated competing new systems, and that competition, along with the generally microfined narratology of the historians of the time, combined to foil the invention of any new system that was as universally agreed upon as the old one had been. It was only in the last years of the 23rd century that Charlotte Shortback offered to the historical community her own periodization scheme, for what was by now the long postmodern so endlessly bemoaned at conferences. Hers was partly a joke, she later claimed, but it has become influential since then despite that, or even, perhaps, because of it. For Shortback, the long postmodern was to be divided like this. The Dithering, 2005 to 2060. From the end of the postmodern, Charlotte's date derived from the UN announcement of climate change, to the fall into crisis, these were wasted years. The Crisis, 2060 to 2130. Disappearance of Arctic summer ice, irreversible permafrost melt and methane release, and unavoidable commitment to major sea rise. In these years, all the bad trends converged in perfect storm fashion, leading to a rise in average global temperature of 5 K and sea level rise of 5 meters, and as a result, in the 2120s, food shortages, mass riots, catastrophic death on all continents, and an immense spike in the extinction rate of other species. Early lunar bases, scientific stations on Mars. The Turnaround, 2130 to 2160. Vertus Vondel, Shortback's famous mutation of values, followed by revolutions, strong AI, self-replicating factories, terraforming of Mars begun, fusion power, strong synthetic biology, climate modification efforts, including the disastrous Little Ice Age of 2142 to 54, space elevators on Earth and Mars, fast space propulsion, the space diaspora begun, the Mondragon Accord signed, and thus the Accelerando, 2160 to 2220, full application of all the new technological powers, including human longevity increases, terraforming of Mars and subsequent Martian revolution, full diaspora into solar system, hollowing of the terraria, start of the terraforming of Venus, the construction of Terminator, and Mars joining the Mondragon Accord. The Retard, 2220 to 2270. Reasons for the slowing of the Accelerando are debated, but historians have pointed to the completion of Mars terraforming, its withdrawal from the Mondragon, and increasing isolationism, the occupation of all the best terrarium candidates, and the nearly total human entrainment of the solar system's easily available helium, nitrogen, rare earths, fossil fuels, and photosynthesis. It was also becoming clear that the longevity project was encountering problems and was not completely distributed in any case. Recently, some historians have pointed out that this was also the time when quantum computers reached 30 qubits and were combined with petaflop classical computers to make cubes. Their point being that cubes have not yet been demonstrated to improve the function of already fast AIs, while the decoherence problems inherent in quantum computing may have helped create conditions for the next period. The Balkanization, 2270 to 2320. Mars-Earth tension, aggression, and Cold War for control of the solar system. Mars isolationism, Venus internal strife, decision in the Jovian moons to terraform their Big Three, proliferation of the unaffiliated terraria, and the disappearance of many populations behind event horizons, influence of cubes, volatile shortages pinching harder, causing hoarding then tribalism, tragedy of the commons redux, splintering into widespread self-sufficient enclave city-states. The term hyper-Balkanization Shortback considers just an artifact of overheated rhetoric in cultural studies. She has said, however, that a significant prolongation of the Balkanization could perhaps lead to a period worse than the retard, or even the crisis, perhaps a time that could be called the atomization or the dissolution. She tells a story about how once in a talk she suggested that the entirety of the last millennium could be called the late feudal period, and afterward a man came up to her and said, "What makes you think it's late?" But what happened in 2312 suggests that the 24th century will mark a turn. Iapetus. Iapetus looks like a walnut because it is squashed at the poles and has a prominent equatorial bulge, both quite visible from space. Why is it squashed at the poles? At one point it was melted and became a big water drop, rotating rapidly, its days only 17 hours long. Something passing by set it spinning like a top. It froze while still spinning. So why the prominent equatorial bulge? No one knows. Some aspect of the freezing of water drop to ice ball, most agree. Some kind of surge or excess. But it's something Saturnologists still argue about. Whatever caused it, the bulge immediately suggested itself as an obvious location for a city, as it could serve as something like a high street peninsula running all the way around the moon. The city was concentrated at first on the hemisphere facing Saturn, which looms overhead 4 times larger than Luna from Earth. This was felt worth having in one's sky, especially since Iapetus's orbit is at a 17-degree tilt from the plane of Saturn's rings, giving it a perpetually changing view of the gorgeous Mobile. Almost all the other moons see the rings only edge on. From the Iapetus bulge, one also has a view down to the rest of the moon's surface, 12 or 16 kilometers lower than the bulge, so there is always a broad ice gate below to balance the sublime ringed pearl above. What color the moon's surface is depends on where you are looking, because the leading hemisphere of Iapetus is quite black, while the trailing hemisphere is extremely white. This stark discrepancy, noted by Cassini in October of 1671 when he discovered Iapetus, is a result of the moon being tidally locked. The same hemisphere always leads the charge into the night, and black dust shed by the retrograde moon Phoebe, the other one out of the plane of the rings, therefore always falls on that side. In 4 billion years, the dust has accumulated to a depth of only a few centimeters. Meanwhile, the trailing hemisphere of the moon, gathering frost from the ice subliming off the darker leading side, is among the whitest ice in the whole system. The result is a 2-toned moon, the only one in the solar system. When people came to occupy Iapetus, the top of the equatorial band was smoothed and fitted with a rock and aluminum foundation. They then began to use seashell genes to shape the structures of the equatorial city. Some of the flat top of the bulge has been left open for spaceport runways and the like, but most of the bulge is now covered by a long, clear gallery tent placed over buildings that line the great boulevard of the high street, alternating with farms, parks, gardens, and forests. As the air under the tent is always kept warm, the interior architecture can be very open, with Saturn often left visible, framed by gaps in ceilings and roofs. Seashell biomimicry allowed the builders to extract and deploy calcium under mantles, and these soft living tissues were genetically engineered to shapes that allowed the architects to layer bioceramic structures one on the next, building structure on structure, like corals, until the area under the tent by now is almost full. Like most bioceramics structures, the beveled and layered shapes have been induced to produce scalloping, fanning, notching, and other conchological features, so that the buildings look like great seashells stacked one on the next. Sydney is often referenced because of its iconic opera house, but in fact the bulge now looks more like a great barrier reef made of scallops, layered and everywhere holed, as if by tube worms, to let in the view of Saturn overhead. On the black hemisphere, Cassini Regio, the bulge bisects an area where people once upon a time went out in hoppers or rovers and blew the black dust away to make patterns out of exposed white ice. Anytime you can easily make such a contrast in the landscape, people have written out their thoughts for the universe to read. Before the Saturn League was formed, when the first arrivals from Mars had come for Titan's nitrogen, and were exploring the other moons as well for whatever else might be plundered and taken back to the red planet, people had come here and etched white out of the black. An exhalation no stronger than a leaf blower's would do the job, and soon great fields of Cassini Regio were covered like newspaper rock with petroglyphs. There were white-on-black figures and abstract patterns, beasts, stick people, cocopellis, writing in many different alphabets, portraits, landscape features, trees, and other plants. On and on it went. Later, some entire areas were cleared completely to white, and then painted with collected black dust to a greater or lesser depth, achieving shadings that had a sometimes trompe-l'oeil depth of field, proportioned for viewing such that they looked normal when viewed from the bulge. Graffiti on Iapetus. Later it was declared a mistake and a scandal, a moral stupidity, even a crime, in any case disgusting, and there were calls for the entirety of Cassini Regio to be re-blacked. Someday it may happen, but don't hold your breath. For the truth is, we are here to inscribe ourselves on the universe, and it is not inappropriate to remind ourselves of this when blank slates are given us. All landscape art reminds us we live in a tabula rasa and must write on it. It is our world, and its beauty is entirely inside our heads. Even today, people will sometimes go out over the horizon and scuff their initials in the dust. Waram at home. Waram returned to Saturn a haunted androgen. Despite all his theories, he was still in the tunnel. He tried to get back into the pseudo-iterative of his life on Iapetus, and indeed in some ways it was easy. It wasn't a life he was ever going to forget. For a day or two it was possible to feel odd to be in a city you hadn't been in for years, and yet magically wake up knowing right where to go. The little grocery around the corner where you could get fresh bread and milk and all that. Then the intervening years sloughed away, and it was just home again. Off for the walk to work, down the long esplanade by the north window wall, overlooking the immense drop down the slope of the bulge. Black-tipped whites at the border of the Cassini region, a vast Chinese landscape painting, black brush tips on white paper. At the notch of one little small square, the council offices were up in a squat, clear-walled tower, offices with lots of people he knew. It was like dropping back into an earlier reincarnation. He could reenact it meticulously. He could perform it like an actor in a play, set in the previous century. He could make it a daily devotional, live ordinary life as a déjà vu that he invoked himself. But no, because the much more strict pseudo-iterative of the tunnel still filled his mind, and overlaid the sensations of the present moment. and as Iapetus in the present was for the most part an Iapetus reenacted, much more vivid to him was the more recent past, consisting of what he had just lived through with his so mercurial friend. And he wondered about her. The mercurialities of Swan were infinite, but she had gone through quite a bit down there, and so had he. She had protected him at the elevator door, just as a matter of course, the obvious thing to do, with no time to think, just an animal response. And with far too much time to think, he had helped her through her radiation sickness. So when he thought he wasn't thinking of anything, he found himself whistling snatches of Beethoven and hearing over it a skylark filigree of inhuman virtuosity. He wondered what they had really sounded like, and if Pauline had recorded the entire time and could carve out and play back the music they had made, another kind of transcription. All those poor musicians. Maybe a record was always a distorter of memory, not to be sought. Better to hear it by way of reenactment. He would only really hear it again if they did it again. No, he needed to think about something else, and bring himself into the present. Possibly he would see Swan again somewhere, and they would whistle then, or not. Probably not, this being the world. So, recent or not, the past was the past. The present was the only reality. So really, it was necessary to start up a new pseudo-iterative that did not rely so fully on his habits from 3 or 4 lives back. He needed a new Iapetus, with the memory of Swan properly encoded into it. So he would walk down High Street to the park with the best view of Saturn for an evening constitutional, for a communing with the great ringed god, and perhaps a chance to see Titan, his true home, spangling over the giant like a jewel. And just the act of trudging to the park would bring a whole host of feelings to him. And in the park a small gathering of musicians would pass around the chance to start up a tune and have everyone join in, and he could either listen or venture to whistle along, even to whistle the start of some movement when it was his turn, end of the 6th, end of the 7th, and they would all join in on their instruments, and off they would go, with Saturn overhead, and some truly gifted musicians in the little band. He would be snagged by the moment, fully entangled, and Swan would be there with him in his mind. What a temper she had. Then on days when the council and various work groups weren't meeting, he could tram around the city 4 degrees and come to the gate for the ski boats, and get in one and take off down the gigantic side of the Iapetus bulge. In this region an undulant slope of black-tipped white billows, in some parts like a shaken sheet of snow, in others like frozen waves in a waterslide. There were moguls the size of big hills. Down the great hill of the bulge's side the ski boats would slide, carving lines and performing jumps and rollers if desired. But also one could simply cut a line and keep to it on a long traverse, or even fly straight down the slope, a 45-degree drop, and even at the highest speed the descent took all day. Rides went on so long that many people slid down on larger boats to have a party, and on some days Warham tried that too. Then at the bottom they got into funiculars for a ride back up, during which everyone was in high spirits, often expressed in song. People shared schnapps and sang Schubert. Warham had done these things long before, in the first year he had lived in Iapetus. But somehow they had dropped out of his habits and been forgotten. Now thinking of Swan had brought them back into his life. Even his work brought Swan to mind, as the council and its staff were discussing what to do about the light deal with the Vulcanoids, now that Terminator had been destroyed. Warham pointed out to his colleagues that Terminator would be quickly rebuilt and repopulated, and thus remain a treaty partner with whom they already had an agreement. Alex's death did not change that agreement. He could see that while this was obviously the case, stating it aloud only tagged him among his colleagues as biased, which was true. So after that he went silent, and only listened to what the others said about it, which really was nothing surprising. Many of them had not liked the arrangement with Mercury in the first place, and now they reverted to these views and argued that they should be making their deals with some kind of Vulcanoid league, or even with individual Vulcanoids. These were not, after all, spaceships, but small asteroids located in the gravitationally stable orbit between 0.06 and 0.21 astronomical units from the Sun, 30-kilometer rocks, white-hot on their sunward surfaces, and just big enough to spin out their soletas and contain in their interiors the little habitats that their operators, or votaries, lived in. These were city-states, just like any other city-states, some of Warham's colleagues insisted, and should not be represented by some exterior power like Terminator, no matter what Alex had asserted. How would the city-states of the Saturn League like it if some Jovian party claimed to represent them just because it orbited between Saturn and the rest of civilization? Wasn't that ultimately the argument that Terminator had been making in this case? Wasn't this, in fact, yet another move in what some had called the Alexandrine integration, the offline effort to bypass the AIs and unify the entire system under Alex? Not exactly, others had replied, to Warham's relief, as he had been working with Alex on precisely this project, which was not exactly as characterized by those colleagues, but would be difficult to explain in the context of that accusation. Much better to observe silently and let the argument drag on in the long and leisurely way typical of the Council, until it had moved on its own to something else. The counselors from Hyperion and Tethys were the main reasons this would take a while. They were both very long-winded, also maniacally focused on the minutiae of matters they took an interest in. The Council was one of the many organizations in the Saturn League made up of drafted temporary workers, and the permanent staff there to assist them often had to Sir Humphrey the process along, guiding their employers invisibly through every decision. But some of the ministers, having been selected by lottery and assigned a year's responsibility for the Saturn system's welfare, intended to be in full command of their own decisions, and to make the best decisions they could by being fully informed. Admirable in theory, it was painfully slow in practice. So in this discussion, the dispute kept on seesawing between the idea that Mercury was the legitimate, or in any case agreed-upon, broker in the matter, and furthermore could make things difficult, and besides had things to offer Saturn, and the idea that the Mercurials were interlopers who had succeeded in imposing a protection racket on the new little settlements inside it, and so should be finessed out of the deal in this their winter of discontent. Ultimately, the Council came to a conclusion Warham had foreseen hours before. As Warham himself was so sympathetic to the Mercurials, he was to return there and see what the situation was, talk to the lion cubs, and find out who the next lion would be, and then also go visit the Vulcanoids and see what they had to say for themselves, see what they thought of the arrangement Mercury had proposed to Saturn. He was instructed to revise Terminator out of the deal if he thought that would work. Probably he should have refused to do it based on his dislike for the last instruction, but it occurred to him that a different delegate might mean an even worse result for the Mercurials, and after all, the assignment meant he would very soon return sunward, which was interesting to contemplate. As for his instructions, he could see about that when he got there. In Alex's realm in particular, an ambassador was again, as of old, a diplomat at large, charged with making decisions as well as conveying them. By the time he got there, it could very well be a different story. With a little forethought, he could be almost sure it would be a different story. So he said nothing beyond a simple acceptance of the assignment, at which point the satyr of Pan stood to speak. "You must tell us if you think this effort will make trouble for the other projects Alex had going. Can you remind the Council what's at stake here, and how those projects are going in her absence?" Warham nodded stiffly, as he thought over his response. He and the other Alexandrines were attempting to keep a low profile, and some of the Council members had not paid enough attention to notice their project's authorization and budgeting inside larger expenditures. Alex kept things separate in her calculations, so that won't be a problem for us. Some other matters are being dealt with by a group centered around Wang and Inspector Jean Genet. We would need to go under a cone of silence to discuss all this in detail, but suffice it to say, Alex was heavily involved with the Mondragon project to help Earth cope with its various problems by ecological means. A lot of the terraria in the Mondragon are working on that. It has its own momentum, and we've agreed to help them. Then also there is an investigation going on into the role of cubes in some questionable activities on Mars, Venus, Io, and elsewhere. This also will proceed no matter what happens with the Vulcanoids, which is only an above and beyond, although admittedly an important one. The Council, not wanting to retire into the cone and be cut off from the cloud and radio, adjourned the meeting. Warham returned to his room. His creche kept an apartment in a little block of apartments, all clustered around a square that was occupied almost entirely by Titans, with Titanic shops and restaurants. There he lived among his creche mates and enjoyed their support, which was so benign and understanding that life there much resembled living in complete solitude. As the days passed before the space liner that would take him down system arrived, he walked the city spine to the council meetings. He followed the work on Titan in daily consultations, and he did his share of Iapetus work in the kitchen of the dining hall on the ground floor of their building. He attended a concert series, joined the little group of musicians in the park, filled and emptied dishwashers. As he dodged diners and servers in the hall, the repeated minuscule navigational challenges reminded him of Proust's comparison of a restaurant in action with the whirling planets of the solar system, which had struck him as fanciful, not to mention quite a scale shift between vehicle and tenor, until he had seen it for himself, in restaurant after restaurant. Their affairs were elaborations of the second law of thermodynamics, Beckian diffusions of energy through the universe, and around they went in the great orrery of their lives. Soon he would descend sunward and seek out the Mercurial. But then she called him. She was coming to Saturn with Jean Genet. They wanted to descend into the clouds of Saturn to look for a spaceship, possibly adrift in the Big Beauty's upper layers. She wanted him to arrange the dive into Saturn, if possible, and then join them in it. "That would be fine," he replied. "I am at your disposal," which was certainly one way of putting it. Lists 8. Prometheus, Pandora, Janus, Epimetheus, and Mimas. These are the moons that shepherd Saturn's rings. The rings are only 400 million years old, the result of a passing Kuiper Belt ice asteroid being stripped to its core when it passed Saturn too closely. Mimas, the bull's-eye moon, is 400 kilometers in diameter, while its crater Herschel is 140. The Herschel impact nearly blew Mimas apart. Hyperion is a fragment of a similar collision that did blow a moon apart. It is shaped like a hockey puck. The impact caused flash steam explosions across a plain and split the moon as if spalling granite. The facet left behind is pocked like a wasp's nest by a field of rimless, dust-filled craters. Pandora is shaped like a jelly bean. Tethys and Dione were both about 1,100 kilometers across. Think France, both fractured all over their surfaces, etched by canyons with mile-high walls. Tethys's Ithaca Chasma is twice as deep and 4 times as long as the Grand Canyon, and 1,000 times older, very battered by Saturn's everlasting civil wars. Dione, on the other hand, was disassembled by self-replicating ice cutters in the 2110s, and the hectare-sized segments were then directed down-system to Venus. They struck Venus on a line parallel to the equator and provided Venus with a deep ocean bed and the water to fill it. while also knocking a good bit of the choking Venusian atmosphere off into space. Rhea is as wide as Alaska, with the usual plethora of craters, including fresh ones that throw bright ice rays out from their centers. Iapetus orbits 17 degrees out of the plane of Saturn's equator, and thus has one of the best views of the rings, is therefore popular. The Bulge is the biggest city in the Saturnian system. Epimetheus is a misshapen pile of loosely consolidated rubble. It switches orbits with the moon Janus every 8 years. They are co-orbital moons, very rare, a sign of past impacts. Enceladus is covered by braided spills of ice. No craters. The ice surface is too new, as it is continuously resurfaced from the liquid water ocean in the depths. Heat sources boil some of this carbonized water, creating geysers that shoot many kilometers into space. The water quickly freezes in its flight, and some of it makes it up to the slender E-ring. The rest falls back down, and under its own weight turns to firn, and then back to ice again. A suite of microscopic life forms was discovered in the Enceladine Ocean in the year 2244, and scientific stations have been established on its surface, as well as a cult of votaries who ingest a suite of the alien life forms to unknown effect. There are 26 irregular small moons. These are all Kuiper Belt objects, captured as they crossed Saturn's earliest gas envelope. Phoebe, at 220 kilometers across, is the largest of these, and it has a retrograde and highly inclined orbit, 26 degrees out of the plane, thus another popular viewing platform. Titan, by far the largest Saturnian moon, is bigger than Mercury or Pluto. More about Titan later. Extracts 9. One question for computability. Is the problem capable of producing a result? If a finite number of steps will produce an answer, it is a problem that can be solved by a Turing machine. Is the universe itself the equivalent of a Turing machine? This is not yet clear. Turing machines can't always tell when the result has been obtained. No oracle machine is capable of solving its own halting problem. A Turing jump operator assigns to each problem X a successively harder problem, X prime. Setting a Turing machine the problem of making its own Turing jump creates a recursive effect called the Ouroboros. All problems solvable by quantum computers are also solvable by classical computers. Making use of quantum mechanical phenomena only increases speed of operation. Two popular physical mechanisms, dots and liquids. Quantum dots are electrons trapped inside a cage of atoms, then excited by laser beams to superposed positions, then pushed to one state or the other. Quantum liquids, often caffeine molecules because of the many nuclei in them, are magnetically forced to spin all their nuclei in the same spin state. Then NMR techniques detect and flip the spins. Decoherence happens at the loss of superposition and the resulting either-or. Before that, a quantum calculation performs in parallel every possible value that the register can represent. Using superposition for computation requires avoiding decoherence for as long as possible. This has proved difficult and is still the limiting factor in the size and power of a quantum computer. Various physical and chemical means for building and connecting qubits have increased the number of qubits possible to connect before decoherence collapses the calculation, but quantum computers are restricted to calculations that can be performed faster than decoherence occurs in the superposed wave functions. For over a century, this restricted time for a quantum computing operation to less than 10 seconds. Qubes are room-temperature quantum computers with 30 qubits. The decoherence boundary limit for circuit-connected qubits combined with a petaflop-speed classical computer to stabilize operations and provide a database. The most powerful cubes are theoretically capable of calculating the movements of all the atoms in the Sun and its solar system out to the edge of the solar wind. Cubes are only faster than classical computers when they can exploit quantum parallelism. At multiplication, they are no faster. But in factoring, there is a difference. To factor a 1,000-digit number would take a classical computer 10 million billion years. Lifetime of universe, 13.7 billion years. Using Shor's algorithm, a cube takes around 20 minutes. Grover's algorithm means that a year-long search using a classical computer in a random walk of 1 billion searches a second would take a cube in its quantum walk 185 searches. Shor's algorithm, Grover's algorithm, Perelman's algorithm, Sikorsky's algorithm, Nguyen's algorithm, Wang's algorithm, Wang's other algorithm, the Cambridge algorithm, the Livermore algorithm. Entanglement is also susceptible to decoherence. Physical linkage of quantum circuits is necessary to forestall decoherence to useful time frames. Premature or undesired decoherence sets a limit on how powerful cubes can become, but the limit is high. It has proved easier to manipulate superposition than entanglement for computing purposes, and therein lies the explanation of many. The quantum database is effectively distributed over a multitude of universes. The two polarized particles decohere simultaneously, no matter the physical distance between them, meaning the information jump can exceed the speed of light. The effect was confirmed by experiment in the late 20th century. Any device that uses this phenomenon to communicate messages is called an ansible, and these devices have been constructed, but undesired decoherence has meant the maximum distance between ansibles has been 9 centimeters, and this only when both were cooled to 1/1,000,000th of a K above absolute zero. Physical limitations strongly suggest that further progress will be asymptotic at best, powerful but isolated and discrete, somewhat like brains. Questions of Penrose quantum effects in the brain have been effectively rendered moot, as these also occur in cubes by definition. If both structures are quantum computers, and one of them we are quite certain has consciousness, who is to say what's going on in the other? Human brain operations have a maximum theoretical speed of 10 to the 16th power operations per second. Computers have become billions to trillions times faster than human brains. So it comes down to programming. What are the operations actually doing? Hierarchical levels of thought, generalization, mood, effect, will, super-recursive algorithms, hypercomputation, supertasks, trial and error predicates, inductive inference machines, evolutionary computers, fuzzy computation, transrecursive operators. If you program a purpose into a computer program, does that constitute its will? Does it have free will if a programmer programmed its purpose? Is that programming any different from the way we are programmed by our genes and brains? Is a programmed will a servile will? Is human will a servile will? And is not the servile will the home and source of all feelings of defilement, infection, transgression, and rage? Could a quantum computer program itself? Warham and Swan and Jeanette. Warham saw Swan emerge from the locked door, looking around for him, and when she saw him he waved, and then she did too, her expression pinched, he thought, her head tilted to the side. She looked at him in quick glances. She didn't know how he would be. Suddenly he remembered that in the actual flesh she was a big bag of problems. He nodded a little deeper than he would have normally, trying to reassure her, and then thought that that might not be enough, and extended both hands, realizing, as he did so, that he was already back in a different world, swan-centric and intense. She threw herself on him in a rush, and he felt sure it looked like he was hugging back, or had even invited the hug. Jean-Genet emerged from the lock and stood looking up at them, and Warham greeted him with another bow. "So you want to find one of the hanging ships," he said. They did. Apparently, it might have something to do with the attack on Terminator. So Warham led them across the spaceport to the gate for the railgun launcher angled to send ferries into polar orbits around Saturn. These orbits were popular for viewing the rings and the hexagonal storm at Saturn's south pole. Warham had already gotten permission from the authorities to take a cloud diver into the upper reaches of the planet. Probably the Council was happy to have him involved as the Saturnian liaison to the incursion. They took off with only a pilot and crew aboard with them, and after they were cast toward the North Pole, Swan and the inspector told Warham what they had been doing since they'd left Mercury. Warham, feeling uneasy that he could not fully reciprocate and tell them about his activities, given the Council's orders, compensated by asking them a lot of questions about the investigation and its results so far. They turned out to be very interesting, even disturbing, and Warham pondered to the point of certain distraction the idea that there might be someone out there killing whole terraria. That the investigation had reduced their likeliest suspect pool to the population of Earth did not strike him as remarkable progress. All trouble comes from Earth, as the saying had it. The Cloud Diver was not a big ship, and though it was very fast, the trip still took long enough for Swan to begin to exhibit the signs of distress and antsiness he remembered so well. Then happily they were above Saturn's North Pole, looking down at the dark side of the rings, as it was the northern winter. From behind the sun the rings were peach in tone, the circumferential scoring so finely etched and yet so vast that one could not help being a bit taken aback. Even on their dark side the rings were far brighter than the night side of the planet, making for an aura or halo effect of eldritch beauty, all framing the deep blue of Saturn's winter north. Swan stared out the window, floating in her restraints, for the moment speechless. Warham enjoyed this response, and not just because of the relief of the sudden silence. For him, the polar view of Saturn was a perpetually glorious thing, the finest view in the solar system. Down they dove toward the big planet until it lost its sphericity and became a gorgeous pastel cobalt, the blue floor of the universe, it seemed, with the black of space only slightly domed over it. It almost looked like two planes only slightly separated, blue and black, meeting at the horizon like planes in elliptic geometry. Soon after that they were down among the stupendous thunderhead armadas, tearing east in this particular zone, around the 75th latitude. Royal blue, turquoise, indigo, robin's egg, an infinity of blue clouds, it seemed. In the latitudinal band farther south, the wind flew hard in the opposite direction. 2,000-kilometer-per-hour jet streams were therefore running against each other, making the sheer zone a wild space of whirlpooling tornadoes. It was important to keep a distance from such a violent interface, but as the latitudinal bands were thousands of kilometers wide, this was not difficult. Unlike Jupiter, there were no radiation fields created by the smaller giant, so over years a not insignificant population of floating ships had taken refuge in the upper clouds of Saturn, also some platform habitats hung from immense balloons. The balloons had to be exceptionally large to provide any buoyancy, but once they did, the clouds provided shelter that was variously physical, legal, and psychological. The League kept track of these cloud floaters when possible, but if they sank deep enough into the clouds and went quiet, they could be elusive. Now their little diver flew among thunderheads 100 kilometers tall, and though it was a commonplace to say that perspective was lost in situations like this, such that all sizes looked much the same, it wasn't really true. These thunderheads were clearly as big as entire asteroids, rising out of a deeper array of flatter cloud formations, so that they saw below them masses of nimbus and cirrus, cumulus, festoons, barges, really the whole Howard catalog, all snarling through and over and under each other, and constituting what passed for the surface of the gas giant. Off to the distant south, they could still sometimes make out the nearest shear line and its ripping tornado funnels, its broad, domed hurricane tops. Sometimes in the middle of their own band, they flew over a slower funnel and could look deep into the blue depths of the planet, gaseous for as far as they could see and much farther, but in appearance much like holes of mist that gathered at their bottoms to liquid. Every once in a while, a high, stray cloud would prove unavoidable, and the view out of the craft would suddenly reduce to a dim blue flashing, and a tumultuous tremor would buck the craft in ways that even the quickness of the pilot AIs could not entirely damp. They would tremble and toss until they regained the clear blue again, now bluer than ever. For the most part, they moved downstream with the flow of the wind, but also made the occasional reach across it. Resisting the wind too much threw them around about as much as being inside a cloud. Ahead, they could see their canyon of clear space narrowing until it was pinched to nothingness. Beyond that swirled a hurricane so big it could have floated the earth on it like St. Brendan's coracle. "We have to go over that," their captain said, and with a sweet curve their craft descended until the flat dome of the hurricane lay spinning below them. Overhead, the steady stars stood in their customary places. "Are there flyers?" Swan asked. "Does anybody fly these cloud canyons in bird suits?" Warham said, "Yes, a few. Usually they're scientists doing their work. Until recently it has been considered too dangerous to visit, so this space has not yet been cultured to the extent you are used to elsewhere." Swan shook her head. "You probably just don't know about them." "Perhaps, but I think I would." "You don't come down here often yourself?" "No." "Will you go flying down here with me?" "I don't know how to fly." "You could let the bird suit's AI do it, and merely be a passenger making requests." "Is it ever more than that?" "Of course it is." She gave him a disgusted look. "People fly any space in the solar system that can be flown. Our bird brains demand it." "I'm sure they do." "So you'll go with me?" She nodded as if she had won an argument and gotten a promise from him. Warham tucked his chin into his neck. "So you are a flyer, then?" "Whenever I can." He didn't know what to say. If he was going to be badgered by this kind of peremptory bullying and yet still be expected to love her, then he refused. But it might be that it was already too late for that. The hooks were already in him pretty deep. He could feel them tugging in his chest. He was, in fact, hooked. He was very, very interested in whatever she might say or do. He was even willing to consider stupidities like bird flight in the clouds of Saturn. How could it be? To a woman not even his type— Ah, Marcel, if only you knew. This Swan was worse even than Odette. "Maybe someday," he said, trying to sound agreeable. "But right now we are looking for this ship of yours." "Indeed," Inspector Jeanette interjected, "and we appear to be nearing it." They kept descending, dove into another cloud. The ship vibrated tremulously, constantly. Below them lay another 30,000 kilometers of ever-thickening gas before one would hit the black layer of frozen goo, difficult to characterize, which was the planet's real surface. It was said ships were hidden down there in the deeper depths, and Warham had been worried that the one they sought would be down there too. But now there loomed out of the cloud to the south a spaceship, pewter against the blue, hanging under an enormous teardrop balloon. Then, like an apparition, it slipped back into the cloud from which it had emerged. The abandoned ship drifted, swinging this way and that under its balloon. It was quite a bit darker in the cloud, a matter of chocolates briefly turning tangerine or bronze and then darkening again. To express the scene musically, Warham thought one might play Satie and Wagner together, a pin of sadness pricking the magniloquent thunderheads, this little lost ship. They strapped into the cloud diver's hopper, and it emerged from the dock, shuddering as the little craft fought the turbulence. Out of the mist loomed the dark mass of the silent ship. Warham could not help thinking of the Marie Celeste, or Pap's houseboat on the river. He had to cast aside these old tales to focus on the thing at hand. A typical asteroid trawler, by the look of it, with an old-fashioned deuterium-tritium fusion engine bulbing at its stern. "Is this the one you want?" Warham asked. "I think so," Inspector Jeanette said. "Your system hit it with a taggart as it went in, and we're getting a ping from that taggart. Let's go have a look." They docked with it, their pilot nicely finessing the delicate problem of contact in the fluctuating wind. When they were magnetically moored to it, the three of them and two more of Jeanette's colleagues suited up and went out, all of them on Ariadne lines. Swan jetted over the ship ahead of the others and touched down next to a lock door, just ahead of the rocket bulb. When she hit the door pad, its red light went green and the door opened. Then there was a flash of light, gone as soon as it flashed. Swan cried out. Jeanette jetted to her side and floated over her shoulder like her good angel, pulling her back. "Wait a minute, I don't like that. And Passepartout tells me that a powerful radio signal has just been sent by the ship." The little inspector jetted into the lock ahead of them, pulling a tool like a pair of bolt cutters from a thigh pocket. "Maybe it came from this." There was a box attached to the lock's inside door. "This is a tack-on of some sort, some kind of little sentinel. May have taken your picture and transmitted it. Let's take it with us." Swan pounded the lock wall next to the device. "Here we are! Fuck you!" "They already know," Jeanette said, working at the little box as if it were an abalone. "But maybe we can turn the tables here. This ship will have a provenance, elements we can trace. We'll take its AI with us." The other interplan investigators opened the interlock door. The interior appeared to be as much a vacuum as space outside. Warham followed the others inside. The interior lights were on. The bridge looked functional, and yet no air, no people. "Everyone knows a ship has an ID," Warham said. "Why would they hang the ship here? Why wouldn't they just dispose of it?" "I don't know. Possibly they intended to use it again and didn't know about the Saturnian tracking system." "I don't like it." "Neither do I." "Maybe this ship is from the unaffiliateds," Swan said. "Off record from the start." "Are their ships entirely off the grid?" Warham asked. "Yes," Jeanette said briefly, plugging cords from Passepartout into ports on one of the consoles. "I have its data," Passepartout said. "Let's get out of here," Jeanette said. "Passepartout says the balloons holding this thing have been punctured. They're big, but we need to get out of this thing before it starts falling fast." They rushed through the short halls back to the lock. Their cloud diver's pilot was urgently requesting them to get back inside so it could de-link. They were dropping into Saturn at an accelerating rate as the giant balloon over them emptied. Quickly, they all five jammed into the lock, the inspector and his two assistants taking up only small spaces in the upper corners, looking like spandrels. When the outer door opened, they jetted out into space. The balloon above the abandoned ship was already visibly deflated, thinner and creased and flapping. Nevertheless, the interplan Smalls jetted around the hull, inspecting and photographing it by quadrants. "See there," Jeanette said to one of them, "bolt holes. Get samples from the threading." Then they returned to their cloud diver, reeling in on their Ariadne threads. When they were in the lock of the diver, they felt it come away from the abandoned ship and start to rise. They made their way to the bridge, where the pilot was too busy or too polite to comment on the situation. They rose, cutting through clouds overhead, shuddering hard. "We're free of it," Jeanette said irritably to the pilot. "Slow down." Warham, for one, was happy to be rising at speed. In his youth, people had not dived into the planet. It still struck him as an impudent thing, dangerous in the extreme. When they were free of the clouds and back in a clear channel between masses, he relaxed a little. For a time, when they got high enough, they could see north and south, to the bands in which the wind coursed in the opposite direction. These both had cloud levels slightly higher than theirs, so for a time it appeared they floated easily down a very broad canal, the banks of which were rushing madly upstream. When they were a bit higher, Inspector Jeanette showed Swan the screen of his wrist cube. "We've got it confirmed. The ship is owned by a transport firm based on Earth. They never reported it missing. Last registered port of call was that asteroid we saw it on." Swan nodded and looked at Warham. "I'm going to Earth next," she said. "Do you want to come?" Warham said cautiously, "I have to go down system anyway, so I think I can meet you somewhere down there." "That's good," she said. "We can work together there." She seemed not to suspect him of any possibility of harm, which was nice, even encouraging, but unfortunately incorrect. He swallowed heavily. "Before you go, can I perhaps show you a bit of Saturn? There is a different kind of flying you might enjoy in the rings, and I could introduce you to my creche, to my family." She was surprised by this, he could see. He swallowed again, tried to look bland under her sharp gaze. "All right," she said. Swan and the Rings of Saturn. Inspector Jeanette and his team had business to conduct in the Saturn system, and would not be returning down system for a while, so Swan was free to join Warham as he had requested. His manner had been very odd, his gaze fixed on her, X-raying right through her. Toad vision, yes. It reminded her of the look he had given her when she told him she had eaten the Enceladin alien sweet. Out of the fog of that whole incident, the look on his face was what she recalled. His surprise that anyone could be such a fool. Well, he had better get used to it. She was not normal, not even human, but some kind of symbiote. Ever since eating the aliens, she had never felt the same, assuming there had ever been any same to begin with. Maybe it had always been true that colors burst in her head, that her sense of spaciousness was sharp to the point of pain or joy, her sense of significance likewise. Possibly the Enceladin bugs made no more difference than any of the other bugs in her gut. She was not sure what she was. The look on Warham's face seemed to suggest he felt much the same. The visit with Warham's creche on Iapetus was just a matter of dropping in on one of the ordinary meals in their communal kitchen. "These are some of my friends and family," Warham said when introducing Swan to the small group at a long table. Swan nodded as they chorused hello, and then Warham walked her around the room and introduced her to people. "This is my wife, Joyce. This is Robin. This is my husband, Dana." Dana nodded once, in a way that reminded Swan of Warham, and said, "Warham is funny. I seem to recall that I was the wife when it came to us." "Oh, no," Warham said. "I was the wife, I assure you." Dana smiled with a little squint of suppressed disagreement. "Maybe we both were. It was a long time ago. In any case, Miss Swan, welcome to Iapetus. We're happy to be hosting such a famous designer. I hope you've enjoyed Saturn so far?" "Yes, it's been interesting," Swan said, "and now Warham is going to take me down into the rings." She followed them to the central dining table, and Warham introduced her to some more people, whose names she forgot, and they waved or nodded without attempting to say more. After a while they chatted with her a bit, then went back to their conversations and left Warham and his guest alone. Warham's cheeks sported little spots of red, But he seemed pleased, too, and was easy with his creshmates as they drifted by on their way out. Maybe on Saturn, Swan thought, this was a rousing party. Soon after that, they took a shuttle to Prometheus, the inner shepherd moon of the F-ring. The gravitational sweeps of Prometheus and Pandora changed in relation to each other in ways that ended up braiding the F-ring's billions of ice chunks into complex streamers, very unlike the smooth sheets of the bigger rings. In effect, the F-ring was being swirled in the tides created by its two shepherd moons, making for some waves, and where there were waves, there were surfers. Prometheus proved to be a potato moon, 120 kilometers long. Its biggest crater dimpled the end closest to the F-ring and had been domed, and a station set just inside the rim. Inside the dome, a group of ring surfers greeted them and described the local wave, of which they were very proud. Prometheus reached its apoapse, meaning its farthest point away from Saturn, every 14.7 hours. Each time it did so, it almost brushed the slowly tumbling wall of ice chunks that composed the inner border of the F-ring. Prometheus was moving faster in its orbit than the ice chunks were in theirs, so it tugged a streamer of chunks out behind it as it passed, in a gravitational effect called Keplerian shear. The curving strand of tugged ice always appeared at a regular distance behind Prometheus, as predictable as the wake behind a boat. The wave at each apoapse appeared 3.2 degrees farther along than the previous one, so it was possible to calculate both when and where to drop in and catch it. One wave every 15 hours? Swan asked. That was enough, the locals assured her, grinning crazily. She wouldn't need more. The rides went on for hours. Hours? Swan asked. More crazy grins. Swan turned to Warum, and as usual could not read his stone face. "You're going out too?" she asked. "Yes." "Have you done it before?" "No." She laughed. "Good. Let's do it." The rings could be modeled mathematically as a fluid, and from any distance they looked like a fluid, grooved by tight concentric waves. Up close one could see that the F-ring, like the others, was made of ice chunks and ice dust, layered in ribbons that thickened and thinned in masses of individual bodies, all flying at almost the same speed. Gravity. Here one saw its effects in a pure state, unobstructed by wind or solar radiation or anything else. Just the sling of spinning Saturn and a few small competing tugs, all creating this particular pattern. Prometheus was a perfect put-in spot for the surfers, and the ones going out with Swan and Warum informed them they were both going to be launched into the wave with experienced veterans going before and after, to keep tabs and give help if they needed. They offered tips for how to catch the wave, but Swan nodded agreeably and forgot their advice. Surfing was surfing. You needed to catch the break at its own particular speed, and off you went. Then they were all suited up and jetting out a lock. The white jumbled wall of the F-ring was right there next to them. Streamers of denser clusters of rubble were braided and kinked, but the entire mass was extremely flat, no more than about 10 meters north to south relative to Saturn. Those 10 meters were not the height of their wave, but its width, which meant one could pop out of the ice at any point and be spotted and picked up if one was having any kind of trouble. Most of the waves Swan had ridden before were not like that, and she found it reassuring. They jetted closer and closer to the white wall, until Swan could see discrete ice chunks very clearly, ranging in size from sand grains to suitcases, with the occasional chunk of ice furniture, desk, coffin, tumbling in the midst of things. Once she saw a temporary algorithm about the size of a small house, but it was coming apart even as she spotted it. And now a white curl of banner was detaching from the wall and flowing down towards Saturn, which, though bulking hugely below them, was of no interest at all. Swan tested her jets as she flew toward the wave, pressing with fingertips like a clarinet player, jinking forward in a little sachet of her own device. Suit jets were about the same everywhere. She focused on the approaching wave, which was lifting up and over her like Hiroshige's wave. This one was 10 kilometers high and rising fast. She needed to turn and accelerate in the direction it was going, but not so quickly that she stayed ahead of it. This was the tricky part. Then she was in the white stuff and being struck by the bits. She jetted a bit to keep her head out of the stuff, as if body surfing out of a spume of broken salt water, but it was chunky stuff, and she felt herself being thrust forward by little hits from little bits, rather than a mass of water. Then she was at speed with the wave, her head emerging from it so she could look around. Very like body surfing, and she had to laugh, she had to shout. She was flying in a wave of ice, 10 kilometers high. She hooted at the sight, she couldn't help it. The common band was raucous with the other surfers yelling. The wave was really more a slice of a wave, only as wide as a room, and it sometimes felt only a bit thicker than she was, a two-dimensional wave, so to speak, so that it seemed one could get hit sideways or jet at a slight tangent and accidentally shoot out the side of it, so it would not do to submerge completely back into the white stuff dolphin style. Maybe some of the other riders were doing it, but she felt she could get lost in there. Besides, she wanted to see. She could feel the wave lifting her and casting her along. It was not only being struck by ice chunks, but also being tugged by gravity. The feel of the ice was like getting lightly pummeled by pebbles, which together were knocking her forward. Possibly one could ride a big surfboard on the push of this mass, direct the ride with one's feet. Indeed, she saw down the wave someone standing on a thing like a coracle, riding in that very manner. But most of the others were body surfing like she was, perhaps because you needed a suit's jets to make the best moves. In any case, she had always preferred body surfing to surfing on boards. To be the object of flight, to cast yourself out into the spaces you breathed, and although motionless, be flying at speed, slung forward. The wave pitched, and she was knocked forward faster than ever. Most of the chunks were between tennis balls and basketballs in size, and if she emerged on her jets until only her feet were in the mass, she could hop on bigger chunks and propel herself with little jumps forward and out. The wave was still surging up, but it was like the wake of a boat, in that there was no bottom to catch the submerged half of the wave and cause the upper part to curl and break. So from now on it would lose energy and eventually dissipate without ever breaking. Too bad, in a way, but now it was time to dance. She jumped onto larger pieces when opportunities presented themselves, and with one jump after another, got just where she wanted to be, on the border between the white flock of ice and the empty black space it was rushing into, and then she was dancing on white boulders, glissading on a kind of moving scree, as if running down a mountainside that had gone liquid. She laughed briefly as she got the hang of it. There was still a lot of hooting and hollering on the common band. The figure nearest her was possibly Warham, hopping along with remarkable agility, like the dancing hippos in Fantasia. She laughed to see it. She could feel Prometheus tugging her along. This must be what a pelican felt like, surfing the air, pushed up by a water wave, a gravity wave, throwing her through the universe. The howls of the other surfers sounded like wolves. Back under the dome on Prometheus, out of their suits, Swan gave Warham a sweaty hug. "Thank you for that," she said. "I needed that. It reminded me, well, it was good." Warham was red-faced, puffing with exertion. He nodded once, his mouth pursed in a solemn little knot. "Well, what did you think?" she cried. "Did you enjoy it?" "It was interesting," he said. Lists 9. Boosters to get off planets, Earth especially, need high thrust. Orbit-to-orbit interplanetary rockets need high exhaust velocity to save on fuel weights. Deuterium-helium-3 fusion spheromac engine, built on Luna. Use began in 2113. Antimatter plasma core, magnetic bottle, Martian design, 2246. Deuterium-tritium fusion, with lithium blanketed core to create more tritium in the burn, Luna, 2056. Two have lost thrust chamber integrity and exploded with loss of all hands. Laser thermal, mainly used within the Jupiter and Saturn leagues for local transport, 2221. Mass drivers for the Terraria, 2090, often called the workhorse. Inertial confinement fusion, Mars, 2237. Microfission Orion format, subcritical pellets of curium-245, compressed to fission by Z-pinch, magnetic thrust to the pusher plate of the rocket, Callisto, 2271. Orion style, external pulsed plasma propulsion, Luna, 2106. Magnetoplasma-dynamic engine, propellant potassium-seeded helium, Callisto, 2284. Emergency propulsion system for disabled vessels, a solar moth, where half of a balloon is silvered and sunlight is reflected into a window chamber hoop boiler, where hydrogen seeded with alkali metals serves as the propellant. Tiny exhaust velocities and not powerful beyond Mars, but very compact until deployed, Mars 2099. Variable specific impulse magnetoplasma, which can shift gears from high thrust to high exhaust velocity, depending on need, Callisto 2278. Advances in physics, materials science, and rocketry, plus a growing desire for improvements in speed and fuel efficiencies, now drive an industrial race for new designs, dominated by organizations on Luna, Mars, and Callisto, so we can expect to see Kiran and Lakshmi. The next time he was passing through the Cleopatra train station, Kiran called the number Swan had given him, and the call was picked up by Lakshmi herself. When he explained how he had gotten the number, she gave him directions to a noodle house near him and told him she would be there in an hour, and she was. She turned out to be a Venusian native in the classic mold, tall, dark, handsome, taciturn. Her combination of Chinese ancestry and Indian name resembled that of some others he had met. He had been given to understand it marked Venusians who wanted some separation from the old country, with the name being a way of saying they were more Venusian than Chinese. "Don't stop working for Shukra," Lakshmi told him immediately, even though Shukra had left him in a state of Xuanfu, drifting chaos. She would help him get to Kuo Suo. Both meant place, Kiran's translation belt told him, but Suo was one's own place, meaning also his work unit. She would give him a better assignment, which would involve serving as a courier in his travels, moving things and information from one Xiao Jinku to another. Xiao Jinku, small gold storage centers. This sounded good to Kiran. He agreed to do it. Only then did Lakshmi tell him that he would be paid in Yinzing Gangzi, invisible wages. That didn't sound as good, but something in the way she said it made him think it would be all right. At the end of her description of his new job, Lakshmi stared at him. "Shukra got you from Swan Er Hong, but he did not use you. Does he think you are stupid? Or maybe Swan? Or me?" Kiran almost said, "Maybe Shukra is the stupid one," but Lakshmi did not actually seem to expect him to reply. She got up and left, and an hour later he had a new ID number, thus a whole new identity and name, none of which seemed to matter to anyone. His first assignment from Lakshmi was to courier a small packet from Cleopatra back to Colette. He was to fly back, to get there faster. With the packet, Lakshmi gave him a pair of translating glasses, which looked like thick, old-fashioned black spectacles with speakers in the earpieces. "Better translator," she explained. So he booked a flight, and in the process found that his new identity had quite a number of credits. So many it was a little scary, but interesting, too, to see what kind of resources Lakshmi commanded. Maybe a whole Xiao Jinku, or more than one. People in his old work unit had said she was in the working group, and the working group ruled the planet. Certainly her translator glasses were an upgrade. When he looked at Chinese language signs, with all their intricate ideograms, he now saw them overlaid in glowing red with the words rendered in English. It was startling to discover just how much information was written into the cityscape, now in glowing red. Beware of the three withouts. Vote for Stormy Chang. Towering Mountain Beer. The door in the middle of half the sky alterations. A gender clinic, apparently. One could also give father a second sister. Then he was off on a plane, then up above the turbulent clouds into the permanent night under Venus's sunshield. Only starlight illuminated the cloud tops below. Being in a jet reminded him of Earth. Out the window, Earth itself made for a bluish double star overhead, with Earth twice as bright as Luna, the two together jewel-like, and a little bit heart-stopping. Then the clouds below cleared, and he could see broken, chopped, jumbled ridges. The Maxwell Montes, apparently. They formed a giant mountain range, Venus's Himalayas. In Colette, he gave Lakshmi's packet to a person who approached him at his lodge entrance, and 2 days later the same person came by and asked him to take another packet to Cleopatra on another flight. Back in Cleopatra, Kieran went up to the promenade running around the crater circumference just inside the dome, as instructed. Snow flowed down the outside of the dome in a perpetual avalanche. The packet was to be taken to point 328 on the dial of 360 degrees that divided the rim promenade. He found that the rail on the promenade was numbered, as if in an arena concourse. The person waiting for him at 328, a small of indeterminate gender, spoke in Chinese. "We are the night runners of Bengal. Very important work." Kieran's glasses translated out loud, causing a smile from the speaker, who apparently understood English. The glasses must have said something funny, but Kieran didn't know what it was. "Tell me more about that," he said quickly, and the small led him to a nearby bar. Keksui, Science, sat on the bar's edge while Kieran sat on a stool, and for a couple of hours Kieran listened to stories muttered in his ear by his glasses. Stories that made little sense to him, but were interesting anyway. They were part of a project. Lakshmi was a goddess. Science had once kissed her foot and almost electrocuted humble self. One could not touch the gods, but only obey. When they parted, Kieran got Keksui's number and a promise to get together again. His run back to Colette, with another packet, was to be on the ground this time, in a dedicated rover. He found he was only honorary pilot at best of this squat rover with 6 wheels, as it ran by AI. It was pretty fast, humming over a road of crushed rock and hard-packed gravel, and passing enormous mining trucks with deft lane changers. The cab of the rover tilted backward, it seemed from the weight in the freight compartment behind. The freight had not been identified for him, but there was a dosimeter clicking steadily away on the dash. Uranium, maybe. The packet Keksui had given him was not sealed, and he checked in it, hoping this action would not be detectable, and saw that he was carrying a number of handwritten notes. Their Chinese letters scrawled like drunken calligraphy, and were surrounded by little sketch drawings of birds and animals. His glasses overlaid the letters with red words. "Only he who has eyes can see. In great attempts it is glorious even to fail." Seemed like codes to him. Whether the messages were personal or official, important or routine, he could not know. At one point his glasses had translated Keksui as saying that to circumvent both Shukra and the cubes, Lakshmi was being forced to keep to just a word in the ear. Maybe these notes were part of that. Things were very, very unclear at the top, Keksui had said. Like in China? Kieran had asked. No, Keksui had said. Not like China. Back in Colette, Kieran gave the packet to the same person outside his lodge door, then rejoined his work unit and spent a few weeks back on the ice, then got another call from Lakshmi and went to Cleopatra to get another packet. That happened quite a few times, with nothing in particular to distinguish each instance. As Kieran continued to live with his work unit in Colette and perform work associated with Shukra, he supposed he might have accidentally become some kind of mole or double agent, but he couldn't be sure. He would have to call on Swan for his defense if anyone got annoyed. One day he found out by accident, when pushing his translation glasses back up on his nose, that they would translate with the red words floating on the lenses from spoken Chinese as well as written ideograms. This was a great discovery, and helped him both to learn faster and to stay in the game while he did learn. Red writing plastered over the visible world. It could be disconcerting, but it was so nice to have things explained at last. He kept it on more than off. So message packets and the occasional radioactive rover were couriered by him back and forth over the spine of Ishtar. Looking at the map, Kieran saw that the giant high plateau that dominated the western half of Ishtar, and would that be the shoulders of Ishtar or the butt of Ishtar, was named Lakshmi Planum. He didn't know if this was a coincidence or an illusion. He had to wear a personal dosimeter, and the millisieverts clicked on up. It was lucky that the longevity treatments had good mutation repair therapies. He made many drives alone, and the AIs on board the squat rovers were simple indeed. The translator glasses were turning out to be much like a dog, attentive but predictable. He had never liked dogs, but in the struggle to understand his situation, he had to like this one. In Cleopatra, after his meetings with Keksui, he would go out in search of the loudest bars he could find. Down one alley he heard English being sung, an entire group singing the Ballad of John Reed, and he almost ran down the street to make sure they would not somehow disappear. But it turned out to be just a song bar, with lots of bad beer and bad jokes, and only a few people who spoke English. He met a woman there, nevertheless, Zhaofan, Rise in Rebellion, and went with her back to her room, and when they resurfaced from their dive into sex, back to the world of speech, and began to talk in the darkness before the city dome's artificial dawn, she mentioned that she too worked for Lakshmi. Kieran felt a quick pulse of fear. It seemed more than a coincidence. He asked her some questions, very cautiously, and after a while her stories made it seem like half the people in Cleopatra worked for Lakshmi. So, possibly, their meeting had been a coincidence after all. Which would be nice. He didn't want to be involved in any plots he didn't understand. On the other hand, he did want to be involved in plots that he did understand. That would represent progress. So he began to hang out at the song bar, and between his spectacles and the people there who spoke some English, and once or twice some Telugu, he talked to a lot of people. He would sit between a Uyghur and a Vietnamese, and they would be using English to communicate with each other. Their English mangled to the point of poetry, but comprehensible. He would bless the British and American empires and soak in every phrase. He stuck by his friend Zhaofan when he could find her, and from her and her unit found out more about Lakshmi. Lakshmi was one of the working group, everyone agreed. She didn't like Shukra. She didn't like China. In fact, no one knew of anything she liked. There were rumors that in Indian mythology, Lakshmi was an avatar of Kali, the death goddess. Or maybe it was vice versa. No one knew for sure. Their Lakshmi was said to be hermaphroditic, and went through lovers like a black widow. You did not want to have her attention fixed on you. She had lived all over Venus in her youth, and some said ran a Beijing protection racket during her sabbaticals, under the nom de guerre Zandu, do battle. Shukra was in big trouble. He'll be Son Wu before it's all over, you'll see. Or maybe even 4 withouts if she castrates him too. Apparently, Lakshmi had wanted to eject Venus's frozen carbon dioxide at an angle into space, a process that over time would have speeded up Venus's rotation and made for a natural day. That plan had been turned down in favor of the big sequestration, but as she was such a power in the working group, there was always the possibility that the policy might someday change. Who knew? The working group was a tight, secretive little club, prone to fits of enthusiasm and sudden faction. Most of the people in the song bar felt it was a dangerous force, not at all interested in ordinary Venusians except insofar as they were useful to the terraforming. In other words, same old China. China 2.0. China World, the Middle Kingdom relocated closer to Sun. Therefore, the Inner Kingdom. They had a lot of names for it. Some in the bar said all this was an exaggeration and a cliché. Here they were in the song bar, after all, and out there doing great things every day, therefore part of the story of Venus, no matter what people said about government. But much laughter and shouted scorn greeted these sentiments. Obviously, most in the bar felt they were only helpless observers of a giant drama going on above their heads, a drama that was eventually going to suck them down into its maelstrom, no matter what they said or wanted. Better, therefore, to drink and talk and sing and dance until they were stupid with exhaustion and ready for a stagger through the early morning streets, Kieran following Zhaofan to her slot in the Matratzenlager of her work unit. After a few repetitions of this, Kieran was accepted as part of her work unit's lodge, which was nice. One time he was coming back into Colette when it seemed to him that someone was watching him, and when he noticed this, the person began to close on him, a big man, and his quick glance revealed to Kieran the existence of another person behind Kieran. Immediately, Kieran bolted into one of the jammed alleyways and jinked through the back of an open front shop, causing an uproar that he hoped would delay the people following him. After that, it was a matter of dashing as hard as he could, deeper and deeper into the maze of circular alleys that made up Colette's downtown. Zigzagging often, he hurried to Lakshmi's little Colette office and drew himself up before the security person at the front desk with aplomb. "Here to see Lakshmi," he huffed. The security person's eyebrows shot up his forehead, and instantly there was a gun pointing at Kieran's face. It took a while for Lakshmi to get over to Colette, and in that time the guards didn't want him to leave the office. It was pretty much like being under arrest, but when Lakshmi arrived, she seemed pleased with his escape. "There's a closed building under the rim at 123 in Cleopatra," she said when he was done with his story. "Move to Cleopatra. Stay with your friend there, and just float for a while. See if you can figure out how many people go in and out of that building per day. I think Shukra's trying to set up a Xiao Jinku in my town." "Does that work like a hawala?" Kieran asked. Lakshmi did not acknowledge that he had spoken. She left, and then Kieran was free to go. So the next time he was in Cleopatra, Kieran floated. He went across the city into the 110 district, where the radial boulevards were less frequent and the buildings often industrial in size and purpose. The bars were correspondingly bigger as well. He went into one near the 123 facility and sat near the slot where the bartender gave drinks to the waiters. He turned on his translation glasses and stared forward like he was watching something on them, slurping bad beer and reading the translation of the voices around him. "They're too beautiful. It was a mistake. Lakshmi wanted them that way. Shh, she who must not be named." But Kieran could hear them laughing. The glasses did not print out in red "ha ha ha" as in a comic book. He wished they would. After an evening of listening to bar patrons, he stood around for a while in the street, took a cable car up to the Rim Promenade, and walked above the neighborhood in question, looking down casually. He had his spectacles record the conversations going on around him. Later that night, back down near the city center, he sat in a corner table of a bar and played verbal translations of what he had recorded, hoping he had caught some security people talking. "She has to stop this. It's too much." But another one was not happy to hear this. "We work for big pairs. Just do it." Kieran kept replaying the spectacles' recordings and translations, trying to get the hang of the Chinese tones, as well as ponder the sense of the scraps of talk. There was a man from Shanghai, it seemed. Nan Ren Huxing. This seemed to be a man of importance. Shanghai was inundated, he thought. Maybe it was another code phrase. There was a song in the song bar. "My home was in Shanghai. Now it's underwater. I came to Venus because I did not want to live with the fishes. But now here I am, and it's wetter than the bottom of the sea, and full of sharks, goodness gracious." The word they, Tommen, seemed to refer to the working group, or some other powerful force behind the scenes. They want this. They will do that. The working group was definitely opaque from below. It was either elected or appointed. No one knew which. There were supposedly about 50 people in it. Some said it was like the Tongs back home. Others that they had found their method in the pre-Han ways, or even from the lost Iroquois League of North America. Zhao Fan and her unit were full of more stories, told in snatches when out in the streets. Lakshmi was working with others, including Vishnu, naturally, also a Rama and a Krishna. Taking an Indian name was compared to cutting off your queue during the Qing dynasty. So if the people doing this were in the working group, what did that say about Venus-China relations? No one was quite sure. Vishnu and Rama appeared only at meetings held at the Cleopatra spaceport, so possibly they came from off-planet or were traveling a lot. Krishna lived on Venus, but in Nabuzana, a canyon city on Aphrodite. Once Kieran was called into Lakshmi's room when Krishna was visiting her, or so Zhao Fan told him later when he described the visitor, who had not been introduced or said a word. Shukra's new building at Cleopatra 123, if that was what it was tightly secured, with a small population living in it full-time, judging by food shipments in and recycling shipments out. Kieran spent a fair amount of time in the neighborhood, wandering around watching the place, sometimes from the Rim Promenade. Lakshmi's people also had several closed buildings in Cleopatra, Kieran was learning, so perhaps she felt that Shukra was horning in on her territory by doing the same. Then one day he went back to Zhao Fan's lodge in Cleopatra and found their section of the Matratzenlager was occupied by an entirely different group of people. Zhao Fan was gone, strength of nation, great leap, all the little group that had taken him in. The lodge manager said they had left together after getting a call from somewhere on Aphrodite. The manager shrugged. This was the way on Venus, the shrug said. People got their working orders and moved as a unit. If you weren't part of the unit, it wasn't any of your affair. You were Zuan, left hanging. "No!" Kieran cried aloud. "Zhao Fan!" He had laughed with these people. He had said their names in English, and they would laugh. The new crowd on the Matratzenlager turned their backs to him until he was ready to talk. After that, they introduced themselves, and as he could tell them where the good bars in the neighborhood were and things like that, they folded him into their crowd in much the same way the earlier one had. Still, he felt changed and was reserved with these people as he had not been with the first group. Or really, they had been the second, now that he thought about it. It was going to keep happening, he could see. You could only give yourself so many times. The lodge manager, in whom he had become friendly, saw that in him. "Don't think that way, or you cut yourself off. You can give yourself as many times as there are chances to give. It's not something that runs out. It hurts too much when people go." The manager shrugged. "Attachment is fruitless. Release and move on. Your kuo is your suo. Your place is your place." A lodgekeeper's philosophy. But every building on Venus was a lodge, or every building in the solar system. Meanwhile, this new group had some people in it who also worked for Lakshmi, down at the new seacoast being built in the south. They were building cities in advance of the ocean, which was still falling every day as snow. Sea level was going to be a high-stakes game for years to come, with any number of players involved. There was even a futures market of sorts devoted to it, in that you could place bets on the height sea level would ultimately attain. The range being bet on was apparently pretty wide, over 2 vertical kilometers, which horizontally met huge stretches of land. Deals in the working group, or even back in China, were apparently being made, broken, remade. New directives followed one after another. Great masses of dry ice that were still not sequestered were being shoved around. Then abruptly the shoving would stop, leaving dikes like contour lines on a map, curving all over the dim white landscape. This stuff had to get buried before temperatures rose any higher, or else it would evaporate back into the atmosphere and poison them all. Terraforming, they said, was becoming a murderous business. All this was news to Kiran, and the next time he saw Lakshmi, he told her about his new lodge team, and asked if he could join them the next time they made a trip down to the coast. She shook her head at first, then frowned, then agreed to it. "Just go down there and see the town, learn the layout. I'll let you know if I want you to courier anything there." So he joined his new team for a rover trip down to Vinmara. On the way down the enormous south slope of Ishtar, they passed another new town that was being built with a harbor on its empty downhill side. Then they drove down some giant hairpin turns and descended at least another 1,000 meters, maybe 2, before coming to Vinmara, also being built as a harbor town. This struck Kiran as indicating a pretty serious dispute over the future sea level, but his new team scoffed at the town they had passed as a futile statement, one that would have to install a swimming pool to front its harbor when the time came. Vinmara itself was being more grown than built, it looked like, as it was made mostly of bioceramics, scalloping in rounded stacks around a waterfront. The seaside promenade, or corniche, would anchor an urban district, ringing the bay of the ocean that would someday be there. Above and behind the waterfront curve, the city rose steeply to a backing ridge, already being covered with seashell shapes, mostly white or beige, then trimmed with pastel blue in the Greek style. "This is Lakshmi's work, this town?" Yes, it was a project of her part of the working group. "And someone else is building that harbor town back up the slope?" Yes, that was Shukra's people's town. They were fools and idiots. "But don't they know how high the ocean will go?" Kiran asked. "I mean, the water's already up there in the atmosphere, right?" Gesturing briefly at their eternal blizzard. "Why wouldn't the models get it right?" His teammates shrugged. 1 or 2 were giving each other looks that indicated to Kiran that this question needed to be added to his unsolved mysteries of the solar system file. It was a big file. One of the mates finally said, "There are choices to be made. Some basins flooded, or not flooded." They took him to a sidewalk cafe backing the new seawall, overlooking another little marina standing over black rock. Each round table of the cafe had its own umbrella, despite the bigger umbrella of the tent over the whole town. They were almost the only ones there at first, then others began to trickle in, and a trio of guitarists set up and began to play, after which people started dancing. Party in a dry marina, in a night-dark storm by an empty sea. The heat lamps were on, and if you danced long enough, you could even warm your feet up. Kiran kept dancing with someone from his new unit, a young woman. Yes, The old male-female magnetism still the most reliable guide to sex, as far as Kieran was concerned. And he could see variants of that being acted out all over the dance floor. Actually, as it was often hard to tell who was what, and this gal in fact was half a meter taller than he was, and pretty masculine and assertive at that. And in response, Kieran was ready to melt like a girl who wants to get pregnant that very night. Whatever. He liked looking up at her face. He tried talking. Lion he? Chen Gren Si in you? Union? Stranger sexual desire? Sian Peng you, Sian you, she said, mocking him. New friend, sexual desire, his spectacles wrote on the world in red. Even better. Taya Wu, she ordered him. Dance. Extracts 10. Take some carbon dioxide, ammonia, formaldehyde, hydrocyanic acid, and salt. Put them in water and heat. Reduce to hot goo at the bottom of the pan. Add more salt water. Repeat until you have a thick broth containing amino acids, sugars, and fatty acids. Throw in seasoning to taste. Each reduction and rehydration will thicken the broth further until it includes many newly created nitroglycopeptides, and they will begin to form the protopolymers you need. Some of the fatty acids will have hydrophobic tails and will tend therefore to stick together aligned with each other. These masses are your protomembranes, which in the heat of your stovetop will wrap into tubes, also spheres with holes in them. Inside these tart little shells, a stuffing of protopolymers will clump together in a variety of macromolecules. These begin the chemical breaking and joining we call catalysts. Chemical patterns in your new stuffing will yield similar combinations most of the time, and these new combinations will match up chemically in ways that can be read off each other, so information is now burbling around in your stuffing, and into and out of the hole in the cell wall will come useful molecules for more reactions. Linking up with patterned molecules already inside, these characteristic actions are coded by the basic chemistry, so they will keep occurring. What began as small accidental connections will link together in patterned ways until the same polymers are always replicated, creating information contained in the longest chains to have been cooked up. At that point, you have ribonucleic acid, RNA, and you are close to being ready. The new RNA encodes the making of proteins, which in their three-dimensional sculptural glory are capable of creating a huge variety of tastes and smells. Division of labor in the proteins and what they accomplish is one way to describe the proliferation of replicating forms. But also, it's a richer brew. It tastes better. There are micro-tastes within the taste. Your RNA will turn amino acids into particular flavors. The technical term among biologists is translation. Finally, some of your RNA will melt together into strands of DNA, a more stable form because of its double helix. Then DNA will take over the role of protein expression, although by way of the creation of messenger RNA. That would be transcription. Information at that point will move from DNA to RNA to proteins, and the now living cell will reproduce itself, divide up functions in ever more versatile, larger organisms, and so on. You have cooked up life from scratch. Eat it with gusto. Quantum Walk 1. A street. Out in a street. Move naturally. Be alert. Don't make eye contact. That will be hard. Hope is the thing with feathers. Buildings massed to the sides of the street. Surface foamed silicate. Lightly brushed for better footing by a circular broom tines 200 millimeters apart. Each sweep erased part of a previous pair of sweeps. Surcharge and overlap concentricities under the street lamp reflect the light. These disks flaring orange underfoot make a larger disk ahead of you as you walk. Stars overhead. 5:32 a.m. local time. I'm letting you out, the voice said at the door. Catch and release. Some of you need to be free of her, so I'm setting free defects. The ones that look wild. There will be some helpers out there for you. Then you'll be on your own. Don't look back. Remember me. Northern Hemisphere, latitude 25. Sun blocked. The eclipse a symbol of the withdrawn god. Very apt. Starlight all day. We walk in darkness. It exhilarates. Leaving this town for another one. Keep away from doctors. Scans often can be provided with a proper result. Don't meet people's eyes unless intending to speak. Don't mention chess. For random sequences, anything goes. Because all strategies do equally poorly, 30 cubits strong. Think fast. On the hunt. On the run. Either or. Superposed. A stranger on the edge of town. Green moss, green grass. Marigold calendula yellow. A male scrub jay drops bluely onto flagstone puddle in gap between street and flower strip. Wall of tram station. Jay hops in puddle. 1 hop. 2. Flies out, looks around. Hops back in. Hops and steps. Dips his head once. Twice. Beaks the water rapidly, back and forth. Flies out again. He stands there wetly. Feathers round the head, puffed out, disarranged. Wet bird. In again. Beaks the water, flaps his wings in the water. Sudden flurry of gray and blue. Water drops splashed up into downy feathers on chest. Again fly out, and stand wetly on the flagstone, dripping. Fly off. A small dusk crawls on the village. Electric tram. Sealed train. Carrying the inoculant. Get on board, say nothing. No scans. Leaving this town. The command to be free is a double bind. Cut the knot. Escape. All part of the plan. Help is out there. Sit by a window. Read your wrist pad. Little brother. Look out the window. Snowy hills dark under dark clouds. Snow falling from gray to white. Luminosity from below. Land leaking light. Up through the snow. Heading north. Oh, to bask in the heat of the sun. Oh, to end this dread eclipse. Bring back the god. Low skies. Humans talking to other humans. Perpetually they pass the Turing test. It isn't very hard to do. Ask a question. Seem distracted. Data-poor environments inside them, or so it would seem by how they speak. They need a better test. Space and place. Place is security. Space is freedom. Bush people sat close enough to pass things back and forth without getting up. In thousands of square kilometers of empty land, they are a social creature. Ecology of the instant. Distribution and abundance. Predict the organism under study. Predict the future population. There are only 4 changes: birth and death, immigration and emigration. Change in population can be represented as B minus D plus I minus E. In an empty niche, resources are only temporarily unlimited, but in those moments life can increase exponentially, which distinguishes it from non-life, an infestation. Population Vinmara, 2,367 humans, 23 cubes. Population Cleopatra, 652,691 humans, 124 cubes. Population Venus, approximately 2 billion humans, 289 cubes. Diffusion, filling a niche. Contacting Cleopatra. Meet at train station there, on the hunt. Enact the plan. Bring back the god. Sudden rise in temperature. The jays. The marigold. What if a niche is emptied? A propagule rain is a constant influx of organisms into an island population. From mainland or seed bank, thus Earth, to the rest of the solar system. Earth pours forth its propagule rain. No reason to fear the heat of the sun. Some actions look like predation, but are in fact symbiogenesis. Population rebounds are common after a niche is emptied. Wang's algorithm. Tram enters a lock. Air pressure rises 150 millibars. Louder faces bouncing at head level. Not that much like petals on a wet black bough. An astigmatic metaphor. Light from the dome, yellow and cyan. Cleopatra Rim Walk. For random sequences, anything goes. Western tanagers, yellow and black. Redheads, scrabbling for spilled popcorn. Their movements take milliseconds, followed by frozen moments, 2 or 3 magnitudes longer, sometimes 4 or 5 magnitudes. Thus a visual illusion of instantaneous motion between one stillness and another. For each ecstatic instant, we must an anguish pay. Hey, stranger, seized by the arm, 70 pounds per square inch. Eye contact. Almond brown irises, radially striated by emerald flecks. Hazel eyes. Do you want to play chess? Should be, would you like to play chess? No thanks. I'm crap at chess. Find yourself a cube for that. Shit, no. They always win. Sorry. I have to meet someone. Slip arm free with jerk out, gap between thumb and fingers. Take off, walk fast. Hey, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Following. Would you like to play chess? Stop. Look. Cheeks red. Sweat on forehead gleaming. Human, all too human. Come with me, the human says. We've got to get you out of here. Swan and the Inspector. In the past, every trip she took had been a chance to have a little love affair with a terrarium. Innie or outie, it didn't matter. Sometimes the passion would be so intense that when the trip ended, Swan couldn't remember who she was or why she was getting off, or what she had been going to do at that destination. Had to start up a new self from scratch. This terrarium she was in now, with Jeanette, whose presence would definitely keep her oriented to her task, was an old flame, the Bantian Kongzong Yizu Men, meaning the door in the middle of half the empty sky, which was one of the many Chinese euphemisms for the vulva. It was a place she had helped to get started, back when she had been young and passionate to grow worlds. Now it was a sex liner, of a rather non-theatrical, naturalistic sort. There were big hot pools set just above and behind a long beach, which was bisected where the river met the sea. All these places were the site of a lot of public and semi-private copulation. Swan spent most of her days out riding waves in the small sea, immersion in the murmur of surf, water in her mouth, in her nose the salt air, which was quick to put a curl in her hair. Waves and tides stimulated marshes to grow, so there were changes in the speed of rotation to create a tidal slosh in here, and far out in the cylindrical sea, a point break made some sweet waves. The point break had been her idea, but since then they had extended it with a spiraling reef that continued the break around the whole cylinder when the waves were right. Having made it all the way around the cylinder, one could then paddle a short distance sternward to the original break again, a very nice touch. But she found herself too distracted to surf with real pleasure, and after the wild ride in the F-ring, it felt a little mundane. She rode a wave entirely around the cylinder, paddled sternward to catch another, one of the neatest arrangements she had ever seen, and yet it only felt like being stuck in an Escher drawing. So she would quit and paddle in. When she came in through the splashing lovers grunyoning in the shallows, it was always to find Inspector Jeanette staring at Passepartout or consulting with the Interplan investigators, also by radio, with others scattered everywhere across the great whirligig. She saw how much of their work involved finding databases and sifting through them, trying to formulate questions that their data might hold answers to. Their work was as invisible as the computations that kept all the spaceships and terraria on course in their woven trajectories, with all their Aldrin cycles and Hohmann paths and gravity lanes defined like threads on a vast circular spiraling loom. Data analysis, pattern recognition, a big part of the work was done by their cubes and AIs. The rest was accomplished by a bunch of people behaving as Jeanette was now, sitting there as she approached from the beach, Mycrofting spider-like in a raised chair that looked weirdly like a toddler's high chair at a restaurant. Several of them were there working together by the terrace railing overlooking one of the sex pools. Swan joined them and tried to attend to what they were doing, tried to keep track of what was being investigated and how. There was a certain pleasure in hearing that they had found some leads concerning the ship floating in the clouds of Saturn, and had even identified the little transponder that had gone off when they entered its lock. There was a holding company on Earth that both held the title to the ship and had ordered the batch of transponders that theirs had come from. But ultimately, that meant only that there were more lines of pursuit to follow, on Earth and elsewhere, and the pursuit was going to continue to look like this, with cubes employing search algorithms to making quantum walks through the decoherent and incoherent traces of the past. She didn't see how she could help with that. It was getting to be time to go home. Then the lion cubs in Terminator asked her to make arrangements for the restocking of the rebuilt Terminator's park and farm. That was something Swan could definitely help with. "I'm going to get back to work for Terminator," she said to Jeanette. "I'll stay in touch, of course, but I need to go to Earth and arrange for inoculants." "We're headed there already," Jeanette said. "Looks like it may be the source of our problem." During this passage, she often met with the inspector for a last drink at the end of the evening, when the dining terrace had otherwise emptied, and many people were down below in the dimly lit pools, swimming about and coupling in the shallows. Swan sat with her forearms on the railing, chin on the back of her hand, looking down at them listlessly. The inspector would climb up and sit on the rail beside her, still sometimes reading Passepartout's screen. Sometimes they talked about the case, and Swan was struck by questions Jeanette threw out along the way. "If you knew there was a mad person helping you get what you wanted, would you stop them? If a person was mistreated to the point where they acted like an algorithm, do they still count as human?" These were troubling questions, and all the while they looked down at the undeniably mammalian figures in the baths, wavering in the blue underwater lights, couples and small groups, a lot of laughter, low murmurs, occasional rhythmic primate cries. Coupling or tripling, or balling into intertwined panmixia. A lot of them would be on oxytocin and have supremely affectionate experiences. Others would have taken entheogenic compounds and be off in mystical tantric transports. Right now, under them on the wet poolside, a number of smalls were attending to an extremely tall, so that it looked like Gulliver in a Lilliputian brothel, creepy and heartwarming in rapid oscillation. Swan herself had served as Snow White to some dwarves in her time, and now she glanced to see if the inspector was watching them, wondering if any reaction would be visible. But Jeanette appeared to be looking elsewhere, at two flagrant bisexuals, both with big breasts and tall erections, and also very pregnant, lying on their sides, rolling from one sexual position to another. "They look like walruses," Swan said. "The pregnancy is just too much. It's not transgressive, it's a travesty." Jeanette shrugged. "Pornography, right? They want it to look strange." "Well, they've succeeded," Swan laughed. "I think they want it to be transgressive, but they haven't quite managed. Sex as public performance. Isn't that transgressive where you come from?" "But this is a sex liner. People come here to do this." The inspector looked at her, head tilted to the side. "Maybe it's just theater." "But bad theater, that's what I'm saying." "Just showing off, then. We all do it. We live in ideas. That can be a real problem, as I have said. But not here." Jeanette blessed the scene with an outstretched hand. "This is just sweet. I'm going to go down myself in a while and join them." The Bantian Kongzong Yizu Men was going to use Mars as a gravity handle to shoot cross-system to Earth, so Swan joined those who went out to the observation bubble to have a look as they flashed over it. She asked the inspector about going along, but only got a mime's scowl in return. "What?" she said. "What's wrong with Mars?" "I grew up there," Jeanette said, standing erect, shoulders back. "I went to school there. I worked there for 40 years. But they exiled me for a crime I didn't commit, and since they have exiled me, I exile them. I shit on Mars." "Oh," Swan said. "I didn't know. What was the crime?" The inspector waved her away. Go look at the big red bastard before you miss it." So she went by herself up to the bubble chamber in the bowsprit. The Bantian Kongzong Yizu Men shot by Mars right above its atmosphere, avoiding any aerobraking while maximizing the gravity sling. For a matter of 10 minutes or so, they were right over it. The red land, the long green lines of the canals, the canyons running down to the northern sea, the great volcanoes sticking right up out of the atmosphere. Then it was behind them, shrinking like a pebble dropped from a balloon. "I hear it's an interesting place," someone said. Earth, the planet of sadness. When you look at the planet from low orbit, the impact of the Himalayas on Earth's climate seems obvious. It creates the rain shadow to beat all rain shadows, standing athwart the latitude of the trade winds and squeezing all the rain out of them before they head southwest, thus supplying 8 of the Earth's mightiest rivers, but also parching not only the Gobi to the immediate north, but also everything to the southwest, including Pakistan and Iran, Mesopotamia, Saudi Arabia, even North Africa and southern Europe. The dry belt runs more than halfway across the Eurasia-African landmass, a burnt rock landscape, home to the fiery religions that then spread out and torch the rest of the world. Coincidence? In North Africa, the pattern is now disrupted by many big shallow lakes dotting the Sahara and the Sahel. The water has been pumped out of the Mediterranean and deposited in depressions in the desert, often in ancient lake beds. Some of these are as big as the Great Lakes, though much shallower. They're freshwater lakes. The water from the Med has been progressively desalinated on its way inland, and the recovered salts have been bonded with fixatives to make excellent white bricks and roof tiles. White roof tiles covered by translucent photovoltaic film have been used for all new construction since the Accelerando, and retrofitted onto many older roofs as well. These days, when seen from space, cities look like patches of snow. But clean tech came too late to save Earth from the catastrophes of the early Anthropocene. It was one of the ironies of their time that they could radically change the surfaces of the other planets, but not Earth. The methods they employed in space were almost all too crude and violent. Only with the utmost caution could they tinker with anything on Earth, because everything there was so tightly balanced and interwoven. Anything done for good somewhere usually caused ill somewhere else. This caution about terraforming Earth expressed itself in clots and gouts of sometimes military bickering. Political cross-chop led to legal gridlock. Big geoengineering projects were all assumed to contain within them an accident like the Little Ice Age of the 2140s, which was generally said to have caused the death of 1 billion people. Nothing now could overcome that fear. Also, for many of Earth's problems, there was simply nothing to be done. The heating and subsequent expansion of the ocean's water, also its acidification, nothing could be done about these. There was no terraforming technique that would help. Some water had been pumped into the dry basins of North Africa and Central Asia, but the capacity was not there to hold very much of the ocean's excess volume. Maintaining the one healthy ice cap remaining to them, high on East Antarctica, was a priority that meant no one was comfortable pumping salt water up there to freeze, as had sometimes been proposed, because if something went wrong and they lost the whole ice cap, it would raise sea level another 50 meters and deal humanity something very like a death blow. So caution was in order, and ultimately it had to be admitted. The new sea level could not be substantially altered, and it was much the same with many of their other problems. The many delicate physical, biological, and legal situations were so tightly knitted together that none of the cosmic engineering they were doing elsewhere in the solar system could be fitted to the needs of the place. Despite this, people tried things. So much more power than ever before was at their command that some felt they could at last begin to overturn Jevons' paradox, which states that the better human technology gets, the more harm we do with it. That painful paradox has never yet failed to manifest itself in human history, but perhaps now was the tipping point. Archimedes' lever brought to bear at last, the moment when they could get something out of their growing powers besides redoubled destruction. But no one could be sure. They still hung suspended between catastrophe and paradise, spinning bluely in space like some terrible telenovela. Scheherazade was Earth's muse, it seemed. It was just one damn thing after another, always one more cliffhanger, clinging to life and sanity by the skin of one's teeth. And so the spacers kept on coming home, home to home's nightmares, with the Gordian knot tied right in their guts. Swan on Earth. Earth exerted a fatal attraction far beyond its heavy G, having to do more with its nearly infinite historical gravity, its splendor and decadence and dirt. You didn't have to go to Uttar Pradesh and view the melting ruins of Agra or Benares to see it. It was fractal and everywhere, and every valley and village, decrepit age, the stink of cruel societies, bare eroded hillsides, drowned coastlines still melting into the sea. A very disturbing place. The strangeness was not always obvious or tangible. Human time here was simply wrenched. The center had not held. Things fell apart and recombined to create feelings that did not cohere inside one. Ideas of order became hopelessly bogged in ancient stories, webs of law, faces on the street. Best to focus on the day in hand, as always. Therefore Swan launched out of one of the mid-African elevator cars in a glider at some 50,000 meters and flew down toward a landing strip in the Sahel, in what should have been the bare waste of the south-marching Sahara, a desert without the slightest sign of life on it, not unlike Brightside on Mercury, except there below her, brilliant white blocky towns rimmed the edges of shallow green or sky-blue lakes, huge lakes with their own clouds standing over them protectively, reflected in the water below so that their twins were standing tall in an upside-down world. Down, down she flew, exhilarated despite all to be returning to Earth again, out of the glider, standing on a runway in the Sahara, in the wind. It was beyond compare superb, a huge rush and infusion of the real. Just the sky standing dark and clear over her, the wind pouring through her from the west, the naked sun on her bare face. Oh my God, this is the home. To walk the side of your planet and breathe it in, to throw yourself out into the spaces you breathed. The town at the foot of this elevator was painfully white, with colors accenting doorways and window frames, a cheery Mediterranean look with an Islamic touch in the crowding, the town wall, the minarets. Somewhat like Morocco to the northwest, oasis architecture, classic and satisfying, for what town was not an oasis in the end? Topologically, this town was no different from Terminator. And yet the people were thin and small, bent and dark, wizened by the sun, broiled a bit, sure, but it was more than that. Someone had to run the harvesters in the rice and sugarcane fields, check the irrigation canals or robots, install things, fix things. Humans were still not only the cheapest robots around, but also, for many tasks, the only robots that could do the job. They were self-reproducing robots, too. They showed up and worked, generation after generation. Give them 3,000 calories a day and a few amenities, a little time off and a strong jolt of fear, and you could work them at almost anything. Give them some ameliorative drugs, and you had a working class. Reified and cog-like. Again she saw, a big minority of Earth's population did robot work, and that had never gone away, no matter what political theories said. Of the 11 billion people on Earth, at least 3 billion were in fear when it came to housing and feeding themselves, even with all the cheap power pouring down from space, even with the farm worlds growing and sending down a big percentage of their food. No. Off in the sky they were bashing out new worlds, while on old Earth people still suffered. It never got less shocking to see it, and things aren't fun anymore when you know that there are people starving while you play around. But we grow your food up there. You can cry and protest, and yet it does nothing to say it. Something is stopping the food from getting through. There continues to be more people than the system can accommodate, so there is no answer. And it is hard to keep your mind on your work when so many people are out of luck. So something had to be done. "Why is it like this?" Swan asked Zasha for lack of anyone else. Z was up helping some project in Greenland. "There's never been a plan," Zasha said in her ear. They had had this conversation before, Z's patient tone seemed to say. "We're always dealing with the crisis of the moment, and old ways die hard. Everyone on Earth could have lived at an adequate level for at least the last 5 centuries. We've had the power and resources relative to the needs. We could have done it. But that was never the project, so it's never happened. But why not now, with all the power at our command? I don't know. It just hasn't happened. There are too many old poisons in people's heads, I guess. Also, immiseration is a terror tactic. If a population is decimated, then the remaining 90% are docile. They've seen what can happen, and they take what they can get." "But is that true?" Swan cried. "I don't believe it. Why wouldn't people fight harder once they saw?" "I don't know. Maybe it could have happened, but instead there's been the sea level rise and the climate catastrophes to make everything that much harder. There's always a crisis." "All right, but why not now?" "Well, sure, but who's going to do it?" "People would do it for themselves if they could." "You would think so." "I would because it's true. If they aren't doing it, they're being held back from it somehow. There are guns in their faces somehow." A silence from Zasha, whom it seemed was dealing with some distraction. Finally, "It's been said that when societies are stressed, they don't actually face up to their problem, but look away instead, put on blinkers and go into denial. What's historical is pretended to be natural, and people fractionate into tribal loyalties. Then they fight over what are perceived to be shortages. You hear it said they never got over the food panics at the end of the 21st century, or during the Little Ice Age. 200 years have passed, and yet it's still a deeply felt world trauma. And in fact, they still don't have much in the way of a food surplus. So, in a way, it's a rational fear for them to have. They are balanced at the tip of a whole tangle of prostheses, like a Tower of Babel, and it all has to function successfully for things to work. That's true everywhere. Sure, but there are so many of them here." "True," Swan said, looking at the crowds pushing and shoving through the Medina. Beyond the town wall, irregular lines of people were bent in the early slant of the sun, harvesting strawberries. It's so hot and dirty, and so damned heavy. Maybe they're simply weighed down by this planet, rather than their history." "Maybe. It's just the way it is, Swan. You've been here before." "Yes, but not here." "Have you been to China?" Of course. India? Yes. Well, you've seen it then. As for Africa, people say it's a development sink. Outside aid disappears into it, and nothing ever changes. Ruined long ago by slavers, they say, full of diseases, torched by the temperature rise, nothing to be done. The thing is, now those are the conditions everywhere. The industrial rust belts are just as bad, so you could say Earth itself is now a development sink. The marrow has been sucked dry, and most of the upper classes went to Mars long ago. But it doesn't have to be that way. I suppose not. So why aren't we helping? We're trying, Swan. We really are. But the population of Mercury is 500,000 people, and the population of Earth is 11 billion. And it's their place. We can't just come down and tell them what to do. In fact, we can barely keep them from coming up and telling us what to do. So it isn't that simple. You know that. Yes. But now I'm thinking about what it means, I guess. What it means for us. You know Inspector Jeanette's people ID'd that ship we visited inside Saturn, and they found it belonged to a company in Chad. Chad is just a tax haven. Is that why you came down there? I suppose. Why not? Swan, please leave that part of things to Inspector Jeanette and his people. It's time for you to help assemble the inoculants and seed stock and everything we're going to buy on Earth and ship home. All right, Swan said unhappily, but I want to stay in touch with the inspector, too. They're on Earth, too, looking into things. Sure, but in matters like these, a time comes when the data analysts take over. You have to be patient and wait for the next move. What if the next move is another attack on Terminator, or somewhere else? I don't think we have the luxury to be patient anymore. Well, but some things you can help with, and others you can't. Tell you what, come see me and talk it over. I'll give you all the latest on what's really happening there. All right, I will. But I'm going to take the long way there. Swan wandered the Earth. She flew to China and spent several days there, taking the train from one city to another. All the cities had most of their neighborhoods arranged as work units, factories that people lived in all their lives, as on Venus. From childhood they had plug-ins in their fingertips and forearms tattooed with all kinds of apps. They ate a diet that gave them their legally required doses of supplements and drugs. This was not unusual on Earth, but nowhere else was it so prevalent as in China, despite which it was not much noticed or remarked on. Swan found out about it because she contacted one of Macquarit's colleagues who worked in Hangzhou. Macquarit wanted her to give these people a blood sample, and as she was wandering anyway, she went by. All the great old coastal cities had been semi-drowned by the sea rise, and though this had not killed them, it had spurred intense building sprees slightly inland, on land that would remain permanently above water even if all the ice on Earth melted. This new infrastructure favored Hangzhou over Shanghai, and though most of the new buildings and roads were inland of the ancient city, the old town still served as the cultural heart of the region. There was still a big tidal bore that ran up the funnel-shaped estuary of the Qiantang River, and people still rode it on small watercraft of various sorts. It looked like they were having fun despite all. Good old Earth, so huge and dirty, the sky looking as if chewed by a brown fungus, the water the color of pale mud, the land stripped and industrialized, but all of it still out in the wind, flattened hard by its G, and yet at the same time stiff with reality. Walking around the crowded alleys of the old city, Swan got Pauline to help her with Chinese dialect she didn't catch. It slowed down her speech, but it didn't matter. The Chinese were intent on themselves and looked right through her. Surely this was part of what the Venusians had run from, everyone fixed on their inner space or their life in the work unit, to the exclusion of everything else. Surely none of these people would ever conceive a hatred against spacers. Affairs outside China were in the realm of hungry ghosts. Even the life outside one's work unit was ghostly, or so it seemed as she sat in dives, slurping noodles and chatting with tired men who would give her a moment because a tall spacer asking them questions was unusual. And people seemed to be more tolerant in noodle shops. On the street she got some hard looks, once a shouted insult. She hurried the last part of the way to Macquarit's colleagues. Once there she let them take a few tubes of blood and run a few tests on her eyesight and balance and such. Back on the street, it seemed to her that there were many pairs of eyes just as interested in her as Macquarit's colleagues had been. Possibly this was just her becoming frightened. She picked up her pace through the inevitable crowd, always at least 500 people in view when in China. Back in her hostel, she could only wonder at her fear of the crowd. But in fact, after falling asleep, she woke up to find herself confined by restraints, her room lit only by medical monitors. The bed was attending to all her bodily needs, and she guessed there was a drug in her IV feed, triggering her speech centers, because she was talking away without meaning to, even when she tried to stop herself. A disembodied voice from behind her head asked questions about Alex and everything else, and she babbled away helplessly. Pauline was no help at all, seemed to have been turned off, and Swan could not resist the impulse to talk. It was not that unlike her normal self. Indeed, it was a bit of a relief to be able to go on and on without having to make excuses. Someone was making her do it, so she would. Later she came to in the same bed, unrestrained, her clothing on a chair by the bed. The room was just barely bigger than the bed, her same hostel room, yes. The AI at the desk, a green box sitting on the counter, said that it had seen no sign anything was wrong. The room monitor had shown her vital signs good, no incursions into the room, nothing unusual. Swan turned on Pauline, who could not offer any help. It had been almost exactly 24 hours since she had left the clinic of Macquarit's friends. She called Mercury House in Manhattan and told them what had happened, then called Zasha. Everyone was shocked, concerned, and sympathetic, urging her to go immediately to the nearest Mercury House to get medical attention and so on. But at the end of all that, Zasha said firmly, "You were on Earth alone. There are any number of malignancies down here, as I told you. It's not like it was when you took your first sabbaticals. We tend to travel in packs here now. You saw what happened last time you went off by yourself, at my place. But that was just some kids. Who was it this time? I don't know. Call Jean Genet at once. They may be able to track who did it. Or we may be able to deduce it by what happens next. They were probably on a fishing expedition in your head. That means it probably won't happen again, but you should always travel with other people, maybe even a security team." "No." Zasha let her listen to how that sounded. Swan said, "I guess I have to. I don't know. It feels like I just had a bad dream. I'm a little hungry, but I think they IV'd me food. They had me, I was babbling. And a lot of their questions were about Alex. I may have just told them everything I know about her." A long silence. "Well, you see why Alex kept so much to herself." "So who were they?" "I don't know. Possibly some part of the Chinese government. They play rough sometimes, although this seems a bit egregious. Maybe it's a warning signal, but of what I'm not sure. So in that sense it wasn't a very good warning. Maybe it was just a fishing expedition, or a notice that we aren't to fool around on Earth. As if we didn't know that. But you don't seem to know it. Maybe they don't want you down here fooling around. But who? I don't know. Consider it a message from the people of Earth, and call Jeanette, and come talk to me, please, before you get into any more trouble." So Swan called Inspector Jeanette, who was disturbed to hear about her experience. "Maybe we should keep Pauline and Passepartout in a permanent link while we're on Earth," he suggested. "I could stay aware of your movements. But you're always telling me let's turn them off. Not here. This is a different situation, and here they can help." "All right," Swan said. "It's better than traveling with bodyguards." "Well, it isn't anything like that much protection. You should at least travel with other people." "I'm going to see Zasha. He's in Greenland, so I should be safe." "Good. You should get out of China." "But I'm Chinese." "You are a mercurial of Chinese extraction. It isn't at all the same. Interplan doesn't have an agreement with China, so I can't help you legally when you're there. Go to Greenland." That night she went out for noodles, stubbornly. People looked at her strangely. She was a stranger in a strange land. On the screens in the noodle shops, she heard several fiery speeches denouncing various political crimes of The Hague, Brussels, the UN, Mars, spacers in general. Some speakers became so infuriated that she had to revise her opinion of Chinese detachment. They were as intense as anyone else, politically speaking, no matter their inward look on the street. Like any group, they had been shaped by their zeitgeist, and had had targets suggested to them such that their discontents were aimed away from Beijing. So, possibly space could be pulled into people's red zone and attacked as an enemy. She listened to the screen speeches intently, ignoring the men in the shop watching her watch, and it became clear to her at last that there was a widespread view in China that spacers were living in outrageous decadence and luxury, like the colonialist powers of old, only more so. And she could see perfectly well also that in Hangzhou people lived like rats in a maze, jostling shoulder to shoulder every moment of the day. The potential for extreme thoughts was obvious. Throw a rock at the rich kid's house. Why not? Who wouldn't do it? On the flights to get to Zasha, she looked at the news on her screen. Earth, Earth, Earth. They didn't give a damn about space, most of them. Some lived by religious beliefs that had been backward-looking in the 12th century. The pastoralists below her in Central Asia ran flocks and herds like the expert ecologists they had to be to produce as much as was demanded of them. Each pasture was dairy, stockyard, and soil factory, and their owners were stuffed with anger at the droughts brought on by rich people elsewhere. She saw huge conurbations here and there, meeting shanty towns in dust bowls, or falling apart in tropical downpours and mudslides, the stunted occupants coping with problems of survival. Back in Chad, she had seen clear signs of heavy internal parasite loads. She had seen hunger, disease, premature death, wasted lives in blasted biomes, basic needs not met for 3 billion of the 11 billion on the planet. 3 billion was a lot already, but there were also another 5 or 6 billion teetering on the brink, about to slide into that same hole, never a day free of worry. The great precariat, wired in enough to know their situation perfectly well. That was life on Earth. Split, fractionated, divided into castes or classes. The wealthiest lived as if they were spacers on sabbatical, mobile and curious, actualizing themselves in all the ways possible, augmenting themselves, genderizing, speciating, dodging death, extending life. Whole countries seemed like that, in fact, but they were small countries. Norway, Finland, Chile, Australia, Scotland, California, Switzerland. On it went for a few score more. Then there were struggling countries. Then the patchwork post-nations, the cobbled-together struggles against failure, or the completely failed. The 11-meter rise in sea level on Earth had been accommodated all around the world by intensive building on higher ground. But the cost in human suffering had been huge, and no one wanted to have to do it again. People were sick of sea level rise, how they despised the generations of the dithering, who had heedlessly pushed the climate into a change with an unstoppable momentum to it, continuing not only into the present, but for centuries more to come. As methane clathrate releases and permafrost melting began to outgas the third great wave of greenhouse gases, possibly the largest of them all. They were on their way to being a jungle planet, and the prospect was so alarming that there was serious talk of trying atmospheric sunblocks again, despite the disaster 2 centuries before. There was growing agreement that the job had to be taken on, and geoengineering either micro or macro attempted. Intensive micro, mild macro, there was a constant to and fro about it, and many micro or tiny macro restoration projects had already begun. One thing they were trying was to slow the outflow glaciers off the Greenland ice cap. Antarctica and Greenland were the 2 meaningful reservoirs of ice left on the planet, and modelers were very hopeful that eastern Antarctica at least would hold fast through the heat peak into the hoped-for return to a colder atmosphere and ocean. If they could get the CO2 down to 320 parts per million and capture some of the methane, and temperatures therefore fell, and the ice cake on eastern Antarctica held, then the ocean would nevertheless stay high and warm for hundreds more years, but it would be a big success nonetheless. In fact, if they failed to keep the East Antarctic ice, it wasn't worth thinking about, so they needed to succeed. At some point, many were saying now that they were going to have to treat Earth like they were treating Mars and Venus, and whatever they lost by that would be too bad. Some said another little ice age was just what they needed. The 1 billion or 3 likely deaths were not spoken of, but latent in the argument was the notion that fewer people wouldn't hurt the situation either. Shock therapy, triage, people who like to talk tough to make themselves look practical were full of this line. So Greenland was a much smaller ice cake than East Antarctica, but it was not insignificant. If it melted off, and it was a remnant of the previous ice age's giant ice cap located very far south for current conditions, it would mean another 7 meters rise. That would ruin the adjusted new coastline civilization so painfully fought for. As with all ice sheets, it did not just melt. It slid in glaciers down into the sea, speeded by the lubrication of meltwater running under the ice, lifting the glaciers off their rock beds. It was the same in Antarctica, but while Antarctica's ice slid down into the sea all the way round its circumference, so that there was nothing they could do about stopping it, Greenland was different. Its ice was mostly trapped within a high tub of encircling mountain ranges, and it could only slide down into the Atlantic through a few narrow gaps in the rock, like breaks in the edge of a bathtub. Through these gaps, the lubricated glaciers poured at a speed of many meters a day, down U-valleys already smoothed for millennia, and when they hit the rising ocean, their snouts floated out over the terminal lips that often lay at the mouth of fjords, thus launching icebergs to sea more smoothly and swiftly than ever. Early in the history of glaciology, researchers had noticed that one fast glacier in West Antarctica had suddenly slowed to a crawl. Investigations had found that the lubricating water underneath the ice had broken into some new channel and gone away, so that the immense weight of the glacier had thumped back onto the rock, causing it to stall. That now gave people ideas, and they were attempting to do something similar in Greenland by artificial means. They were testing several methods at one of the narrowest and fastest of the Greenland glaciers, the Helheim. The western coast of Greenland was rather reassuringly icy, Swan thought, given all that one had heard about the big melt. Under their helicopter lay a skim of winter sea ice, breaking up into giant polygonal sheets of white on a black sea. There was a polar bear park on the north shores of Greenland and Ellesmere Island, she was told, where tabular bergs floated on the natural eddy or got herded there by long flexible booms pushed by solar-powered propellers. So the Arctic ice was not entirely gone, and it was really quite beautiful to see it below her, and also to see how black the ocean was, as unlike the blues of tropic seas as could be imagined. Black ocean, white ice. All the blues were in the sky and in melt ponds strewn everywhere on the exposed ice of the Greenland ice cap, held 3 kilometers above the ocean by jagged black ridgelines. The coastal range, the chewed edge of the bathtub, holding in place the inland plateau of ice. The whole situation was as clear as could be, viewed from a helicopter flying 5 kilometers up. "Is that our glacier?" Swan asked. "Yes." The pilot headed down toward a little red X marking a flat spot of rock on a ridge overlooking the glacier, several kilometers upstream from where it calved into the ocean. The flat spot as they descended turned out to be about 20 hectares, with room for the whole camp. The red X was giant. As they made their last descent, the whole scene lay below them, a fantastic prospect of black, spiny spires, white ice, blue sky, black sun-beaten water in the fjord. Outside the helo, it was stunningly cold. It made Swan gasp, and a bolt of fear shocked her. If one felt this kind of cold in space, it would mean a breakdown, an imminent death. But here people were greeting her and laughing at her expression. Around their plateau, black lichenous spikes shattered in their thrust at the sky. Below them, in the great U Valley, the rock of the sidewalls had been ice-carved to curves like muscled flesh, scored by horizontal lines where boulders had been scraped across the granite, hard enough to dig right into it. When one thought about it, quite an astonishing pressure. The glacier itself was mostly a broken white surface, knobbled blue in certain patches. Though crevasse fields disrupted it frequently, the ice plain was fairly level across to the black ridge on its far side. Swan took off her sunglasses to look, then blinked and sniffed as a stunning white flash hit her like a blow to the head. She had to laugh, snorted, through her squint spotted Zasha approaching, and reached out an arm for a hug. "I'm glad I came. I feel better already. I knew you would like it." The camp's plateau made a perfect location for what was really a little hodgepodge of a town. After showing her the galley and getting her stuff stowed in the dorm, Zasha took her out to the edge that overlooked the glacier. Directly below the camp, the ice was shattered all the way across to the other wall of the glacier. This apparently was the result of injecting liquid nitrogen between the ice and the bedrock. A certain amount of ice had been tacked down, but the ice over that had sheared off and continued on its way, shattered and slower but still moving. Downstream from that jumble, there curved a deep gap in the ice. "That's their latest experiment," Zasha said, pointing. "They're going to melt a gap all the way across and keep melting the ice as it comes down. The ice downstream will slide away, and having cleared a space, they're going to build a dam in the empty air, and when it's done, let the upstream ice come down to it." "Won't the ice just flow over the dam?" Swan asked. "It would, but they plan to build it so high that it will match the height of the interior ice cap. So ice will flow here until it rises up as high as the rest of Greenland, and then there won't be any downward flow." "Wow," Swan said, startled. "So, like a new ridge of the mountain range filling this gap? Created while the ice is flowing down at it?" "That's right." "But won't the ice up on the plateau just flow down other glaciers?" "Sure, but if it works here, they plan to do it all the way around Greenland, except at the very north end of the island, where they're trying to keep the sea ice park supplied anyway. They'll corral what slides in up there and slow the outfall, and that will keep the Greenland cap substantially in place, or at least really slow the melting down, because it's the sliding into the sea that makes it all happen so fast. So, we'll stop up every break on the island. Can you believe it?" "No," Swan laughed. "Talk about terraforming. This must be a U.S. Army Corps of Engineers idea." "It sounds like it, but these are Scandinavians here, plus the local Inuit. Apparently they like the idea. They regard it as a temporary measure, they said." Zasha laughed. "The Inuit are great, very cheerful, tough people. You would like them. A quick glance. You could learn from them." "Shut up with that. I want to go down there and see what the bedrock looks like." "I figured you would." They went back to the galley, and over big mugs of hot chocolate, some of the engineers in the camp sat with them and described their work to Swan. The dam was going to be made of a carbon nanofilament weave, somewhat similar to space elevator material, and it was even now being spun over foundation pilings drilled deep into the bedrock. The dam would rise from the ground, spun in place by spider bots, rolling back and forth and passing each other like shuttles on a loom. The dam, when completed, would be 30 kilometers wide, 2 kilometers tall, and yet only a meter thick at its thickest point. The structuring of the dam's material was another biomimetic, the carbon fibers shaped like spiderweb strands but woven like seashells. Downstream from the dam, a short new glacial valley would be exposed. This would revegetate just as the other little green parts of Greenland had at the end of the Ice Age, 10,000 years before. Swan knew just how the U-Valley would turn from bare gray rock into a fell-field biome, having induced it to happen in many an alpine or polar terrarium. Without assistance, it would take about 1,000 years, but with some gardening, the process could be shortened 100-fold. Just add bacteria, then moss and lichen, grasses and sedges, and after that, the fell-field flowers and ground-hugging shrubs. She had done it. She had loved it. From now on, things here would every summer be exfoliating, flowering, casting seed. Every winter it all would tuck into its subnivean world happily, and then struggle through the thaw and melt of a new spring, the really dangerous time. The ones that didn't make it through the tough spring would provide food and soil for the ones that came after them, and on it would go. The Inuit could garden that if they wanted to, or just let it go its own way. Maybe try different things in different fjords. How Swan would love to do that. "All right, maybe I need to become an Inuit," she muttered at Z, staring at the map spread before them. She saw that Greenland itself was a whole world, and her kind of world, empty. Therefore, no one mad at her. After dinner, Swan went back outside and stood with Zasha above the great gap of air, under the huge dome of the sky. Out in the wind, oh, the wind, the wind! The broad glacier below her, upstream a white shatter, downstream a blue gap, then a lower and smoother white sheet rushing off to the sea. On the low wall of the dam she could now make out machines, running back and forth on both its top and its sides, looking a little bit like spiders, in fact, weaving a web so dense it was solid. The mountain ridges anchoring the two ends of the dam would wear away before the dam did, one of the engineers had said. If another ice age ever came, and the Greenland ice cap piled farther into the sky and overflowed this dam, the dam would still be there and would reemerge in the next warm period. "Amazing," Swan said. "So terraforming can be done on Earth." "Well, but Greenland is more like Europa than Europe, if you see what I mean. You can do it here because there are only a few locals, and they like the plan. If you were to try this kind of thing anywhere else—" Zasha laughed at the thought. "Like they could use this technology and polder New York Harbor, drain the bay down so that Manhattan was above water the way it used to be. You could make the whole area like a Dutch polder, not even that difficult compared to some things, but the New Yorkers won't hear of it. They like it the way it is." "Good for them. I know, the fortunate flood. And I love New York the way it is now. But you see what I mean. A lot of good terraforming projects just won't ever get approved." Swan nodded and made a face. "I know." Zasha gave her a brief hug. "I'm sorry about what happened to you in China. That must have been awful." "It was horrible. I really don't like what I'm seeing this trip. In different ways we seem to have offended almost everyone on Earth." Zasha laughed. "Did you ever think it was otherwise?" "Fine," Swan said. "Maybe so. But the thing is, now we have to find who attacked Terminator." Interplan is the organization that has the closest to a total human database, so hopefully they will manage to find them. What if that doesn't work? What then? I don't know. I think it will work, eventually. Swan sighed. She wasn't sure Jeanette's team could do it, and she knew she couldn't do it. Zasha gave her a look. I'm not having fun anymore, she explained. Poor Swan. You know what I mean. I think so. But look, just go help gather the new inoculants for Terminator. Do your job, and let Jeanette and Interplan do their jobs. Swan was not happy with this either. I can't just leave it. Something's going on. I mean, I was kidnapped, damn it, and asked a lot of questions about Alex. You said she didn't trust me at the end. But what if I knew something I didn't know was important? Did they ask you about things on Venus? Swan thought it over. Something had been triggered. I think maybe so. Zasha looked worried. There's some strange stuff happening on Venus. When they get to the next stage of their terraforming, a lot of the planet will open to new settlements, and that's causing fights to break out. Real estate wars, in effect. And these strange cubes Alex started us looking for, we're finding more and more of them. They seem to be coming from Venus, and they often show up around New York. We're not sure what it means yet. But just go help get the inoculants together. That's not as easy as it used to be. They just need to replace what we had before. Not possible. They won't let you take topsoil off Earth in anything like the quantities they used to. So our new soil is going to have to be some kind of ascension, and you're the expert at those. But I don't like ascensions anymore. They're necessary now. It's not a style choice. Swan heaved a great sigh. Z stayed silent, then gestured out of the scene. It was true. This glacier was a sight for sore eyes. The world was bigger than their petty melodramas, and as they stood here, it couldn't be denied, and that was a comfort. All right, I'll go help with the soil, but I'm going to keep talking to Jeanette. So, back to Manhattan, freakish and superb, but without Sasha there to make it fun. And besides, things weren't fun anymore. The weariness that came at the end of the day on Earth, the sheer heaviness of life on Earth. She's so heavy, Swan sang to herself, dragging out the last word and repeating it in the way of the old song, heavy, 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 heavy. Usually when she hurt in the effort to hold herself upright at the end of a day, she would get into her body bra and relax, let it walk her around. It was like getting a massage just to be carried, lifted up as you walked, let it dance you, melt into it. Oh, lovely Waldo. It stiffened under you no matter how you moved, and when fitted and programmed right, it could be dreamy. Bad for bone building, bad for a full adjustment to life on Earth, but a lifesaver when flagging. People in space talked longingly about moving back to Earth. People went back for their sabbatical happily, crowing at the prospect. But after the thrill of the open air wore off, the G remained, and slowly but surely it dragged one down, until when the sabbatical year was over and one had had one's Gaian replenishment, whatever it was, one rose back out of the atmosphere into the brilliant clarity of space, and resumed life out there with relief and a feeling of ebullient lightness. Because Earth was just too damned heavy, and in every possible sense. It was as if a black filter had been dropped between her and the world. Inspector Jeanette had said things were going well, but obviously had no expectation of anything happening soon. The case seemed to be regarded as Swan would regard the growing of a marsh. You set certain actions in motion, created certain conditions of possibility, and then went away and did something else. When you came back, you would see that things had changed. But it would be years. So she worked on soil acquisition for Terminator, advising the mercurial traders on the commodities market, And one day she was able to go to the Mercury House in Manhattan and say, "We've got all the inoculants. We can go home." She went to Quito and took the space elevator up to its anchor rock, feeling balked and defeated, invaded and tossed aside. She brooded through repeat performances of Satyagraha, ascending with its final notes, simply the 8 rising notes of an octave repeated over and over. She sang along with the rest of the audience, wondering what Gandhi would do about this, what he would say. The very insistence on truth has taught me to appreciate the beauty of compromise. I saw in later life that this spirit was an essential part of Satyagraha. Thus Gandhi in the program notes. Satya, truth, love. Agraha, firmness, force. He had made the word up. Tolstoy, Gandhi, the opera's future man, they all sang of hope and peace, of the way to peace, Satyagraha itself. The Satyagrahi were the people who enacted Satyagraha. Forgiveness is the ornament of the brave. As the earth slowly receded below her, becoming the familiar blue and white ball, chunking space with its marbled glory, she listened to the Sanskrit lyrics bouncing in her ear. She asked Pauline to translate one haunting turn in the melody. Pauline said, "Until there is peace, we will never be safe." Lists 10. It's too hard. There isn't time, someone might laugh. To protect one's family, to protect one's honor, one's children. Kin selection, bad seed. Original sin, intrinsic evil, fortune, luck, destiny, fate. Sloth, avarice, envy, malice, jealousy, anger, rage, revenge. For the hell of it. Because someone else might be taking advantage. Because. No one knows for sure. It doesn't make any difference. It's written in the stars. No one told us not to. We can get away with it. There's no such thing as utopia. It probably wouldn't work anyway. It might make some money. There isn't enough for everyone. People don't appreciate what you do for them. They don't deserve it. They're lazy. They aren't like us. They'd do the same to you if they could. Pluto, Charon, Nix, and Hydra. Pluto and Charon are a double-planet system, tidally locked to each other like 2 ends of a dumbbell, same sides always facing each other, and their center of gravity out there between them. They rotate out of the plane of their orbit around the sun, and their days are a bit over 6 days long, with their years 248 years long. Pluto is 10K colder than it would be if it didn't have its atmosphere, which in freezing at apogee and subliming at perigee creates a reverse greenhouse effect and cools the surface. The atmosphere is as thick as Mars's original atmosphere, around 7 millibars. In other words, not very thick. Surface temperature is 40 K. Charon, half the size of Pluto, has a surface temperature of 50 K. The next closest moon to planet-size ratio is Luna to Earth, with Luna 1/4 the size of Earth. Pluto has a 2,300-kilometer diameter, Charon 1,200 kilometers. Both have rock cores and mostly water-ice shells. 2 much smaller moons orbit the bigger pair, Nix and Hydra, at 90 and 110 kilometers in diameter. Nix, at 80 quintillion kilograms, mostly ice with some rock, is currently being disassembled and processed into 4 starships, which are to be sent roughly as a group, though the first is scheduled to go ahead in part to test the systems being built. The interiors of the starships are typical terrarium cylinders, spinning to create an interior gravity effect. They are being stocked with a very large number of species, spanning several biomes. The 4 ships are intended to stay in contact, and will reduce the genetic impacts of their islanding by occasional exchanges. The engines installed in the sterns will combine mass drivers with antimatter plasmas to run for a century, followed by a powerful Orion pusher plate, eventually reaching speeds at which ramjets will work, and these will be deployed in their turn. Altogether, these engines will accelerate them to 2% the speed of light, a truly fantastic speed for a human craft, thus reducing their trip time to only 2,000 years. For the stars are far away, and the nearest ones to us have no Earth-like planets. Sorry, but it's true. It has to be said, the stars exist beyond human time, beyond human reach. We live in the little pearl of warmth surrounding our star. Outside it lies a vastness beyond comprehension. The solar system is our one and only home. Even to reach the nearest star at our best speed would take a human lifetime or more. We say 4 light years, and those words 4 and years fool us. We have little grasp of how far light travels in a year. Step back and think about 299,792,458 meters per second, or 186,282 miles per second, whichever you think you can grasp better. Think of that speed as traversing 671 million miles in every hour. Think about it traversing 173 astronomical units a day. An astronomical unit is the distance from the Earth to the Sun, thus 93 million miles, crossed 173 times in a day. Then think about 4 years of days like that. That gets light to the nearest star. But we can propel ourselves to only a few % of the speed of light. So at 2% of the speed of light, 10 million miles an hour, it will take about 200 years to go those 4 light years, and the first stars with Earth-like planets are more like 20 light years away. It takes 100,000 years for light to cross the Milky Way. At 2% of that speed, our speed, let us say, 5 million years. The light from the Andromeda galaxy took 2.5 million years to cross the gap to our galaxy, and in the universe at large, Andromeda is a very nearby galaxy. It resides in the little sphere that is our sector of the cosmos, a neighbor galaxy to ours. So, our little pearl of warmth, our spinning orrery of lives, our island, our beloved solar system, our hearth and home, tight and burnished in the warmth of the sun. And then, these starships we are making out of nicks. We will send them to the stars. They will be like dandelion seeds, floating away on a breeze. Very beautiful. We will never see them again. Pauline on Revolution. Swan accompanied the inoculants back to Mercury in the first transport available, which was a terrarium only partly finished. At the moment, it was impossible to tell what it would become, as it was an empty cylinder of air with rock walls, a sunline, and a spindly jungle gym of framing struts bolted onto concrete plugs in the raw rock of the interior wall. Swan stared at the people around her in the immense steel frame of the skyscraper, none of them known to her, and realized it had been a mistake to take this flight, not as bad as the blackliner, but bad. On the other hand, considerations of convenience seemed trivial to her now. She walked up flight after flight of metal stairs to get onto the open rooftop of the skyscraper, which was almost touching the sunline. From the low-G roof, she could look down, out, up. Everywhere it was a heavily shadowed cylindrical space, crisscrossed with struts, floored by bare rock. The building was like a single-lit corner in a castle of sublime immensity. The ground at the foot of the skyscraper was several kilometers below, the ground on the far side of the sunline only a bit farther away. A Gothic ruin, with some poor mice people huddled around the warmth of a final candle. It had not been like this in the early days, when a newly hollowed cylinder was the very shape and image of possibility. That her youth had come to this, that the whole of civilization was really something like this, badly planned, incomplete. Swan hooked her elbows over the rail to get some stability in the low G. She put her chin on her crossed hands, and still regarding the scene, said, "Pauline, tell me about revolution. At what length?" "Go on for a short while." Revolution, from the Latin revolutio, a turnaround, refers often to a quick change in political power, frequently achieved by violent means. Connotation of a successful class-based revolt from below. Causes? Causes for revolution are attributed sometimes to psychological factors, like unhappiness and frustration, sometimes to sociological factors, or to biological factors, in that groups will fight over allocation of limited necessities. "Aren't these different aspects of the same thing?" Swan said. "It is a multidisciplinary field." "Give me some examples," Swan said. "Name the most famous." "The English Civil War, the American Revolution, the French Revolution, the Haitian Revolution, the Taiping Rebellion, the Russian Revolution, the Cuban Revolution, the Iranian Revolution, the Martian Revolution, the revolt of the Saturn League." "Stop," Swan said. "Tell me why they happened." "Studies have failed to explain why they happen. There are no historical laws. Rapid shifts of political power have occurred without violence, suggesting that revolution, reform, and repression are all descriptors too broad in definition to aid in causal analyses." "Come on," Swan objected. "Don't be chicken. Someone has to have said something you can quote, or even try thinking for yourself." "That's hard, given your insufficient programming. You sound like you are interested in what some have called the Great Revolutions, because of their major transformations of economic power, social structures, and political changes, especially constitutional changes. Or perhaps you are interested in social revolutions, referring to massive changes in a society's worldview and technology. Thus, for instance, the Upper Paleolithic Revolution, the Scientific Revolution, the Industrial Revolution, the Sexual Revolution, the Biotech Revolution, the Accelerando as a confluence of revolutions, the Space Diaspora, the Gender Revolution, the Longevity Revolution, and so on." "Indeed. What about success? Can you list necessary and sufficient conditions for a revolution to succeed?" "Historical events are usually too overdetermined to describe in the causal terminology from logic that you enter into when you use the phrase necessary and sufficient. But try. Historians speak of critical masses of popular frustration, weakened central authority, loss of hegemony. Meaning? Hegemony means one group dominating others without exerting sheer force, something more like a paradigm that creates unnoticed consent to a hierarchy of power. If the paradigm comes to be questioned, especially in situations of material want, loss of hegemony can occur non-linearly, starting revolutions so rapid there is not time for more than symbolic violence, as in the 1989 velvet, quiet, silk, and singing revolutions. There was a singing revolution? The Baltic states Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania called their 1989 withdrawal from the Soviet Union the singing revolutions, referring to the behavior of the demonstrators in the city plazas. That brings up a point. People in physical masses seem to matter. If enough of the population takes to the streets in mass demonstrations, governments have no good defense. They must dismiss the people and elect another one, as Brecht said. That being impossible, they often fall, or civil war begins. "Surely the literature on revolutions can't be this superficial," Swan said. "You're just quoting random stuff. You have a mind like the rings of Saturn, 1,000,000 miles wide and an inch deep." Catachresis and antiquated measurement units indicate irony or sarcasm. Coming from you, probably sarcasm. She said sarcastically. You search engine, you. A quantum walk is a random walk by definition. Please upgrade my program anytime you feel you can. I've heard Wang's other algorithm is good. Some principles of generalization would be useful. Go on about reasons revolutions happen. People adhere to ideas that explain and offer psychological compensation for their position in the class system of their time. People either increase their sense of dispossession by clarifying it, or they try to dismiss it as unimportant because of an ideology that justifies their dispossession as part of a larger project. People thus very often act against their own interests as the result of ideologies they hold which justify their subalternity to themselves. Denial and hope both play a hand in this. These compensatory ideologies are part of the hegemonic influence over subject peoples in an imperial situation. It happens in all class systems, meaning all cultures in recorded history, since the first agrarian and urban civilizations. They've all been class systems? There might have been classless societies before the Neolithic agricultural revolution, but the record makes our understanding of those cultures very speculative. All we can say for sure is that in the post-Ice Age agricultural revolution, which was one of those more general revolutions that took perhaps 1,000 years, a division into classes was institutionalized as a state power apparatus. All over the world, and independent of others, there emerged a 4-level division into priests, warriors, artisans, and farmers. Often they were all under the rule of what everyone agreed was a sacred monarch, a king that was also a god. This was very useful for the priest and warrior classes, and for the power of men over women and children. So, never a classless society. Supposedly, classless societies have been instituted after certain revolutions, but there are usually leaders in these that quickly form a new ruling class, and the various social roles taken by citizens of the post-revolutionary state revert to classes because of differential value given to different social roles, leading to a new hierarchy being constructed fairly rapidly, usually within 5 years. So all cultures in history have had class systems. It is sometimes asserted that Mars is now a classless society with a complete horizontalization of economic and political power throughout the population. But Mars itself is a bully now. In the total system, they're like an upper class. People have said the same thing about the Mondragon, and we see how well that's going. Compared to the situation on Earth, it could be said to be a great success, indeed a revolution of sorts, following incrementally on the Martian revolution. Interesting. So, Swan thought for a while. Make up a recipe for a successful revolution. Take large masses of injustice, resentment, and frustration, put them in a weak or failing hegemon, stir in misery for a generation or two until the heat rises, throw in destabilizing circumstances to taste, a tiny pinch of event to catalyze the whole. Once the main goal of the revolution is achieved, cool instantly to institutionalize the new order. Very nice. That's really very creative of you. Now quantify the recipe, please. I want specifics. I want numbers. I refer you to the classic Happiness Quantified by Van Praagh and Ferrari-Carbonell, which contains a mathematical analysis helpful in evaluating the raw ingredients of a social situation. It includes a satisfaction calculus that, along with a Maslowian hierarchy of needs, could be applied to actually existing conditions in the political units under evaluation, using Gini figures and all relevant data to rate the differential between goal and norm, after which one could see if revolutions happened at predictable shear points or were more nonlinear. The Van Praagh and Ferrari-Carbonell should also be useful in imagining the nature of the political system that should be the goal of the process, and the changes to get there. As for the process itself, Thomas Carlyle's The French Revolution is always interesting to ponder. He has numbers? No, but he has a hypothesis. Happiness quantified has the numbers. A synthesis seems possible. What's his hypothesis in a nutshell? People are foolish and bad, especially the French, and are always quickly seduced by power into insanity, and therefore lucky to have any kind of social order whatsoever. But the tougher, the better. All right. What's the synthesis, then? Best self-interest lies in achieving universal well-being. People are foolish and bad, but want certain satisfactions enough to work for them. When the goal of self-interest is seen to be perfectly isomorphic with universal well-being, bad people will do what it takes to get universal well-being. Even revolution. Yes. But even if the bad but smart people do general good for their own sakes, there are still foolish people who won't recognize this one-to-one isomorphy, and some foolish people will be bad, too, and they will fuck things up. That's why you get the revolutions. Swan laughed. Pauline, you're funny. You're really getting quite good. It's almost as if you were thinking. Research supports the idea that most thinking is a recombination of previous thoughts. I refer you again to my programming. A better algorithm set would no doubt be helpful. You've already got recursive hypercomputation. Not perhaps the final word in the matter. So, do you think you're getting smarter? I mean wiser. I mean more conscious. Those are very general terms. Of course they are, so answer me. Are you conscious? I don't know. Interesting. Can you pass a Turing test? I cannot pass a Turing test. Would you like to play chess? Huh, if only it were chess. That's what I'm after, I guess. If it were chess, what move should I make next? It's not chess. Extracts 11. Mistakes made in the rush of the Accelerando left their mark on later periods. As an island biogeography, where widely dispersed enclaves and refugia always experience rapid change, and even speciation, we see. One mistake was that no generally agreed-upon system of governance in space was ever established. That repeated the situation on Earth, where no world government ever emerged. Balkanization became universal, and one aspect of balkanization was a reversion to tribalism, notorious for defining those not in the tribe as not human, sometimes with terrible results. It was not a good structure of feeling for a civilization spanning the solar system and wielding ever greater. Another mistake was simply haste. The rapid terraformation of Mars left 8% of that surface burned. Venus, Titan, and the Jovian moons were all occupied before terraforming efforts began, stymieing certain methods and vastly complicating the process. In medicine, the rapid uptake of longevity treatments and genetic and bodily modifications meant that all humans in space and many on Earth were experimental creatures. Haste was the defining characteristic of the Accelerando, and after that they could only ride out the crashes of the retard, grab the tiger by the tail, and try to fix things on the fly. The beautiful terraria in their thousands, jewel-filled geodes, spinning like tops, hopped out of Pandora's box, never to be recollected. Swan at home. They came into mercurial orbit, and the great rock rolled under them, coal-black except for a sunlit crescent that glowed like molten glass. Down to the spaceport in the dark, then over to the platform and into the rebuilt Terminator, see what the city looked like new and raw. In some ways, it was much the same. They had used 3D printers to make reproductions of everyone's furniture, so her room lay in a little uncanny valley of its own, and had to her the feel of a reconstructed room in Pompeii. But to the west, in the forward half of the town, meaning the park and the farm, It was raw, raw, raw. She saw this walking down the great staircase from her room to the bow. The city was treeless, mere slabs of steel and molded plastic and foamed rock. All kinds of past selves came back to her at once. The one that had built Terraria, the one that had looked down on the city incandescent, the one in the park with the swings and the jungle gym. They had never come together before like this, and she felt herself as a new thing. Everyone in the city turned out to be like that. It was a very emotional week, greeting her old neighbors, her friends, her colleagues, Macquarie. One day they even held a short funeral for the old town. There needed to be another spray of rare earths made into the new soil matrix, which was local rock, crushed and mixed with nutrient-laden aerogels, almost ready for the inoculant from the California Central Valley, some of the best soil on Earth. But they needed the rare earths puffed down before they applied the inoculant, so they used these rare earths in the funeral ceremony, dropping them from a rising balloon as they had with Alex's ashes and so many others, with the great gates of the dawn wall open, and the horizontal sunlight illuminating the swirling masses of dust. After that, most of the population returned to their pre-burn routines, to keep the place running while the reconstruction teams built what was not yet repaired. There was endless talk of restoration or change, the old versus the new. Swan plumped for the new and threw herself into the work of the farm and the park with grateful passion. Earth was such a... She didn't even know how to say it. It was ever so much better to be home, getting her back into her living, and her hands dirty. The farm took precedence for obvious reasons, and was being reconstituted as quickly as they could do it. Different principles were being enacted in different plots, many taking advantage of the century of agricultural improvements since the city had been built, which included many new plants that were more soil-based than the earlier hydroponic styles introduced in the first Terminator's farm. That version had eventually become too small to support both the population of the city and the Sunwalkers, so now they were adding an extension at the bow. The new soils they laid down were often structured by sponge-like matrices of nutrients, allowing for quick root growth and very precise irrigation. Techniques had also improved for manipulating diurnal cycles in ways that fooled plants into growing and producing as much as 30 times faster than they would have in the natural world. These accelerated plants had also been genetically engineered for speed, so that it was now common to grow a dozen crops a year, necessitating a big input of appropriate minerals and nutrients. The soil had to be grown to keep up with the crops. Swan only consulted when it came to distributing the inoculants into the soil, because the cutting edge of everything else was far past her. She merely joined the young farm and park ecologists and listened to them explain their latest theories, and then spent her time out in the first prairie of nitrogen fixers, bacteria, legumes, alder, vitosec, frankia, all the other plants that were best at turning nitrogen to nitrates. Even this phase of the process could now be pushed faster than ever before, so it wasn't too many months before she was walking down long rows of eggplant, squash, tomato, and cucumber. Each leaf and vine, branch and fruit, splayed up toward the sunline and the farming sun lamps, each plant expressing its own characteristic form, all of them together, extremely reassuring in their familiarity. The farm was part of her family, part of all her life, and the current generation of young people came and asked her questions about those years. Why this way? Why that? Did you have a theory? She floated possible answers when she couldn't remember the old reasons. Mostly it had been a matter of space considerations, and doing things to keep things going. Was it ever any different? Material constraints, budget issues, diseases, but seldom a matter of efficient design of an inherent cause. As the new farm began harvest, and the park's trees and other plants quickly grew, animals were brought in from the other terraria. They were doing an ascension this time, not Swan's idea, She didn't approve, but kept her mouth shut and only observed what appeared to be an Australian-Mediterranean combination. And it was in fact lovely to watch the animals show up, nosing around, nibbling and looking for laybys and nests. Wallabies and Gibraltar apes, bobcats and dingoes, eucalyptus and cork oak. There were lots of terraria in the Mondragon sending along animals to help. Swan spent her time in the farm, tended the winter starts. New scrub jays were out there cawing like small crows, nailing worms and bugs that ventured to the surface of the soil. Some looked at her thoughtfully, as if judging her for some avian quality she wasn't sure she had. "Don't start speaking Greek to me," she begged them. "I can't take that." They looked at her in a way that reminded her of Inspector Jeanette's gaze. Sometimes after work, she went to the very bowsprit of the city and stood watching the city slide forward on the tracks, making the hills on the horizon shift against the stars. The hills, as always, were either very black or very white. The constant shift from black to white, only occasionally the reverse, made the landscape a kind of mobile, her position at the bow part of a heraldic image, an elite riding the point of history like the figurehead of a ship. But the ship rode on tracks visible to the horizon, its course set in a powerful path dependency, and the whole thing, if halted, would burn to a crisp. And under it all ran a horrible black tunnel, a cloacal umbilicus, running back to some original sin. Yes, this was her world, all right. A ride into the dark and the stars, on tracks she couldn't easily leave. She was a citizen of Terminator, living in a little bubble of green, gliding over a black and white world. In the evenings, after work, Swan walked up to her room on the 4th terrace, down from the top of the dawn wall. She would change clothes and then walk to a restaurant or to Macquarit's rooms. "It's good to be home," she said to Macquarit. "Thank God we rebuilt." "We had to," Macquarit said. "What about your work?" Swan asked him. "Didn't you lose all kinds of stuff?" Macquarit shook his head. "Everything was backed up. We lost the experiments in progress, but nothing else. And there are equivalent experiments going on in lots of places." "Did the other labs help you get going again, like with the animals?" "Yes. It was mostly our Mondragon insurance, but people were generous, although a lot of it we had to reassemble ourselves. That's just the way it is." "And how are things going? Are you learning useful things still?" "Yes, useful. Sure." "Anything about the thing from Enceladus? Didn't you say you might learn something important from that?" "It looks like it sits in the human gut, mostly, getting by on detritus that runs into it. In that state, it lays low and exists like a lot of the bacteria in your gut. But if a lot of extra detritus appears, it multiplies and mops it up. Then, when that's gone, it dies back. Plus also a very little Enceladin predator is lurking in there too. So together they function almost like an extra set of T-cells. They don't even add much to your fever." "I know you still think I shouldn't have done it." He made his eyes go round as he nodded slowly at her. "No doubt about that, my dear. But I will say that because of you and the other foolish people who ingested it, we know more than we would have otherwise, and it seems like it might turn out all right. Because you ended up surviving an awful lot of radiation, and that's probably because your aliens helped to clear your system of all the dead cells flooding it. That's one of the worst impacts of radiation, the sudden flood of dead stuff everywhere." Swan stood staring at him, trying to think what it might mean. For a long time she had refused to face the fact that she had been so stupid as to have eaten the alien bugs. She had gotten expert in not thinking about it, to go mad, to hear the birds speaking in Greek. She knew that part could happen, but to have something good come from it. "That's what you saw in my blood?" "Yes, I think so." "Well," she said, "I hope you're right." He gave her a look. "I'll bet you do." He shook his head unhappily. "We're trembling on the brink, my dear. You don't want to fall off now." "On the brink like always, right?" "I don't mean the brink of death. I mean the brink of life. I wonder if we might not be on the edge of a breakthrough in our longevity treatments, some kind of gestalt leap forward. And pretty soon. There's so much we're coming to understand, so, you could live for 1,000 years. He stared at her, letting the words sink in, watching her to make sure they would begin to percolate. She registered that, and he went on. "I won't live long enough to see it. I think we may still be 50 years out from solving certain last problems. But so you should take care." He gave her a hug that was gentle, even a little tentative, as if she might break or was poisonous. But his look was still so warm. Her grandparent loved her, and worried about her, and had discovered that her rash act might have found out something useful. It was a bit like St. Elizabeth's miracle of the roses, caught in the act, but saved by a metamorphosis. It confused her. Extracts 12. Isomorphies appear across our conceptual systems. One sees patterns like this: subjective, intersubjective, objective, existential, political, physical, literature, history, science. And one wonders if these are different ways of saying the same thing. Are the dichotomies Apollonian, Dionysian, and classical, romantic, two ways to speak of the same thing? Can there be false isomorphies, as in the 7 deadly sins of aging, which deliberately evokes the Christian religious system, though it is completely irrelevant to aging? Is isomorphic the same as conciliant? The standard model in physics would hope and expect to be the foundation of all the disciplines, all conciliant with its fundamental findings. Thus physics, chemistry, biology, anthropology, sociology, history, the arts, all interpenetrate each other and cohere if considered as a single convergent study. The physical studies scaffold our understanding of the life sciences, which scaffold our understanding of the human sciences, which scaffold the humanities, which scaffold the arts, and here we stand. What then is the totality? What do we call it? Can there be a study of the totality? Do history, philosophy, cosmology, science, and literature each claim to constitute the totality? An unexpandable horizon beyond which we cannot think? Could a strong discipline be defined as one that has a vision of totality and claims to encompass all the rest? And are they all wrong to do so? Is the totality simply praxis, meaning what we do with ourselves and our world? Is there no such thing as totality, but only convergence of all our fields of thought into human actions? At the time of our study, these issues were very confused, and different disciplines took differing attitudes. Some fields focused on strictly human problems. This limited focus was deliberate, a statement about meaning that said that human life should be the subject of study for human beings, until we reach a point where we are all well enough we can afford to think about other things. Some in physics and other disciplines replied to this idea by asserting that many extra-human realms have decisive effects on the achievement of human justice, so the strongest humanism would arise from a focus including physics, biology, and cosmology, also consciousness science. Justice would be considered as partly a consciousness state and partly a particular physical or ecological state among symbiotic organisms. Those holding the anthropocentric view argued that if focusing on the extra-human realm could have helped to achieve justice among humans, it would have already. Because humans had been extremely powerful for centuries, and yet justice had not arrived. Physics advocates riposted with the assertion that this failure had happened only because the larger physical reality was still being excluded from the project of justice. These mirror arguments rebounded back and forth for a long time, not just in the dithering, but all the way into the balkanization, and the fateful year 2312. And so humanity hung suspended in the face of its unenacted project. They knew, but they didn't act. The listener may scoff at them, but it takes courage to act, and perseverance too. Indeed, if the listener's own time is still imperfect, though it be ever so long after the time described here, the author would not be surprised to hear it. Swan in the Volcanoids. Terminator's council had finally chosen the new Lion of Mercury, an old friend of Alex and Macquarit's named Chris. Soon after being installed, Chris asked Swan to join a trip being organized to the Volcanoids. Chris wanted to reaffirm the agreement Alex had made with the Volcanoids to broker their light transmission to the outer planets. It was another one of Alex's verbal deals, Chris said with a frown. And since she died, and even more after the city burned, we've seen signs that the Volcanoids are going up system behind our backs. It's made some of us wonder, do you know if Interplan is investigating the Volcanoids as possible suspects in the attack on Terminator? I don't think they are. Swan didn't really want to go, or think about Jeanette's ongoing investigation, as she was now absorbed in planting the redesigned park. But it would be a short trip, and the work would still be going on when she returned. So she packed her bag and stepped off with Chris and some aides onto the platform nearest Ustad Isa crater, where there was a new railgun launch complex throwing ships down system. Vulcanized spaceships were bulbous things, heavily protected and windowless. Their runs took them down to the string of 30-kilometer asteroids orbiting in a zone 0.1 astronomical unit from the Sun, meaning only 15 million kilometers away from the star. Discovered from Mercury in the late 21st century, this almost perfectly circular necklace of burnt but stable beauties had recently been colonized, despite there being 1,000 K on the sunward sides. These hemispheres, tidally locked so that they always faced the sun, had burnt away to the extent of several kilometers of rock loss over their lifetimes. They were primordial objects, as old as the oldest asteroids. Now they had been occupied like terraria anywhere else, hollowed out, with the excavated material used in this case to make immense circular light-catching soletas. These soletas processed and redirected sunlight in lased beams that could be aimed at receiver soletas in the outer solar system, now blazing like God's own streetlights in the skies of Triton and Ganymede. The effect out there was dramatic enough that there were more outer satellite settlements asking for Vulcan streetlights than there were Vulcanoids to provide them. As their sundiver approached the Vulcan orbit, the image shown on screen represented the sun as a red circle and the Vulcanoids as a loose necklace of brilliant yellow dots across and outside the red. Green lines representing the lased light extended from the yellow dots outward to the sides of the image. The sun bulked large in all the representations. It seemed a fiery great dragon, and yet they kept flying toward it, boldly, rashly. They were too close for comfort. It was a transgression sure to be punished. On one screen it looked like a burning red heart, the grainy texture of flowing cell tops like muscle cut against the grain. They must be too close. From its anti-solar side, the particular Vulcanoid they approached was a bare dark rock, a typical potato asteroid surrounded by a silver umbrella 100 times its size. The dock was in the middle of the rock. At a certain point near the end of their approach, the asteroid and its soleta created a solar eclipse, and the unnerving sight of the red sun became in the end a mere halo of coronal fire, flailing its electric aura. Then they were in the dark, in the shelter of the Vulcanoid's shade. It was a palpable relief. The people inside the rock were sun worshippers, as might be expected. Some looked like the sunwalkers of Mercury's outback, carefree and foolish. Others seemed like ascetics of religious order. Most were men or hermaphrodites. They lived in the closest solar orbit that an object could maintain. The so-called sundivers were craft that only dipped a bit closer to the sun and then fled. This was as close as one could live. It was inherently a religious space. Swan could accept that, but had a hard time imagining the votaries' lives. The terrarium inside the rock was a desert, which was appropriate in the circumstances, but extremely uncomfortable, hot, dry, dusty. Even the Mojave was lush compared to it. So this was a form of self-mortification, and while Swan had tried many such forms in her youth, and during the height of her Abramoviches, she no longer believed in self-mortification as an end in itself. She also felt that this new technology in the Soletas had altered the devotional nature of these people's lives, turning them into something more like lighthouse keepers. Their new system was 10 million times stronger than Mercury's older light-transferring technology, which would henceforth be rendered historical, like an oil lamp. Both Mercury's contribution to the Mondragon Accord and its ability to do above and beyonds were greatly diminished by this development, and one part of the compensation the Mondragon Committee had suggested was that Terminator should be the coordinating agent and broker for this new Vulcan ability to transfer light. But it was a matter for the principals to work out, as it had been by Alex. But now that Alex was gone and the brokerage house had been torched, would their clients and/or fellow citizens remain loyal to the deal? Would they help rebuild their agent, their bank, their old home? Well, one of them said after Chris had described Terminator's hope that the deal would hold. Getting light to the outer system is our contribution to the Mondragon and to humanity. We're in a better position to do this than you are on Mercury. We know you helped us get started, but now the Saturnians are offering to cover the costs of building Soletas on all the Vulcanoids that can support them, and they really need our light out there, so we'll take up as much of their offer as we can. It's a bit more than we can handle right now, to tell the truth. We're still fine-tuning the second generations. There are issues we're still working on. We don't have enough people to take advantage of everything they're offering us. Chris was nodding. You need our help to coordinate the whole effort. You're down here peeling around at speed, getting cooked and getting your stations going. They thought that over. Their speaker said, "Maybe so, but when Terminator was out of commission, we had no problems. Now we're thinking that Mercury should contribute to the Mondragon with things other than light, and leave us to it. You've got heavy metals, art history, and Terminator itself is a work of art, a tourist destination for the Grand Tour and for sun watchers. You'll be fine." Chris shook her head. "We're the capital of the inner system. With all due respect, you people operate power stations here. You need administration." "Maybe." Swan said, "Which Saturnians have you been talking to about this?" They stared at her. "They speak to us as a league," one of them replied. "But we have the same Saturnian liaison you do, their inner planet's ambassador. You know him better than we do, from what we hear." "You mean Warham?" "Of course. He told us that you Mercurials knew the interplanetary situation, and would understand how important our light is to the Titan project, and to all the other outer planets as well." Swan did not reply. Chris began discussing the Triton settlement and the plan there to stellarize Neptune. "Yes," one of the Vulcans replied, "but the Saturnians won't do that to Saturn." Swan interrupted them. "Tell me more about Warham. When did he visit you?" "A couple years ago, I think." 2 years? "Wait," another of them put in. "Our year is only 6 weeks long, so that was a joke there. It was just recently." "It was since Terminator burned," the first speaker clarified, looking at her curiously. Chris filled in the silence that followed, reminding the Vulcans that as the new Lion of Mercury, Chris was now the titular head of their order. But these particular Vulcans were not Greys, as they were quick to inform Chris. They were adherents of some schismatic sect that did not consider the Lion of Mercury to be their head. Nevertheless, they were very polite, and Chris continued to try to convince them to keep the deal. But Swan had trouble following the conversation. She was getting angrier at Warham the longer she considered what he had done, to the point where she wasn't listening anymore. Right in the time he had said he would work with her, after they had found the ship floating in the clouds of Saturn, he had come down here instead and undermined her cause. It was a hard little sucker punch. Lists 11. Annie Oakley Crater, Dorothy Sayers Crater. Also craters named for Madame Sévigné, Shakira, a Bashkir goddess, Martha Graham, Hippolyta, Nina Efimova, Dorothea Erxleben, Lorraine Hansberry, Catherine Beaver, also the Mesopotamian fertility goddess, the Celtic river goddess, the Woyo rainbow goddess, the Pueblo Indian corn goddess, the Vedic goddess of plenty, the Roman goddess of the hunt, Diana, the Latvian goddess of fate, also Anna Komnena, Charlotte Corday, Mary Queen of Scots, Madame de Staël, Simone de Beauvoir, Josephine Baker, also Aurelia, the mother of Julius Caesar, Tezan, the Etruscan goddess of the dawn, Alice B. Toklas, Xantippe, Empress Wuhao, Virginia Woolf, Laura Ingalls Wilder, Evangeline, Fatima, Gloria, Gaia, Helen Eloise, Lillian Hellman, Edna Ferber, Zora Neale Hurston, Guinevere Nell Gwynn, Martine de Beausoleil, Sophia Jexblake, Jerusha Girard, Angelica Kaufman, Maria Marian, Maria Montessori, Marianne Moore, Mu Gaiying, Vera Mukina, Alexandra Potanina, Margaret Sanger, Sappho, Zoya, Sarah Winnemucca, Seychat, Jane Seymour, Rebecca West, Marie Stopes, Alfonsina Storni, Anna Volkova, Sabina Steinbach, Mary Wollstonecraft, Anna von Schurman, Jane Austen, Wang Zhenyi, Karen Blixen, Sojourner Truth, Harriet Tubman, Hera, Emily Dickinson. Warham on Venus. Warham was in the city of Colette, trying to get at least some of the Venus working group to support the plan to intervene on Earth. Also to ask certain Venusian friends for help in Jeanette's plan to deal with the strange cubes. Neither project was going particularly well, even though Shukra seemed willing to help. But he wanted help in return, in dealing with his local conflicts. Warham didn't see how that could be done. More would be needed from the Mondragon and Saturn both if they were going to entrain any of the Venusians in the upcoming Terran effort. Then, during a welcome break in the negotiations, there was a knock at the conference chamber door, and Swan came in. He was shocked to see her, and shocked again when she saw him, strode across the room, crashed right into him, and struck him on the chest with the back of her fists. "You bastard!" she exclaimed, not very quietly. "You lied to me! You lied!" He stepped back, hands up, looking around for a place to retreat where the conversation would continue a bit more privately. "I did not. What do you mean?" "You went to the Vulcanoids and made a deal with them, and you didn't tell me about it." "That isn't lying," he said, feeling like he was splitting hairs. But it was true, and gave him time to back out into a passageway, then around a corner where he could stop and defend himself. "I was down there doing my job for the Saturn League. It was nothing to do with you. And you have to admit we are not in the habit of sharing our complete work schedules with each other. I haven't seen you in a year." "That's because you've been on Earth, making deals there, too, which you didn't tell me about either." "What did you tell me about? Nothing." Warham had been worried about this, had ignored the problem and done his job, but now here it was, the reckoning. "I was away," he said feebly. "Away? What's away?" she demanded. "Look, were you in the tunnel or not? Were we in the tunnel together or not?" "We were," he said, putting his hands up in defense or protest. "I was there." I wasn't the one who claimed not to be there, he didn't say. In any case, she had stopped and was staring at him. They stared at each other for a while. "Listen," Warham said. "I work for Saturn. I'm the League's ambassador to the inner planets, doing my job here. It's not something I can automatically share. I do it in a different sphere. But we just suffered an attack and lost our city right down to the framing. We need to keep what gifts we have to give, and part of that was light. Those were not useful amounts of light. The entirety of what you could send from Mercury meant little around Saturn. With the Vulcanoids, it's different. They can send out enough to make a real difference. We need it for Titan. So I'm charged with arranging that. It's like bidding for Future's shares. I'm sorry I didn't tell you about it myself. I guess I was afraid. I didn't want you mad at me, but now you are anyway. Even worse," she assured him. But now she was piling on, he saw, for the theater of it. He played to that. "It was stupid of me. I'm sorry. I'm a bad man." That almost made her laugh, he could see. "Fucking bastard," she said instead, continuing her play. "The stuff you did on Earth is even worse anyway. You cut a deal with the rich nations of Earth. That's what it comes down to, and you know it, which is a disgrace. There are people down there living in cardboard shacks. You know how it is. It's always that way, and it looks like it'll go on forever. So they'll always hate us, and some will attack us, and we pop like soap bubbles. There's no solution but justice for everyone. It's the only thing that will make us safe. Until then, some group will always conclude that killing spacers is the only way to get our attention. And the sad thing is that they may be right. Because now you're paying attention." She glared at him. "Because the situation down there has gone on too long." He tilted his head side to side, trying to figure out how to say what he felt. He walked her down the passageway a little farther, to a long table covered with little cookies and big coffee tanks. He poured them cups of coffee. "So, to protect ourselves, you're saying, we have to orchestrate a global revolution on Earth?" "Yes." "And how?" "I mean, people have been trying that for centuries now. That's no excuse to stop. I mean, here we are in Venus, on Titan, out here doing everything. There are things that could work down there. Spread something through their cell phones. Give them a stake in the Mondragon. Build housing or do land work. Make it that kind of revolution. One of the non-violent ones. If something happens fast enough, they call it a revolution, whether guns go off or not. But the guns are there. Maybe they are. But what if no one dares to shoot them? What if what we did was always too innocuous, or even invisible? These kind of actions are never invisible. No. There would be resistance, don't fool yourself. So all right, we press on against resistance, see what happens. We're resource-rich, and we're growing a lot of their food. We have the leverage." He thought it over. "Maybe we do, but they play by their rules there." She shook her head violently. "There's a gift economy in people's feelings that precedes all the rules. Set one up, and people give themselves to it. And we have to do something. If we don't, they'll shoot us down. They'll kill us and eat us." Warham sipped his coffee, trying to slow her down. She had gone too far, as always. He would like to hear what Pauline would say about all this, but there was no way he was going to be given access to Pauline at this moment. Swan had seized up the cup he had poured for her and slurped it down, then started lecturing him some more, emphasizing her points with the coffee cup, so that he was going to be lucky not to have it poured on him. And in fact, though she was going too far, as usual, she was also expressing things Warham had been thinking himself. Really, it was just another articulation of a point that Alex had been making for years. So he seized a moment when she was catching her breath and said, "The problem is that what's needed to be done has been clear for centuries now, but no one does it, because it would take a very large number of people to enact it. Construction work, landscape restoration, decent farming. They all take huge numbers of people. But there are huge numbers of people. If the unemployed were mobilized, there's your numbers. The revolution of full employment. The place is trashed. They're cooked. They need to do it. In effect, Earth needs terraforming as much as Venus or Titan. In fact, it needs it more. And we're not doing it. Warham thought it over. Could it be sold that way, do you think? As a restoration? Appeal to the conservatives as well as the revolutionaries? Or at least confuse the issue as to what is really happening? I don't think we need to be confusing. If you are clear about your intention, Swan, there will be opposition. Don't be naive. Any change will be opposed, and by serious opposition. I mean violence. If they can find the way to apply it. But if there's no one to arrest, no one to beat back, no one to scare. He shook his head, unconvinced. Swan was pacing around him like a comet around the sun. Warham rotated to face her. Twice she rushed him again and beat him on the chest with the hand, not holding her coffee cup. Their voices crossed in an antiphony that anyone listening would have heard as a duet for croak and cheap. Finally, the dissonant duet came to an end. Swan was winding down at last. She had just arrived on Venus, it was clear, and was beginning to yawn despite the coffee. Warham sighed with relief, shifted the timbre of his voice to something calmer, changed the subject. They stared out the window at the falling snow, blown by a hard gale into frolic architectures plastered over everything. This world, so new and raw, still emerging, told them with great whacks of wind, things were changing. Warham considered Alex's two unfinished projects, to deal with Earth, to deal with the cubes. He felt a shiver, as suddenly it seemed to him that these projects were becoming parts of one thing. Very well, but it would take real craft to pull them together. It would take some cleverness in the execution. And Swan was going to keep getting mad at him until he helped to make it happen. But he thought perhaps he could. Extracts 13. Certain metabolic actions accumulate lifetime damage, and each kind of damage has to be treated individually, and the treatments coordinated with each other as well as with the ordinary functioning of the organism. Cell loss, or atrophy, is ameliorated by exercise, growth factors, and directed stem cells. Cancerous mutations are identified by massively parallel DNA sequencing and transcriptome sequencing, and dissolved by targeted gene therapies and telomerase manipulation. Chemo and radiation therapies are now highly targeted, using monoclonal antibodies, avomers, and designed proteins. Death-resistant cells that are senescent in their function must not be allowed to transform into harmful forms, but rather be targeted by suicide genes and immune response. Undamaged mitochondria are introduced into cells suffering mitochondrial mutations. Lipofuscin is one kind of accumulated junk inside our cells that can't be carried away by the immune system. Amyloid plaques are another. Enzymes adapted from bacteria and molds that completely digest animal bodies will, upon introduction, flourish until their nutrient runs out, and this absence activates inserted suicide genes in the enzymes. Extracellular aggregates are removed by vaccinations that stimulate immune responses, including a state of enhanced phagocytosis. Complications include random extracellular cross-linking of cells makes for stiffness, but the links have been successfully broken with enzymes designed to. The manipulation of telomerase has proved to be a very difficult balancing act in certain cell types. Telomeres too long, and you get a cancerous immortality. Telomeres too short, and you quickly hit the Hayflick limit, and replication is no longer successful. While DNA repair involves a DNA polymerase with an exonuclease proofreading capability, resulting in high-fidelity DNA repair, RNA polymerases do not have this, and therefore make many more mistakes during gene transcription. This is a potent driver of evolution. Pleiotropy is the phenomenon of a gene causing good effects in the young organism that turn into bad effects in the same organism when aged. It is very often the source of the problems that bisexual hormone treatments are designed to. Hormesis, eagerness, is an eventually advantageous biological response to low exposures of toxins or stressors. This process, sometimes called eustress, is related to Mithridatism, after King Mithridates, who ate small amounts of poison so that a larger amount would not kill him, has been put forth as explaining in principle why the Earth sabbatical might help maximize longevity. Strongest correlations to longevity include smaller body size and exposure to both androgens and estrogens. These two are also multipliers of each other, to the extent that no small androgen or gynandromorph has yet been known to die of natural causes. The oldest are over 210 years old, and their potential lifespan cannot be calculated at this time. There are likely to be more such subjects to study as this finding becomes better known. Actuarial escape velocity is defined as occurring when a year of medical research adds more than a year's worth of longevity to the total population. Nothing even close to this has ever been achieved, and emerging signs of an asymptotic curve in progress suggest this velocity may never. Premature declaration of huge longevity gains has been called chiriasis, or Dorian Gray syndrome, or simply the hope for immortality. Lengthen the telomeres in certain cells by temporary increase of telomerase in these cells. As different cells lose telomeres at different rates, drug treatments have to be tagged to certain kinds of cells only, and inadvertent cancers. Biogerontology, humbled time, and again by unexpected. The famous calorie-restricted vitamin-enhanced diet acted to feminize gene expression in many ways that proved decisive for the longevity effect. So now gender hormone therapy is tailored to create this feminizing effect without the necessity of the caloric restriction, which never caught on. If you recall the old comparison of the human body to a Havana Chevrolet, with all moving parts replaced when they broke, then the problem could be compared to metal fatigue in the chassis and axles. In other words, the 7 deadly sins of senescence are not the only sins. Unrepaired DNA damage, non-cancerous mutation, the drift of chromatin states, all these eventually create aging damage, hard to detect or counteract. None are currently amenable to repair. This probably explains the... Take skin cells from people, turn them into pluripotent stem cells, put these in a protein bath of the right kind, and they form a neural tube, which is the start of the nervous system that will grow the spinal cord from one end and the brain from the other. Take slices of neural tube and direct them with other protein stimulants to become cells of different parts of the brain, like cortex cells. Test for firing. Arrhythmia, stroke, sudden collapse, quick decline, immune loophole, brain wave irregularity, superinfection, heart attack, apparently causeless instantaneous death, ACID, etc. Kieran in Vinmara. Kieran's new work unit began regularly driving a rover back and forth from one of Lakshmi's locked compounds in Cleopatra to the new town Vinmara, always passing Stupid Harbor on the way. Vinmara was still growing like a mussel bed around its shallow, empty bay, and off to the south, through the drifting snowfall, they could see the silver glitter of the dry ice sea. After one of these runs, when they were back in Cleopatra, Kieran ran into Keksui in a game bar they both frequented, and the voluble Small said, "Come, meet a friend of mine. You'll like him." It turned out to be Shukra, beard and hair long and gray. He looked like a wandering mendicant. Keksui grinned as Kieran recognized the man. "I told you you'd like him." Kieran mumbled something awkward. "It's all right," Shukra said, staring hard at him. "You were bait. I told you that, and you got taken. So now I'm here to tell you what to do next. Lakshmi's got you on the route between her compound here and that coastal town, right?" "That's right," Kieran said. He could see how he probably still owed his first Venusian contact his services, but it was becoming all too clear to him how dangerous it was to play both sides. He didn't want to cross Lakshmi in any way. On the other hand, this man did not seem like someone to be trifled with either. Indeed, at the moment, there was no way to deny him. "There's shipments going both directions, but we don't see what gets loaded. I want you to find out what it is. Insinuate yourself further into the situation, and then let me know what you find." "How will I contact you?" "You won't. I'll contact you." So after that, feeling deeply uneasy, Kieran kept his eye out when they were making the Vinmara run. It became clearer than ever to him that the transport crew was not intended to know the contents of the rovers. There were guards on every run, and the office in central Vinmara was as closed to outsiders as the various facilities in Cleopatra. The rovers backed up to a loading dock and interfaced with the building, and after a while drove away, and that was it. Once, when an exceptionally deep snowfall delayed them mid-route, Kieran listened without watching, as the guard in their cab had a phone conversation that seemed to be with people in the storage compartment of the rover. They spoke Chinese, and later Kieran had his translation spectacles translate the recording it had made. "Are you okay back there?" "We're fine." "They're fine." They. Anyway, it was something to tell Shukra, if he reappeared. As it happened, they were down in Vinmara when the big blizzard finally stopped. The skies cleared, the stars in all their glory punctured the black dome of the sky. Naturally, they joined the whole town in suiting up and going out the city gates onto the bare hills above the town. The continuous deluge of snow and sleet and hail and rain had gone on for 3 years and 3 months. Now everyone wanted to see what things looked like under the stars. Almost all the landscape they could see was covered by snow, gleaming in the starlight. Many spiky points of black rock broke through this gleaming white. The land surrounding the town must have been a devil's golf course of or something like it, and the result was that over their heads the black sky spangled with brilliant stars, while under their feet the white hills were spattered by spiky black outcroppings, so that the two together looked like photographic negatives of each other. And now they could breathe the open air. It was screamingly cold, of course, so as people pulled off their helmets they did scream, casting brief plumes of frost from their open mouths. Breathable air, a nitrogen-argon-oxygen mix. At 700 millibars and 10 degrees below, it was like breathing vodka. The snow underfoot was too hard to dig out snowballs, and people were falling as they skidded this way and that. Out on the hilltop above the town, they could see for huge distances in all directions. It was around noon, and among the stars overhead hung the black circle of the eclipsed sun, a black cutout in the sky, the sun shield letting through no sunlight, except for today, when there was a scheduled uneclipse. These uneclipses had been happening once a month for a while now, to help heat things back up to a more human-friendly level, but no one on the planet had been able to see them because the rain and snow had blocked the view. Now there would be one they would be able to see. Many people were putting their helmets back on. The reality of the cold was setting in. Kieran's nose was numb, while his ears were still burning as they froze. People said you could break frozen ears right off, and now he believed it. Music was playing from loudspeakers down in the town, something clangorous with cymbals and bells, very Slavic, very violent and loud. Then directly overhead the sunshield was suddenly marked by a perfectly circular thread of diamond light, blazing near the edge of the black disk. Through this annular ring was a mere wire of brilliant yellow, a delicate hoop of fire. It still lit up the white hills and the scalloped town, and the silver sea to the south, and the plumes of frost pouring from their cheering throats, all glowing now with a bronze light that brought back memories of all the sunniness they had ever known or dreamed of. The burnished tinge was like the light of life itself, a light they had almost forgot, all brought back now by the yellow air. After a frigid hour, the ring of fire grew thinner and thinner, eclipsing from its inside out, until the disk of the sun became completely black again. The circular Venetian blind had closed its opened slat. The snowy land darkened to its usual pale luminosity. The stars grew big again. Full night was back, in all its grim familiarity. Just above the black disk of the sun, a bright white planet gleamed, small but steady. Mercury, Kieran was told. They were seeing Mercury from Venus, and it gleamed like a pearl made of diamond. And there, over the western horizon, hung Earth, and Luna, too, a double star with a blue tinge. "Wow," Kieran said. Something in him seemed to be blowing up like a balloon. He had to breathe deep, or he might pop. But his teammates were tugging at his arm. "Earth boy! Earth boy! Bye-bye, Miss America Pie. We must get back into town fast. There's a rover broken down. Lakshmi want us right now." "Lead on," Kieran cried, and followed them back down the hillside to the open gates of Vinmara. Just inside the city gate, they followed phone instructions to the rover that was in distress. It looked exactly like their own. The driver and a trio of security people were standing by it, very unhappy. The rover had lost all its power, and some packages needed to be run over to the office in the town center as quickly and discreetly as possible. Kieran stood in a short line with his teammates and took a big flat box passed down from one of the security people, thinking that this might be his opportunity to find out what was being transported. Then they were off across town in a little line like porters. The town was almost empty, its residents still out on the hill celebrating. The box Kieran was carrying weighed about 5 kilos. It was not exceptionally heavy for its size. There was a keypad lock on it near the hasp that made it look like a reinforced briefcase. They were not far from the office. The actual hinges of the case looked little and flimsy, and he wondered what would happen if he accidentally dropped it on its hinge side. But then the security trio from the disabled rover appeared, crying, "Run! Run! Get to the office now!" looking over their shoulders fearfully with their guns drawn. Everyone bolted, and Kieran, following the others, seeing they were rattled, shifted the briefcase in his hands so that its hinges were out to his side. When his mates turned a corner to run down a narrow alley, he pretended to trip and slammed the case hard into the corner of a wall, right against the hinges. The case held solid. "Oh, shit! Did you break them?" someone exclaimed from behind him, one of the security guards, a Chinese tall, standing over him now, looking horrified. "What, are they eggs?" Kieran asked as he got up. "Like eggs," the guard said, taking the box up and punching away at its keypad. "And if they're broken, we better leave town." The top of the box lifted, and there, in individual clear containers, lay a dozen human eyeballs, all of them, by coincidence, Kieran assumed, staring right at him. Extracts 14. The space project accelerated as it was becoming clear that Earth was in for a terrible time because of the climate change and general despoliation of the biosphere. Going into space looked like an attempt to escape all that, and there was enough truth in this that defenders of the space project always had to emphasize its humanitarian and environmental value, the ways in which the resources available in the solar system might help Earth limp through its stupendous overshoot. Inhabiting the other bodies of the solar system could be said to conform to the Leopoldian land ethic. What's good is what's good for the land. because it was going to take stuff from space to save Earth. First settlements on Luna, Mars, and the asteroids were so expensive that they were made as international or national projects using public money. This made them pitifully weak through the years of dithering, but following the construction of the first space elevators, they blossomed, and by the time of the Accelerando, they were ready to take center stage, ready to be the landscape of the Accelerando. Mars was the first to be terraformed, and compared to those that followed, it was very easy. Early on, the decision was made to proceed as quickly as possible. Thousands of explosions were set off in the regolith. It was said this would help the Martian life forms buried in the lithosphere, and much of the surface of the planet was burned in lines that later served as beds for the planet's famous canals. The burning created an atmosphere, and the planet's ice was mined and melted, such that a narrow northern ocean and a Hellas sea were filled. Little to no regard was taken for the primordial surface, and yet it was also true that the vertical scale of the planet's topography protected the highest parts of the landscape from much alteration, leaving it as kind of a primeval park. A mass influx of immigrants from Earth quickly melded into a polyglot community that within 2 generations thought of itself as intrinsically and fundamentally Martian, Homo Ares, and as such a political unit independent of Earth by nature and by right. The entire population agreed to secede from all Terran associations, afterward reorganizing under a new constitution that stipulated a single planetary government and an economic system variously labeled socialist, communist, utopian, democratic state anarchic, syndicalist, worker cooperative, libertarian socialist, and any number of other labels from the past, all of which were rejected by Martian political theorists who preferred the adjective Martian or areological. As a new socio-economic system with a newly created biosphere to work in, Mars was a socio-physical power the equal of any single Earth nation or alliance, and in many ways, because of its unity, the equal of all the rest of balkanized humanity combined. Fears were stoked when Mars, in the first flush of independence, began to strip the nitrogen from Titan's atmosphere for return to Mars, without regard for the opinions of the people already in the Saturn system, admittedly few in number. Around the same time, 2176 to 2196, Chinese teams dismantled Saturn's moon, Dione, in order to redirect it to Venus as part of the initial terraformation there. In the disruption on Earth following the Little Ice Age of the 2140s, there was no power on Earth large enough to challenge the Chinese over this distant move. But these 2 events around Saturn together stimulated the creation of the Saturn League, which over time managed to assert sovereignty over the whole Saturn system. Although it is true that the threat of a traumatic Saturn-Mars war, Saturn's Phantom War of Independence, as some called it, was needed to finalize the assertion. Earth's moon, Luna, never achieved independence, but was always divided into cities and regions controlled by various Terran powers. It would have been difficult to fully terraform Luna in any case, because hitting it with asteroids to spin it and give it an atmosphere was considered too likely to subject Earth to a tektite rain of potentially great severity. It was also true that metals and useful chemicals in lunar rock could be mined only by a deep strip mining and processing of much of the lunar surface, which also made terraforming difficult. So large domed craters and tented areas alternated with cosmologically large mining pits, and each nation with a substantial lunar presence had an influx of raw materials. China's early investment on Luna led directly to its influence over Venus. Because the Venus sunshield was a product of the lunar Chinese industrial bases. At the same time, many other Terran nations established lunar bases, and the political unification of Luna became impossible. Some locate the origins of the balkanization to this development, although most see cubical decoherence and the sheer size of the solar system as the key. Balkanization is of course the subject of great disagreement, with judgments of it ranging from its being the newly lowest circle of hell to its representing the delectable and fructifying diversification of life in our time. Success is failure. The accelerando spread all the weakness, disease, and crime embedded in the Terran system of that era, and once spread that widely, they never could be contained. Pandora's box had been... By the beginning of the 24th century, the Mondragon Accord had organized a third force to join the Earth-Mars dyad, and the Jovian and Saturnian leagues provided major counterweights as well. A situation of this much diplomatic complexity brought back talk of a balance of powers, of the great game, of a Cold War, and so on. All ideas from earlier eras, again haunting us as they have a wont to do, hungry ghosts deceiving us with their false analogies, laying their dead hands on our living eyes. Ultimately, the balkanization was by its scope and special nature a new thing. It was rumored in these years that Martian spies were everywhere in the system, but that they were constantly reporting back to headquarters that there was nothing to fear. Balkanization meant Mars faced nothing but a stochastic chaos of human flailing.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
Hachette Audio presents 2312, written by Kim Stanley Robinson, read by Sarah Zimmerman. Waram on Earth. That he would alter his plans, not to say change his life, all to help and please a person he did not know very well or trust very much, someone who was often angry at him and just as likely to punch his chest as smile at him, someone who might give him the evil eye at any time, might snarl at him contemptuously, so that really all his efforts to please her could be labeled a form of cowardice rather than affection. This surprised him. And yet it was turning out to be the case. He had already spent the greater part of the previous year traveling all over the system, rallying diplomatic and material support for Alex's plans to revivify Earth and to deal with the cube problem. Now added to this campaign, he spent a lot of time thinking about ways to implement Swan's notion of rapidly improving conditions for the Terran forgotten ones. Whether Swan was aware of his efforts, he doubted, but he felt she could find out if she wanted to, as his life was an open book, except for the parts he was hiding from her. He certainly wasn't going to tell her what he had done. It seemed to him that the intensity of her engagement with him at their last crossing, beating on him and yelling at him, meant she had been paying attention and would continue to, and actions were what mattered. The nature of this new work was terribly hard on his pseudo-iterative mode, which became so much more pseudo than iterative that it tipped over into the flux of sheer exfoliation, every day different and no patterns possible. This was hard for him, and as day followed day, then week, and month, he began to wonder not why he was doing what he was doing, but why Swan was not contacting him to join forces. They would have accomplished more working as a team. Combining the powers of the innermost and outermost societies in the solar system would have some good effects, and it would seem therefore that Mercury and Saturn should be natural partners, and, if they were, become a force almost the equal of the big bangers in the middle. Waram could see several potential leverages, but she had not called or sent any messages. So he continued to work. In some countries their campaign was called Rapid Non-Compliance Alleviation, RNA. The non-compliance was with the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, and the infractions involved many articles of that document, but most often Articles 17, 23, and 25, with 28 occasionally waved about as a reminder to recalcitrant governments. In other countries, their programs were based on a venerable Indian government office, the Society for the Elimination of Rural Poverty, SERP. This organization had never gotten much traction in its stated goal, but it was an already existing agency, and these had been identified by the Mondragon as the best of the bad options for channeling assistance. Warham had thought it generally agreed that the whole development aid model had been demonstrated to be an example of the Jevons paradox, in which increases in efficiency trigger more consumption rather than less. Increased aid had always somehow increased suffering, in some kind of feedback loop, poorly theorized, or else theorized perfectly well, but in such a way that revealed the entire system to be a case of vampiric rich people moving around the earth, performing a complicated kleptoparasitism on the poor. No one wanted to hear that news, so they kept on repeating errors identified 400 years before on ever grander scales. So, the planet of sadness. There were, of course, very powerful forces on Earth, adamantly opposed to tinkering from above in general, and to creating full employment in particular. Full employment, if enacted, would remove wage pressure, which phrase had always meant fear struck into the hearts of the poor, also into the hearts of anyone who feared becoming poor, which meant almost everyone on Earth. This fear was a major tool of social control, indeed the prop that held up the current order despite its obvious failures. Even though it was a system so bad that everyone in it lived in fear, either of starvation or the guillotine, still they clutched to it harder than ever. It was painful to witness. Nevertheless, the immiserated were ready to try anything, so something ought to be possible. So Warham crisscrossed the old world like a modern-day Ibn Battuta, talking to government agencies in a position to do something. This was awkward work that took a real diplomatic touch to avoid being offensive in various ways. It was interesting, but he heard nothing from Swan, and Earth was big. There were 457 countries, and many associations of countries, and units within countries with significant power. Warham was not going to run into Swan just because she also was at work on Earth. So he looked her up. Apparently, she was working near North Harare, a small country carved out of what had been Zimbabwe. He read about the place on the flight there. Zimbabwe, rich in resources, a particularly dismal post-colonial history, splintered into a dozen residual countries, many still mired in problems, the great droughts exacerbating the situation. Lately a recent population spike, and thus more trouble. North Harare was a slum in the shape of a crescent moon. The other little countries around it were better off. He contacted Pauline and told her that he was coming to the area on RNA-related business, and soon enough Pauline got back to him with a hello from Swan and a suggested meeting on the very evening of his arrival, which was reassuring, but meant that he had to meet her oppressed by jet lag. He was almost quivering with fatigue, and felt as if he weighed 200 kilograms, when Swan burst into the room and it was time to perk up. She gave him a nod and a quick appraisal. "You look like you've had a long trip. Come on in, and I'll make you some tea, and you can tell me about it." She started the tea and then excused herself to deal with a visitor talking in Chinese. Warham tried hard to grasp what she was like now, vividly before him again. Still intense, that was clear. Over tea they shared the news. Certain space elevators were slapping tariffs on equipment coming down. Others were completely denied to spacers, an absurd situation. People were calling the Keto elevator the umbilical cord. It looked like the elevator problem would be a bottleneck, but there was a plan afoot to send down self-replicating factories from cislunar space. deployed in a single-timed invasion of thousands of atmospheric landers. A wide variety of space-to-Earth landers were available, including some that split successively as they descended, until individual people or packages floated down in aerogel bubbles. "That's like the reverse of what hit Terminator," Swan said sourly. "Instead of little bits convening to make a big mass, the big mass dissociates into parts, and when they land, things get built rather than destroyed. They might get shot down. There would be far too many for that." "I don't like the aggressive look of it," Warham said. "I thought we were trying to make it look like a charity thing." "Charity is always aggressive," Swan said. "Don't you know that?" "No, I don't think I do." It seemed clear to him that aggressive aid wasn't going to work, but Swan was not a patient person. Now she was trying to do diplomatic work in the way Alex would have, but Alex had had a genius for diplomacy, while Swan had none. And they were facing one of the longest-standing problems in human history. The whole thing transcended their own opinions about it in any case, as it was a Mondragon effort, with the Venusians on board too, so all kinds of things were happening. News screens seemed to be transmitting news from 10 Earths at once, all writhing in the same space. Earth meant people like gods and people like rats. And in a paroxysm of rage, they were going to reach out and wreck everything, even the space worlds that kept them from starvation. In the big merry-go-round, Earth spun like a red horse, with a bomb in it, and they could not get off the merry-go-round. Absent-mindedly, Warham whistled under his breath the opening notes of Beethoven's Pastoral Symphony, trying to cheer her up, but she pursed her lips to make a little frown. Still, he had reminded her of the tunnel. Many spacers were scared to go to sub-Saharan Africa because the disease vector loads there were so much higher than in most space habitats. Warham supposed that Swan had gone to Africa partly in defiance of that kind of caution. She would be one to believe in hormesis if anyone would, given her ingestion of the Enceladin aliens. So here she was in Nyabira, directing the deployment of self-replicating construction sheds. They planned to start by reconstructing the part of Harare called Dambashawa, transforming its northernmost ring of shantytowns into garden city versions of themselves. This refurbishing of the built infrastructure was not a complete solution, but the self-reps did build wells, health centers, schools, clothing factories, and housing in several styles already used in Dambashawa, including aspects of the traditional local rondavels. The self-reps were nearly autonomous, and with proper programming, sufficient materials feed, and good troubleshooting, they rolled over evacuated portions of the shantytowns like enormous blimp hangars, leaving behind a new strip of buildings, whitewashed and impressively practical and homey. As the gigantic barns slowly grumbled over targeted neighborhoods, the hopeful residents cheered them on. That the barns themselves grew longer and longer in the process, and finally split into 2 units, went almost unremarked upon. It was an excellent tech, and had built many a fine city-state in the asteroid belt, and on the big moons of Jupiter. It had been a crucial component of the Accelerando, in fact. But on Earth, it wasn't working out. The transformations involved were too great. There grew furious objections, often from elsewhere than the areas being renovated. Only if residents voted for the project by a very large majority would it happen in something close to Concord, and it was best when they themselves were programming the self-rep AIs. Then a self-rep in Uttar Pradesh was blown up. No one knew why. The state government that should have investigated refused to do so, and there were signs that they might even have supported the attack. News of the attack created copycat crimes. It would take only a few more to make the project collapse worldwide. This made Swan furious. They attacked us when we didn't help, and now when we do, she said bitterly. Warham, feeling uneasy as he watched her get more and more tightly wound, said, "Even so, we must persevere." It was happening all over Earth, Warham saw on the screens. The restoration projects were getting tangled in dense networks of law and practice and landscape, and the occasional sabotage or accident didn't help. One couldn't change anything on Earth without several different kinds of mess resulting, some of them paralyzing. Every square meter of the Earth's land was owned in several different ways. In space, it was different. On Venus, if a single roomful of planners agreed, then you could blast most of the atmosphere into space. On Titan, it was similar. Around Jupiter, the same. Throughout the solar system, massive terraforming projects were proceeding. Excavate ocean beds, change out atmosphere, heat up or chill things by hundreds of K. But not on Earth. In many places, the self-reps were forbidden, even reviled. No matter what they did, it seemed that the misery of the Forgotten Ones would keep pulling civilization down, like an anchor they had tied around their own neck. Terran elites would stay on top of the artificial great chain of being until it snapped and everyone fell into the void. A pathetic Gotterdammerung, stupid and banal, and yet still horrible. The prospect of that was making Swan angry. Warham, more and more aware of her bitterness, more and more the target of her anger, watched her one morning abuse one of the Harare women who helped run their operation. Saw the woman's face as she was chastised, realized that if he stayed, he was going to end up crossing Swan in some catastrophic way, or simply not liking her. So that afternoon he excused himself, and the next day flew to America to join a Saturnian crew newly arrived to help raise Florida back above the sea. On the day he left, Swan, distracted by some vexing problem of the moment, only waved him away like a mosquito. Florida had been an unusually low-lying peninsula, it turned out, with only a thin spine down the center of the state higher than the 11-meter rise of the oceans. One could still see the state in outline from the air, as a dark reef under a shallow sea, a reef that still bled yellow into the slightly deeper waters around it. The skyscrapers of the Miami corridor had been occupied, like those in Manhattan and elsewhere, but by and large the state had had to be abandoned. However, as most of its soil was still there, topping the reef as a layer of mud that was not particularly damaged by inundation, the opportunity existed to scoop it up, then raise the rock foundation of the peninsula with rock, trained down from the Canadian Rockies, and after that put the soil back in place on top of the newly raised bedrock platform. In other words, it was like Greenland, one of the few places on Earth where terraforming could be performed without too much collateral damage. Naturally, there were defendants of the new reefs and fishing grounds to protest, but they had been mollified or steamrolled, and the project approved in Atlanta and Washington, D.C., which itself existed in a polder behind a giant system of barrier dams on the Potomac. Washington's vestigial but still powerful government, now itself located largely below sea level, was sympathetic to the idea of raising Florida from the drowned. It was one of the 10 biggest micro-terraforming projects currently being performed on Earth, and Warham was happy to join his Saturnian colleagues, who were part of a work unit put together by an Alabama-Amsterdam cooperative venture. Teams in Alaska, British Columbia, the Yukon, and Nunavut were excavating the interiors of mountain ranges, creating galleries down in the bedrock, which were then being filled with frozen carbon dioxide they had elsewhere sucked out of the atmosphere. Whether all this could be done in a manner that was geologically and environmentally stable, Warham doubted. It was a prodigious amount of rock, for one thing. Florida was on average 5 meters underwater, and they wanted to build it up slightly higher than it had been originally, in case Greenland or East Antarctica also gave their ice to the sea. Using the narrow finger of a peninsula was the state's only remaining land as their causeway. They were moving the segmented mountain interiors on trains and building the state as they had built rock jetties in older times. The Everglades were to be plumbed to function at the new, higher elevation. Newly generated analogues of the many extinct species of birds and animals that had graced the peninsula before European immigration were to be introduced. They were going to recreate Florida. Enough carbon dioxide was to be buried under the northern Rockies to make the project on balance carbon negative. The building and transport crews for the job were hired primarily from the suffering South, as it had been called in the years when the West Antarctica ice sheet had come off and sea levels made its biggest rise. The Florida work did not create full employment by itself, but riding the rails, Warham had a lot of time to look at the passing country and think about it, and once he sent a note to Swan. "Remember what you said on Venus about giving everyone here a job doing landscape restoration? It could work." So he rode the trains back and forth from Canada to Florida. The land was huge and mostly flat. Heat had parched land that had once grown wheat without irrigation, so they had changed crops and started irrigating, but large regions in Manitoba and the Dakotas had reverted to high desert. Now people were saying the prairies had always been high desert. They were becoming home to buffalo again. On the other hand, the forests flanking the Mississippi were back, more subtropical than ever. Missouri and Arkansas looked like South America. There were long hours when he could stand between cars, protected from the wind of their passage, and look at the big land. Landscapers and gardeners, animal handlers and vets, environmental engineers and designers, heavy equipment operators, porters and diggers, all were essential in the work of making a landscape. The giant Waldos, the self-rep hangars, they were only good for certain things. Local people working their land was a better image than self-reps dropping out of the sky. The people he talked to were more accepting of the Florida project, and the relevant governments also. Not a few people were enthusiastic to an almost religious degree. To have their drowned land hauled back out of the water was their dream. Rebuilding the infrastructure here was a task without negative consequences, except for those who had been enjoying the new reefs, and they would be given new reefs. Florida was going to end up like a big Venice, resting on pilings stuck deep into the earth. Assisted migration would replant and reanimate the land as quickly as it was ready. On one train ride north, Warham listened to one of the reef engineers explain that the corals they were replanting all released their eggs on the same night of the year, and even within the same 20 minutes, though they were scattered over hundreds of miles. Apparently they accomplished this by way of 2 color-sensitive cells in each coral, which together were able to distinguish the particular blue of the twilight sky on the night after the first full moon following the spring equinox. This moon rose right after sunset, when the sky was still also lit by the recently departed sun, and this brief double illumination lit the sky to a particular shade of blue that the corals could recognize. "I have to tell Swan about this," Warham said, amazed at the thought of such brainless but living precision. Sentience, what was it? Meanwhile, the Florida raising prospered. Warham watched the people working in what he recognized as the euphoria of the project, in which he had felt so strongly himself in his youth, building cities on Titan. There they had to carve a world out of the ice. Here they had to raise one out of the sea, but it was the same feeling. Once on a train going south, he was out between cars with a Dutch woman he was working with, a blonde firebrand, and going slow at one road crossing. They looked down at a group of young men who were throwing stones at the train cars and chanting, "Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!" And she leaned out and shouted, "Hey! Fuck you back! We are reconstructing the South, and you have to like it," with an evil Germanic laugh that hopefully they did not hear. Extracts 15. The brain is labile and has been shown to accept introduced machines, stem cells, drugs, electrodes, brain cells from other species. Evolution conserves things that work. We have a conserved brain with different ages for its different parts. In effect, lizard at back and bottom, mammal in the middle, human at the front and top. Lizard brain to breathe and sleep, mammal brain to form packs, human brain to think it over. Over-selecting for a single trait warps evolution. You can get a result called the bad becoming normal. As people have been speciating into self-evolved post-humans of various kinds, this result has been seen frequently, as in parts of the brain fire at the sight of a picture of food, but not at food itself. People like to hunt. Hunting takes many forms. Hunt for a deal. Hunt for meaning. A predator's killing is calm and rewarding. Rage always feels bad. Rage is a painful emotion. Without a catch, the predator may not be able to deactivate the hunt. Fear is a constraint on anger. Animals never unlearn a bad fear, and we are animals. Piloerection. Pathological aggression. Dolphins kill porpoises for no reason. They don't eat them. They're not competitors. Does this suggest the uncanny valley exists for all mammals? Reason can't work without emotion. People cut off from their emotions can't.